Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 350, version 0.31 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sosa Hughes, it's horrible, everything is covered with mosaic. I am unique, I can't fit in with all of you because I'm not silly enough. Super Violent Ghost, the fried gamers were the first few to revive back in Eternal Kingdom, followed by the steamed gamers. There is one gamer who isn't back yet, he is being prepared as sashimi. Midnight Sprouts, perfect, not. I'm unable to overcome my mental block for entering sewers, ... It's only a wall. If you sneak in using the sewers, won't you get blocked at the exit? Or be killed off one by one? _ Those were the replies to not wearing pants plan. Though some gamers objected to the plan, there were gamers who supported the initiative. Like all other plans, there were gamers who agreed and disagreed. Sherlock chose a few plans to analyze, and finally, after Bruce's suggestion, Sherlock made a decision and said, let them play by themselves. Lord Sherlock, the gamers prefer a game with total freedom, so there's no need to add restrictions. Even if there is a detailed plan, they may not follow it. Among the 5,000 gamers, only half of them participated in the battle campaign. They can choose different plans to carry out the battle, Bruce suggested. Sherlock thought that it was logical. After all, a perfect plan would reduce casualties, and that would reduce his income. A good plan and profit didn't go hand in hand. Sherlock decided not to intervene. Once all of the gamers who were performing the surveillance mission returned to Eternal Kingdom, he arranged for a staff meeting. Once Brainiac received notification of the meeting, he took his journal and pen and left the Adventurers Guild, returning to Eternal Kingdom via the Winterfell teleport portal. As Evelyn wasn't a formal employee of Eternal Kingdom and was just a helper at the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, she didn't receive notification of the meeting. However, from her expression, she wanted to attend. That was something Brainiac shouldn't be worried about. The outside of the Dungeon Lord main hall was filled with numerous gamers, who were discussing the NPCs entering the Dungeon Lord main hall and whether there was going to be a new plot. When they saw Brainiac walk out of the teleport portal main hall, they stared at him mercilessly. Gosh, Brainiac is here too. What kind of a plot is this? Is it that awesome? Oh my god, all of the NPCs are going into the Dungeon Lord main hall. I want to go in too. The little fairy didn't go in. She's special. Brainiac. Brainiac. When are you going to have a relationship with Shirley? That guy's a lunatic, pull him away. The gamers were only allowed outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Brainiac opened the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall, entered, and shut the door. The world became quiet. Take a seat over there, Brainiac. Sherlock looked at Brainiac and pointed to the only empty seat. Inside the Dungeon Lord main hall were Simba, Mufasa, Moros, Yoda, and Beast. They were all of the employees of Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac was the last employee to arrive. He sat down in anticipation. Since all employees are here, we'll begin the meeting. I believe that everyone has heard the latest news from different channels. Sherlock looked at them and said, we received a mission from the Winterfell Dungeon Lord to become mercenaries and fight against the invading ogres. Everyone looked at Sherlock in silence. Brainiac was, as usual, reticent and without emotion. The other 6 employees were recruited via contracts and could leave after they ended, so how could they be depended on to give suggestions? Eggface was holding a disposable cup in his mouth and 2 pots of water in his claws. He helped pour water for all of them as he bent and distorted his body, looking as though he was about to splash them with the water. I called all of you here to inform you that we'll be setting off soon. Yoda will take 200 warriors, Brainiac, and Beast to set up an outpost near the ogre stronghold. Then, we will teleport via the rune mana formation on the airship. Sherlock continued to explain his plan. The blacksmith shop and carpenter workshop will be working overtime, so please make your preparations. What about me, Lord Sherlock? Morose looked enthusiastic as he raised his hand and asked, "Can I participate in the battle?" "Lord Sherlock, don't think I'm a vulnerable gnome. Before I was a security guard in Winterfell, I was a legendary gladiator." "Of course, Morose. When we are out to battle, Eternal Kingdom can't be without any defenses. That is your role. As a legendary gladiator, only you are able to protect Eternal Kingdom while we aren't around. I strongly believe in you." Sherlock looked serious and believed in Morose. He continued to speak, "The goblins need you too. Most of them are without combat experience, and only you can train these novices into strong warriors. To train them rapidly, you may have to work overtime. I hope that you are able to do so." Moro's eyes were red as he was extremely touched. Sherlock summarized their work contributions and expressed his gratitude to them for contributing to the wonderful development of Eternal Kingdom. He was also going to improve the behavior and culture of the citizens so that the employees wouldn't be verbally harassed or physically touched. Sherlock wanted to create a new age dungeon in which everyone sacrificed themselves and worked overtime voluntarily for peace and love. After his speech, Eggface clapped for a long time. The meeting ended, and the employees walked out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Simba was the first to walk out, and it was dead quiet. Mufasa, who was behind Simba, wasn't harassed by the gamers. When Morose walked out, there were some murmurs, while Beast's exit was met with enthusiastic voices discussing mathematical questions. Yoda was immediately hijacked by hemp rope technology and his gang, whereas Brainiac was the last to walk out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. "Brainiac, are there any missions? Is there a plot? What about a plot animation for us to see?" "Brainiac, I want to be a lich." "Brainiac, do research on me." "When are you going to do research on me?" Sherlock looked at the commotion outside the window. Noticing that the gamers were normal and peaceful, he wasn't bothered. He helped Eggface put away the Winterfell-sponsored chairs that were used in the meeting and wash the disposable cups so that they could be reused. After completing his work, Eggface rested comfortably in his chair. He set up his computer and started his routine of 5 hours of computer gaming. As for Sherlock, he accessed the discussion forum and added new content. Version 0.31 Update. Though the warriors of Eternal Kingdom stopped Samael's evil plan, the remnants of the ogres have become stronger by the day and are threatening our survival. We can't stand by and do nothing. Added a new game version, Ogre Tribes. Added a new scene, Ogre Fortress. The expanding ogre tribes occupied the frontier sentry posts of Winterfell and built a huge ogre fortress. Using it as their focal point, the new age of ogres is starting to flourish. Ogre Fortress, this is a location occupied by many strong ogres. Currently, it has become a frightening war fortress, attracting even more ogre tribes to join. Powerful weapons, sturdy armor, and even legendary equipment will appear here. Added a new mission, Ogre's Invasion. The ogres are expanding and have their sights on the surface world's Victoria City, which has resources that they covet. The ogre's invasion is getting closer and closer. Nobody can be spared the throes of war. Amended the new NPC, Nicholas. The vampire Nicholas is Eternal Kingdom's strong ally. With Sherlock's recommendation, he has become the Winterfell Dungeon Lord. The activities of our warriors in Winterfell will be sanctioned and more convenient. Added a new empty update, I will add once I think of it. Chapter 351, Appearance of the Ogres. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Unknown 3, it's no good without a new bug. Sakura Idle Chat, don't think that you're safe because of the NPC status. The Winterfell Dungeon Lord has to become part of an instance dungeon eventually. Green Spinach, predestined third Winterfell crisis. Not daytime, are the ogres not dead yet? Andrew has been killed, so why are they still alive? The response of the gamers was enthusiastic. Brew was surprised when he saw Sherlock's updates and curiously asked, Lord Sherlock, Do you intend to let the gamers from Victoria City participate in this battle? I think that it's a good chance for the two factions to meet. It's a good opportunity to test and do research for future management, Sherlock said directly. This is a good chance. But Lord Sherlock, how do you intend to go about it? First, we have to capture an ogre. Sherlock stood up and chose an old and tattered cloak, then said to Eggface, I'm leaving for a few days to capture an ogre. Take care of the dungeon, Eggface. The eyes of Eggface lit up, and he said, Ah! Lord Sherlock is going out? Remember to wear more clothes, drink more warm water, and take care of your health. Come back early, remember to come back early. Sherlock was about to leave, but he paused and looked at Eggface and the computer, saying, I feel that I have to find some work for you. Ah! Victoria City had occupied half of the designated location. In actual fact, the city only occupied a small spot in the middle of the forest, with the wooden walls constructed at the boundary of the forest. According to tradition, the gamers gave the woods a nice name, Moonlight Forest. Is it because there is moonlight shining on the forest? Sherlock walked in the woods with 3 dazed ogres following behind him. They were ogres that Sherlock brought from the ogre stronghold. It was a simple process, in which Sherlock found the main gate and snuck in. Then, he captured the guards at the gate, which were the 3 ogres. Brew answered Sherlock's question quickly, No, I feel that they want to clear the woods by the end of the month. Is that so? Sherlock pondered for a while, but he didn't intend to probe further. He stood in the woods and surveyed his surroundings. This location is good. I'll set up a few direction indicators. A small black dung beetle was pushing a small ball of feces to the leg of a wooden bed, and next to the bed was a man wearing metal shoes. In the dim room, one could see the deep eye sockets with dark rings on his face, which made him look like a panda. Lancelot sat on the side of the bed and sighed. So tiring. Pom, pom, pom. Hasty door knocks were heard. Lord Lancelot, it's time to get up and work. We're starting work. A commotion was heard outside the door. NPC, come out and work. Why isn't he working? This is cracking me up. In this game, the NPCs have to go to work. Haven't you seen how Simba from Eternal Kingdom threw improved equipment into the furnace and announced improvement failures so that he could leave work on time? Wait, what about the shattering effect? Isn't there a special effect for immediate smelting? Why would I deceive you? The discussion forum members were shocked. That's so funny, ha 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 ha. Lancelot sighed. He thought his job was merely to teach these construction gamers a few combat techniques and how to play war games, but he discovered he was too naive. These citizens weren't construction workers but lunatics. They didn't feel pain and exhaustion while working every day. Besides working, they would look for him to learn combat techniques. Even when they were wounded during training, they didn't request a rest. Instead, they trained harder until their bodies could no longer take the damage, then they changed to a new one. Lancelot witnessed trainees identical to those who had just died appear from the teleport portal, and it wasn't only one incident but many incidents. They seemed to have the ability to revive from death. Their corpses would simply transform into mana and vanish. Lancelot would feel that they were devils with human faces, but when he saw them learning diligently to become sacred knights, he dismissed such thoughts. Devils couldn't possibly learn knowledge from the sacred light. But how did they manage to revive frequently? Perhaps it was what the Grand Priest Baldhead had said, that they were God's chosen ones, and what happened to them were miracles. Lancelot couldn't explain the strange happenings any other way. Pom, pom, pom. The frantic door knocks were heard again. Lancelot wore his full body armor and hung his sword by his waist before walking out. Outside the door, the sun had just appeared above the horizon, and the rays were gentle. In the empty space in front of his house was a group of gamers who were bursting with enthusiasm, waiting there in anticipation of a new class. They were the ones who knocked frantically on his door. Lancelot rubbed his panda eyes and patted his face as he walked towards them. Lancelot was familiar with his work. He didn't teach them advanced fighting techniques and instead taught them basic combat postures, vital parts of the body, dodging, and parrying. These techniques weren't complex, and they could master it within an hour. Whether they practiced and became familiar with the moves would be up to them. Before Lancelot ended the first class, he heard someone shout, "Gosh! An ogre! I saw ogres in the forest." His voice was like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives. Victoria City was bursting with excitement as the gamers quickly gathered and followed that man into the forest to look for the ogres. Lancelot wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Thousands of gamers had gathered and walked towards the woods, with even his trainees joining the fray. Lancelot had no choice but to run to the castle to find Duchess Lilo. Ogres were an underworld race, and the appearance of such a race indicated that the tunnel connecting both worlds was discovered by the ogres. The vile and evil underworld creatures could be assembled there, waiting to charge out. Since Victoria City was the closest to the cave, it wouldn't be spared the calamity. Not just Victoria City, the entire human kingdom could be exterminated. As Lancelot ran to the entrance of the castle, he encountered the three hamsters, who were the assistants and spokesmen of Duchess Lilo. After all, the mysterious Duchess Lilo seldom walked out of her small castle. "What are you doing here, Sir Lancelot? Shouldn't you be following your trainees to fight against the ogres?" Big Boss Hamster walked out and asked with a frown. "They are ogres. The underworld creatures must have discovered the tunnel, and if there are ogres, there will be other vile creatures. I suggest we leave this place immediately and seek help from the Duke of York's castle," Lancelot said gravely. "Asking the human lords for help? I don't think." Second Boss hugged his fat tummy and laughed. Before he finished speaking, he was punched in the stomach by Big Boss, stopping him. "Apologies, Sir Lancelot. Though your suggestion is constructive, our great Duchess Lilo will never abandon her territory and citizens." Though Big Boss spoke righteously, his helium voice diminished the importance. "But..." Lancelot was about to respond, but he was interrupted by Big Boss, who said, "No buts. Sir Lancelot, we're now going to the location of the ogres. We have to fight them instead of fleeing." Big Boss announced this loudly. "Wait, aren't we supposed to eat?" Fat Otaku asked, bewildered. Lancelot was puzzled and asked, "Wait, only 3 ogres? You already knew about them?" "Ah." Big Boss was taken aback, while Second Boss stammered, "Oh, of course not, how could we know beforehand? It's Duchess Lilo. She's a great magician, and her prediction skill is powerful." "Yes, that's right," Big Boss said quickly. "Can we go for our meal?" Fat Otaku looked on in anticipation. Lancelot felt that the 3 hamsters were behaving suspiciously, but the important thing to do was to deal with the ogres. After pondering, he followed the 3 hamsters and ran deeper into the forest. Chapter 352, Hey? Is that customer service? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The rotting leaves were covered with another thick layer of new leaves. A short figure emitted zia, zia sounds and was about to walk forward when someone stopped his advance and gestured nervously. The figure was in a daze and spoke unhappily, D*MNU, if there's a problem. Oh. He didn't manage to complete his sentence before someone covered his mouth and pointed nervously to the clearing ahead, where there were 3 ogres talking loudly. However, they could only hear soft voices since it was a distance away. The gamers of Victoria City couldn't understand the language of the ogres. Lancelot squatted nearby and was feeling chills due to the behavior of the gamers. They had been chatting non-stop since they entered the forest. Lancelot wanted to order them to keep quiet, but it was of no use. Soon, the gamers discovered the whereabouts of the ogres. They said, "Gosh, someone on the forum encountered the ogres and was killed. They're nearby. Find the blood trails, it should be around. For the next hour, they continued chatting. Someone on the forum. The post on the forum. What was discussed on the forum? Forum. Forums, forums, forums. What kind of intelligence organization was the forum? Lancelot didn't know, he only knew that these humans, fairies, and elves knew the movements of the ogres. The gamers moved left and maneuvered right while they chatted non-stop. Then, they surrounded the ogres. Yes, they surrounded their prey. Lancelot had never encountered such a strange siege. The gamers chatted as they walked, and occasionally, they would lay down on the ground and then get up a minute later. After that, they surrounded the three ogres. The gamers didn't intend to remain quiet. A distant person shouted, "We have completed the siege here. Hurry up!" The loud shouting alerted the ogres, who stood up and roared furiously. Though there were many gamers around, Lancelot was nervous, and his palms perspired profusely. He wasn't afraid of battle, but the enemies were 4 to 5 meter tall ogres who only appeared in books or legends as evil creatures. But now, they stood alive in front of him. As an honorable knight, he felt extremely hot-blooded when faced with such vile creatures. Warriors! He raised his sword and shouted to the gamers, "Our enemies are evil underworld creatures, so don't have mercy. Attack them bravely and..." Lancelot didn't finish his sentence as the gamers had already charged out. Some gamers even started shouting. "Gosh, we are having a plot animation here, but the gamers on the opposite side have already started charging. Don't do that. The equipment is mine." Equipment? The mission stated that the ogre's equipment would have to be submitted to Duchess Lilo. AI, it's a pity, but we can't expect too much from the opening plot mission. The horde of gamers flooded towards the three ogres. Lilo gazed at 3 pieces of flesh that were covered with mosaic. If Sherlock had not informed her about the arrangement of the 3 ogres, she wouldn't suspect those things to be ogres. The gamers before Lilo were all quiet and motionless. Even Lancelot could feel the suppression. It felt as though he was being pressed down. Lancelot didn't know that it was Lilo's dominant aura. "Not bad," Lilo said to the gamer. "Prepare for an attack against the ogre fortress." Wait a moment. Duchess Lilo, if we don't prepare well and attack the ogres recklessly, we'll have no chance against them. It was a difficult battle against the 3 ogres. Lancelot was full of injuries. If the gamers hadn't used their bodies as shields, Lancelot would be dead. As a human, his strength was inferior to the evil creatures of the underworld. "I understand, but we will not be afraid, and we will defeat those ogres. That's all, don't say any more." Lilo raised her hand to stop Lancelot from speaking. Then, she returned to the small castle, leaving the 3 hamsters to speak to the gamers. "Prepare for battle. We'll prepare the teleport portal." They then followed Lilo and left. The gamers resumed their chattering while Lancelot was in a daze, recalling the previous events. His eyes lit up as he thought about Grand Priest Baldhead's words, "These people were sent by God. They were representing the light races to destroy the evil of the underworld." A long black tail was wavering on a chair. 2 hind legs that were too short to reach the ground were swinging in the air, while a claw manipulated a mouse and clicked furiously to control a woman holding dual guns on a computer screen. Eggface looked at the screen, speaking from time to time. "Anytime, boss. I'm there. Shake it, baby. Yeah, baby." At this moment, a minimized web page emitted beeping sounds. Eggface mumbled to himself and stopped his computer game, then switched to the web page. A chat window popped out, and on the right side of the chat window were 2 chat names. Dungeon Customer Service 001. The name below was Winter Lord Overseer. "Winter Lord Overseer, is anyone around? Customer service." Eggface took out a piece of paper, which was full of customer service responses. He searched through and copied the relevant parts. Dungeon Customer Service 001, yes, dearest. How can I help you? Winter Lord Overseer, gosh. There's customer service. Are you faking it? Dungeon Customer Service 001, dearest, I am new to the job. How can I help you? Winter Lord Overseer, it's nothing much. I just wanted to check out the customer service. I'm surprised. I tried it out, and it's for real. Will you be annoyed since you're the only representative? Dungeon Customer Service 001, no, dearest, I'm now doing on-the-job training, so I only work 1 hour per day. Winter Lord Overseer, I see. Dungeon Customer Service 001, if there's nothing else, I will end the chat. If there are any problems, look for me again, dearest. 3. Eggface closed the chat window in disdain, but just as he was about to resume his computer game, another series of beeping sounds were heard. Eggface switched to the chat window. It was another person. Dragon Raja number 1, AI? Gosh, customer service. Dungeon Customer Service 001, yes, dearest. How can I help you? Dragon Raja number 1, it's nothing. I didn't manage to defeat the ogres. Is there a new ogre plot? Can you provide some equipment? Dungeon Customer Service 001, dearest, ogres are a high-level race that produces good quality equipment. Please work harder to defeat the ogres and obtain their equipment. Dragon Raja number 1, no, I just said that I can't defeat the ogres. Dungeon Customer Service 001, then go and get better equipment. Dragon Raja number 1, I have to defeat the ogres to obtain good equipment. Dungeon Customer Service 001, then go and defeat the ogres. Dragon Raja number 1, I can't defeat the ogres. Dungeon Customer Service 001, are you fooling me, dearest? I am ending the chat. Please clear your head before coming back. Who was that? Was that intentional? Eggface muttered to himself, feeling that it was impossible to understand. Right as he was about to resume his computer game, the chat window indicated a new chat. Noon, wah. There's customer service. Dungeon Customer Service 001, 3, dearest, how can I help you? Noon, are you a little woman? Dungeon Customer Service 001, please do not ask questions unrelated to the game, dearest. Noon, your reaction indicates that you're a woman. I love you, little woman. Dungeon Customer Service 001, dearest, if you are harassing me, I will end the chat. Noon, miss. Miss. Eggface ended the chat decisively. What was that about? Were they that free? Why were they not playing games? Was chatting fun? Eggface was unable to understand. As he was about to resume his computer game, the beeping sounds were heard. Eggface shut off the computer and pushed the keyboard away. Tears welled up as he walked angrily to the nest at the corner, and he snorted indignantly and cried. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh, oh oh oh. Chapter 353, First Contact. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. ZZZZA. Sherlock opened the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Behind him were moving figures and chatting noises. Once the door was closed, it became quiet again. Sherlock took off his outer coat and cloak. After, magical wind and swirling water appeared from the air and circled the clothes, instantly cleaning the dusty apparel. The room was dark, but Sherlock heard constant breathing sounds. It was Eggface sleeping at the corner. He had a personal nest, but he preferred to sleep here. Was it due to the proximity of his computer? Lord Sherlock, your plan was successful. Eggface has reduced his time playing computer games. Before long, he may not even want to touch the computer. Bruce's voice rang out by Sherlock's ear. I got it. Sherlock nodded as Bruce said, the gamers gave many suggestions regarding problems in the game, and they are concerned about Victoria City having too few plots. Too few plots? What does that mean? Sherlock sat down and accessed the computer. It means that the NPCs aren't enthusiastic, especially Miss Lilo, who seems to be keeping to herself. She is unlike Lord Sherlock, who walks around to check. Miss Lilo is the kind who won't show her face for a few days. Though the three hamsters will shout at the gamers to work hard and go for overtime, it becomes dull after some time, Brew explained. The gamers tried to talk to Miss Lilo regarding this problem, but they were injured. They went to talk with Lilo? About what? Sherlock was taken aback. Brew said, there was no discussion, they were injured. Miss Lilo beat up the gamers who accused her. Though their injuries weren't serious, the chain reactions were severe. What happened? Did the gamers protest and stop working? Did they quit the game? Sherlock accessed the discussion forum and searched for the relevant complaint posts. No, when the gamers discovered that she would beat them up under certain circumstances, they felt excited and curious. They queued up to harass Miss Lilo, and many of them were injured. Sherlock didn't respond. He searched for the relevant posts and read through them. We discovered NPC Lilo's new gameplay. Under certain conditions, she'll beat you up. I saw some gamers being thrown out of the forest. It's so exciting. I brought along my whip. I wonder if Lilo will whip me. It's cool. The game will lose big time if the gamers are allowed to play it for free. I won't say any more. I'm going to the entrance of the castle to shout at Lilo and see if I can trigger a hidden plot. Are you a masochist? Why are you looking for a beating? Why did you not call for me to join you? You are such fools. Continue with your silly ways. This game is so realistic, so there will definitely be a hidden impression rating. All of you harassed Lilo every day, so the impression rating will be negative. She won't talk to you anymore. Though there wasn't much content, most of the gamers continued to play the game. They were focused on the coming battle with the ogres. As both factions would be involved in battling the ogres, the gamers discussed how they were going to beat the opposing faction. Many gamers posted their chatting history with the customer service representative, which was Eggface. There were hundreds of posts. Eggface chatted with that many customers. Sherlock pondered as Brew said, yes, the gamers were enthusiastic about Eggface. Before he reports for work, there will be a long queue on the forum waiting for him. I'm relieved to see so many playmates entertaining Eggface. He will have a memorable childhood, Sherlock said with satisfaction. Oh, it can be interpreted that way, Brew replied awkwardly. This is a challenge. This is definitely a challenge. A strong ogre who was tattooed from his bald head to the rest of his body held a huge axe. He stood in a house decorated with bones and said to the other ogres, those weak creatures thought they could fight against us? They even sent 100 clowns to fool us? We'll not let them off. That's right. We'll not let them off. We won't let them off. The surround ogres started shouting in agitation. Besides that, they attacked us secretly. Our guards at the entrance gate were all killed, and 3 of our ogre heroes were kidnapped. We'll never forget this insult. That's right. We'll never forget this insult. We'll never forget. The ogres shouted angrily. A few ogres walked out towards the tattooed ogre and spoke to him in a whisper. What? They constructed an outpost? They flew an airship over. The tattooed ogre screamed, prepare to set off. An ogre quickly whispered to the tattooed ogre, who was in shock as he said, what? They constructed 2 outposts. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had constructed 2 outposts that were close by, and Lord Sherlock created a rune mana formation at one of the outposts. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were puzzled about why Sherlock created another rune mana formation when there was already one on the airship. When they saw a human walk out of the teleport portal, they understood. D*MN, we have to build a camp for the gamers of Victoria City. A gnome complained as he carried a large rock to create a simple wall around the camp. Previously, we had to draw out the boxes for our stalls. This isn't much, a gamer smiled and said. On a hill opposite them were a few humans carrying rocks to create their wall. In between the camps were various common underworld creatures, such as dire wolves and underground spiders. The main reason for their appearance were the gamers of Victoria City. The gamers of Victoria City were fond of the underworld creatures, thinking that they were monsters in the wild. Brew also assigned the appropriate mission. Mission title: Clearing the base. Mission objective: Kill the monsters wandering outside the camp. Mission objectives: Dire wolves, 0/10. Underground spiders, 0/10. Mission reward, 200 bronze coins. And other similar missions. Most of the gamers performed their missions diligently, but some gamers were more concerned about the gamers from the opposing faction. Arthur, peasant, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair moved warily towards the opposing faction's camp. Though there were many monsters between the two camps, they were no match for the 5 of them. Moreover, the area was large. As long as they remained hidden, they could evade most of the monsters. While Arthur and his companions were moving towards the Victoria City base camp, Victoria City gamers were moving towards the Eternal Kingdom base camp. Both parties met nearer to the Victoria City base camp. Arthur grasped the hilt of his sword and dipped the blade down as Not Wearing Pants attempted to communicate with the human gamers. The rest of the gamers also chatted noisily, but the two factions discovered that they couldn't communicate with each other. One side was using the Underworld Common Language, while the other was using the Surface World Common Language. They couldn't communicate with each other. Though all of them spoke Chinese, they could only speak Chinese during mana incantations. During normal conversation, they were unable to speak Chinese. Since they couldn't communicate with speech, they used words. Not Wearing Pants started writing on the ground. Greetings. I'm not wearing pants. The other party replied, Greetings, Pants Bro. We give our regards to you on behalf of Victoria City. From the look of it, the first contact was rather peaceful. But there were incidents of disharmony. In another part of the wilderness, the gnome called Tgangren from Dragon Raja held a short bow in his hand. Behind him were a few Dragon Raja gamers, and before them was a group of human gamers from the Hoodlum Yoga Association. Their leader was a human called Great Centenarian, who was riding a white horse. The gnome, Tgangren, was coveting Great Centenarian's horse. He focused on the horse rider and pulled the bowstring. With a swoosh sound, the arrow flew towards Great Centenarian. Chapter 354, Honor Points. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The white horse of Great Centenarian fell to the ground. The arrow had penetrated its eye and brain, so it couldn't be saved. The leg of Great Centenarian was crushed underneath the white horse, the bones fractured. However, he couldn't feel any pain since he had adjusted the pain level to 0. He was overwhelmed by sadness as he stared at the dead horse and screamed in hopelessness. Goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men fearlessly charged out, as did the humans, fairies, and elves with their inferior equipment. There were reflections of blades and flashes of swords. Swoosh! Great Centenarian watched his arm fly off. Despite the loss of his arm, he tried his best to slash his sword, the greedy eyes of the gnome before him inflaming his anger. For Victoria City! Great Centenarian screamed in fury as he slashed his great sword, but he was unable to stop a long sword from penetrating his breastplate. The gnome placed his face close to Great Centenarian and spoke hoarsely in the Underworld Common Language. In gnome language, he was saying, Gosh! My horse! Why did I kill it? D*MN. Great Centenarian could only scream at the gnome called Tgangren. Before he could spit at Tgangren, his strength faded, and he lost consciousness. 10 minutes later, there was a post on the forum titled, This is war. I am Great Centenarian, a member of higher management in the Hoodlum Yoga Association Guild. I feel indignant about being ambushed by the scum of Eternal Kingdom. Picture. We are facing the same threat from the ogres, and we should be united, but you killed my horse. You dared to kill my horse. We, the Hoodlum Yoga Association, formally declare war on the Eternal Kingdom faction. We will form a team to kill off all of the darting birds. Wait for your deaths, as well as the deaths of your birds. We'll crush your hound heads. Killing members of the opposite faction will yield equipment. I know this because all of my equipment is gone. I won't say any more, as I am going into the game to rob them of their equipment. Besides the post by Great Centenarian, there were other posts that were highly provocative. The first contact between the two factions was like igniting a barrel of explosives, which ended in a massive explosion. They are a warmongering race. Are they also that aggressive in the other world? Sherlock asked curiously as he looked at the discussion forum that was filled with accusations and declarations of war. In the other world, they have exterminated millions of animals and conducted racial massacres. They have had 2 world wars, and then with 2 explosions, their history became a history of war. They enjoy war, so it's not too far off to describe them as warlike, Brew replied quickly. But most importantly, in this game, they are free from all restraints. Instead of sitting down and negotiating or holding hands merrily, they prefer to hack, kill, and pillage. This kind of brutal game is much more attractive. Sherlock nodded. Yes, from the large number of war-themed computer games, they do seem to like conflict. He then said, let them have more opportunities for entertainment. It will save me some money too. I will provide an avenue, one that is similar to an arena to promote their conflict, a place they can hone their combat skills and entertain themselves at the same time. It's perfect. They can submit any looted equipment to us for rewards since they can't use their enemy's equipment anyway. Then, we'll transport them back to the surface world and put them on sale. Let them construct a fortified outpost before launching an attack on the ogres. The mission will follow the plan that we discussed before, Sherlock ordered. Brew quickly replied, Lord Sherlock, your plan is flawless. Eggface was behind them typing furiously. He was chatting with the gamers who were complaining or giving suggestions. Eggface frowned, deeply focused as he typed on the keyboard. He had been working diligently for the past few days. Sherlock was pleased. He felt he had enriched Eggface's childhood. Lancelot felt that he was going crazy. He had agreed to Duchess Lilo's mission to follow the gamers through the teleport portal to visit the Underworld. He saw legendary strange creatures like dire wolves, underground spiders, the green-skinned goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men. He could even hear the roars of the ogres coming from the large fortress. Lancelot felt that he was insane. Ah, this is miraculous, it's God's gift. Grand Priest Baldhead looked impassioned as he stood before Lancelot. He gazed at Lancelot and said, it's God's will to let them destroy evil. We are counting the days to the end of the devil. Grand Priest Baldhead muttered and prayed before leaving. Lancelot could no longer treat Grand Priest Baldhead like a nutcase. He could no longer rebuke Grand Priest Baldhead's words after witnessing the half-naked humans, fairies, and elves charging at the opposite outpost while screaming things like "Kill Eternal Kingdom," for the equipment, and for the Holy Lord. For the unified quadratic equations. Perhaps it really was God's will. Peasant held a shield and screamed as he charged at the humans. As a houndhead man, his constitution was slightly inferior to humans, but his equipment and rich combat experience gave him an edge. The enemy was a female human armed with a bow and a quiver full of arrows, though she wasn't wearing any armor since she was worried about losing her equipment if she perished. She released an arrow with her eyes closed, making no attempt to aim. Since she was being targeted by one of the famous 5, Peasant, she had to flee immediately. Shooting the arrow was only to slow down Peasant's pace. It was of no use, though, because a gnome assassin covered with grey cloth was laying an ambush behind her. When the female human ran, she saw the moving grey cloth and the green words, Valiant Burning Chest Hair and Pioneer Alliance. Behind her, Peasant was hot on her heels, so she had nowhere to run. She shouted at Burning Chest Hair in the surface world common language, D*MN. Chest Hair, are you trying to crack me up? I'm going to capture a screenshot and post it on the forum. Burning Chest Hair couldn't understand what she was blabbering about. He held his breath, about to execute a series of stealth attacks. He grabbed some dust in his hand as he peered out from two small holes. He noticed she was coming closer and aiming at him, which meant that he had been discovered. Burning Chest Hair tossed his grey cloth while dodging to his left as she released her arrow. That was her blind spot, so she couldn't possibly hit. PFFF. An arrow landed on Burning Chest Hair's chest. The female archer didn't expect to hit the bullseye. The arrow was slanted and off target when she released it, but Burning Chest Hair seemed to have caught the arrow when he rolled. Burning Chest Hair frowned. This female archer wasn't as simple as she looked. Lightning dash, he shouted as he grasped his two daggers and charged at the archer. While she was frantically reloading her bow, Burning Chest Hair threw his grey cloth over and shouted, Blinding move. Burning Chest Hair leaped into the air and elbowed the archer in the chest. Neck twist. He landed on the ground. To prevent her from escaping, he lifted his leg to the height of her knees and said, Leg kick. Then, he rolled on the ground to her exposed side and stabbed at her. Backstabbing. Good. It was his final move. Burning Chest Hair focused his attention, grasping his daggers tightly. He aimed at her kidney and was about to. Swoosh. An arrow penetrated the throat of the female archer, who struggled before collapsing to the ground. Then, her body disintegrated into mana particles before vanishing. What are you doing, Chest Hair? Why the drama? Are there such skills? I haven't heard of them before. An ugly gnome, Sylvanas, who was dressed in a heroic ranger costume, stood on a nearby slope and said to Burning Chest Hair, Your drama is giving me chills. Wah! Vanas! You stole my prize! Burning Chest Hair waved his daggers and protested against Sylvanas. Arthur walked over and checked the short bow and arrows on the ground. Not Wearing Pants glanced at the loot and said, Ah, it's ordinary white equipment. The quality is trash. Victoria City has just started developing. What can you expect for their equipment? Sylvanas put away her short bow. As she walked over, she was befuddled and shouted, Gosh! Honor points. Chapter 355, Tattooed Ogre. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The ogre troops carried various weapons and shouted crude language as they marched past the exit of the fortress. Lychee was a strong ogre who had loved to eat the toughest clay and drink the filthiest water since young. His favorite tidbits were melamine, Sudan red, plasticizer, leanness-enhancing agent, swelling agent, and waste oil. Because he ate well, his body was very strong, especially his right hand. Being single, he had enough time to focus on his combat skills. His right hand wielded heavy weapons, so it was twice as thick as his left hand. The other ogres were envious of his physique. Lychee's eyes were firm, long used to such envious and jealous gazes. While he could depend on his looks to earn a living, he wanted to prove his capability. As the captain of the ogre troops, he was ordered to lead a 500-strong battalion to attack the recently constructed outposts near their fortress. Lychee was full of confidence, having planned in great detail for the battle. He wanted to eat all of his enemies. The reason the ogres didn't go all out against the two outposts was that they were complacent and didn't have a clear strategic goal except to occupy territories and expand rapidly. They wanted more types of underworld creatures for their meals, that was all. Lychee set off towards one of the outposts with his battalion of ogres. All the wild beasts avoided the ogres, fleeing in haste once they smelled their pungent scent. Lychee didn't know and wasn't interested to know when these wild beasts appeared. When he saw a few scattered goblins surrounding a dire wolf warily, he laughed. What were they doing? Was it a joke? How dare they set up an outpost in ogre territory? Were they offering themselves as meals? No, these fellows didn't have much flesh. Lychee laughed hysterically as he recalled how the 100 defectors had disintegrated into mana particles before vanishing. Kill them all! Lychee ordered his ogres. The goblins that were fighting the dire wolf noticed the charging ogres and fled immediately, though they weren't afraid. Instead, they were smiling merrily. When Lychee got close to them, he heard them talking. Oh gosh! My goodness! The monsters are attacking! D*MN. Why are you running so fast? If I can run faster than my friend, I won't have to die. D*MN. Ha 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 ha. Shouldn't we go through thick and thin together? Lychee felt a surge of anger rush into his head. Were they trying to humiliate him? The battalion of 500 ogres attacked the outpost. There were no tall walls to protect the gamers, but their numbers had doubled. Though most goblins didn't have much combat power, it wasn't much of a problem for them to harass the ogres as cannon fodder. Lychee was killing with pleasure. These weak underworld creatures were goblins with poor armor. Even the gnomes with superior equipment couldn't fend off the overwhelming power of the ogres. Soon, Lychee and his battalion met with trouble. Flashes of sacred light illuminated the crowd. A naked goblin wielding a huge hammer was in the lead, his body surrounded by blinding light. That was sacred light. Since when did goblins have sacred light? In front of Lychee, an ogre's head was crushed by the goblin sacred knight, and a bloody mess splattered all over the place. The goblin roared loudly, "For our belief. Technology is the most powerful." Fortunately, this insane goblin sacred knight lost his sacred light after his raving. Lychee lifted his gigantic mace with his thick right arm and crushed the goblin in a second. Another creature held a bladder that was tied to an arrow, and he shut his eyes as he released the arrow. The bladder on the arrow had a fuse that ignited and exploded with a loud booming sound. That insane archer killed himself in the explosion. The outpost became a chaotic mess. Lychee discovered that the ogres were dwindling but that the underworld creatures didn't diminish in numbers. Retreat! Quickly retreat! We're retreating to the fortress! Lychee shouted loudly in an attempt to rally the remaining ogres. He had underestimated the numbers of these weak creatures. They were like fleas that infested the whole area. But it was all right, he had figured them out. When he attacked again, it would be their doomsday. Though Lychee met with a setback, he was still confident. He raised his strong right arm and swept the weak underworld creatures away like he was cleaning trash. That was when, in the distance, he noticed a swirling dust storm. A group of humans, fairies, and elves were charging towards him under the lead of an armored knight. The armored knight was Lancelot, who was excommunicated but firmly believed in a knight's honor. When he discovered the ogres fighting with the evil underworld creatures at the outpost, he understood instinctively that it was the best chance to exterminate the threats. Hence he led the gamers of Victoria City in the attack. For the freedom of humans and the light races. Fight to the last moment. Charge! Lancelot screamed as they rapidly approached the outpost. The Victoria City army joined in the fray like a torrential wave. Kill all of their horses. Weak calves of Dragon Raja, doom is upon you. Arthur is mine. Shirley. Find Shirley. Kill the boss. Silly dude, the commander of Eternal Kingdom's outpost at Sighing Wilderness is Brainiac. Then kill Brainiac. What Sighing Wilderness? Where did you get that name? Wah-ah-ah. Chaotic shoutings pierced the air. In the middle of a room, a fire crackled noisily. A tattooed ogre sat in a chair and broke the armrest with his fist as he shouted, "What?" Lychee's battalion was annihilated, and Lychee died in battle. The other ogres started talking, but the noise stopped when the tattooed ogre gestured for them to keep quiet. The ogre adjutant continued to report, the outpost had greater numbers than we expected. Lychee's battalion was about to retreat when they were trapped by a charging horde of humans, fairies, and elves. They allied with the races of the surface world. The tattooed ogre looked at his adjutant in shock. The adjutant said, "In the group of humans, there's even a grand priest." "What? A grand priest joined them?" "Those gnomes were able to endure the presence of a grand priest," the tattooed ogre shouted in astonishment. "I don't think they are of the same faction, because when they fought with Captain Lychee, they also fought against each other. It was a brutal fight." The tattooed ogre was in deep thought for a long time. Then, he raised his head and asked, bewildered, "There's a rebellion?" "No, Chief, I feel that they don't belong to the same faction." "Yes, Chief, that's a higher possibility," the other ogres agreed and commented. The tattooed ogre nodded and was convinced. He had to consider how to deal with his enemies. While the ogres were talking, they discovered a strong black aura suppressing them to the point that they were unable to breathe. A pair of yellow eyes appeared from the darkness and edged closer. "I thought you had the capability to deal with those troublemakers, but your strength is only so-so." "Who are you?" an ogre walked forward and shouted at the figure in the dark. Another ogre threw a mace directly at him, but it didn't hit him. Instead, the mace crashed into the wall with a loud thud. The tattooed ogre stood up and relaxed his shoulders, revealing powerful muscles. He spoke in a low voice at the threatening dark figure that made him uneasy, saying, "No matter who you are, this is ogre territory. It's my..." Before the tattooed ogre could finish, a dark shadow engulfed him like a tornado, swirling above his head before entering his body through his orifices: eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and even the buttocks. The terrifying scene caused all of the other ogres to back up and shout in fear. The entire body of the tattooed ogre was covered with dark shadows, and his eyes became yellow pupils. He walked 2 steps forward in tandem with the decadent dark attack, and a dung beetle that passed by his toes convulsed and collapsed to the ground. "I am the plague bearer Polio." Chapter 356, Entering the Instance Dungeon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn crept behind a hill slope, followed by several humans with poor quality equipment. "Did you see the dire wolf ahead?" Dragonborn turned his body and asked the members of the For That Night with Sherlock Guild who were behind him. Dragonborn was referring to a dire wolf that was sniffing around behind the slope. Those human gamers nodded. "You will only need 2 gamers with weapon level 1 to deal with such a creature. First of all, you'll need a shield." Dragonborn raised his shield and said, "Remember, it doesn't matter what weapons you're using or whether you're using mana skills, always bring a shield to absorb damage." Dragonborn grasped his short sword tightly and said, "Attract the attack of the dire wolf using your shield, then counterattack. Don't be greedy for damage. We don't have healing potions, so if you're bitten, you'll have to kill yourself to revive. Don't be greedy for damage." Dragonborn reminded them many times and said, "The defense of the dire wolf is poor, unlike the underground spider, and normal weapons will deal fatal blows since its body is full of vulnerabilities. Let me demonstrate." Dragonborn stood up and moved slowly towards the dire wolf. It noticed him and gave off a low, threatening growl before charging towards him viciously. Dragonborn raised his shield to fend off its brainless attack. While the dire wolf was recovering from its attack, he thrust his sword forward. The sword penetrated deeply into the dire wolf, and Dragonborn lifted his weapon, flipping the dire wolf to the ground. After convulsing and moaning for a short while, the dire wolf became motionless. It was dead. "Awesome, awesome." The entire process was smooth and slick. "This game is really hardcore, it's awesome." While the gamers of Victoria City were chatting, on the other side of the slope, a group of gnomes was charging over. A gamer detected the gnomes and alerted the rest, who panicked and fled towards their outpost. Dragonborn also fled, not even having the chance to bring along his loot. Before long, they arrived at the Victoria outpost. The gnomes had no intention to pursue any further, as they would be killing themselves and giving up their equipment. Similar incidents occurred throughout the wilderness. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom gained the upper hand due to their superior equipment and combat experience. While the ogres in Eternal Kingdom were engaged in a chaotic battle, Lancelot led the gamers of Victoria City to attack. They were annihilated. The gamers of Victoria City had to risk their lives to carry Lancelot back safely. Within a short period of time, the gamers of Victoria City were unable to compete with the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. They had to develop their combat power while avoiding conflict. Fortunately, the Underworld monsters were closer to the Victoria outpost, and the gamers of Eternal Kingdom had to fight the monsters at the entrance of the Victoria outpost. Therefore, if there was a conflict between the two factions, based on the advantage of a closer revival point, the gamers of Victoria City had an advantage. Even if they couldn't win the fight, they could flee to their outpost. "It's pathetic, we're being beaten by those green-skinned creatures," Takia Spirit said angrily, patting his thigh while the gnomes retreated. "It's only temporary. According to experiments by many gamers, based on the attributes of the races, the humans, fairies, and elves of Victoria City are better than the goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. The inferior elves have greater mana affinity and capacity than the houndhead men. Some gamers tried out the wind-related mana skills and found that fairies are able to release twice the number of spells as the houndhead men. Sealhead Ling Chong chose the beautiful elf race and equipped himself with a shield, bow, and an axe. He only managed to kill friendlies with his bow instead of monsters. Even with Bru's aiming assistance, the situation didn't improve. Wait, where did you get the statistics? Takia Spirit asked in surprise. From the discussion forum. There are many related experiments in the discussion forum. If you do a search, you'll find them. Takia Spirit lay down to rest. He was going to the discussion forum to study the strategy guides. Dragonborn wasn't bothered by the statistics, he had to make use of the time to train other guild members into competent fighters. In the captain's cabin of the airship, which was moored at the Eternal Kingdom outpost outside the Ogre Fortress, a bed was placed in the middle of the cabin. Sherlock looked tired as he lay on the bed, only covered with a thin blanket. "Lord Sherlock, your plan is effective. The death toll of Eternal Kingdom's gamers has breached 100,000. Pardon my frankness, but I'm worried about your health." Bru's voice rang by Sherlock's ear. "Don't worry. If it's more than 100,000, I'll have 2 million magic stones in my account. I can still work." Sherlock sat up and pondered before saying, "If there are too many deaths, Nicholas may not have the money to pay. I'll have to consider long-term gains. Assign the mission, Bru. Game time is over, it's time to work. We'll follow our chosen plot. I'll send a letter to Lilo." "Yes, Lord Sherlock." Sherlock sent a burning letter to Lilo before he walked out of the airship and proceeded to the Eternal Kingdom outpost. Whether the gamers were at Eternal Kingdom, outside the Ogre Fortress, or in Winterfell, they received the same mission. Mission title: Attack the Ogre Fortress. Mission description: We have completed our preparation. Prepare to attack the Ogre Fortress. Assemble at the Eternal Kingdom outpost with Sherlock before the final invasion. Mission objective: Follow Lord Sherlock and invade the Ogre Fortress. Eliminate the Ogre threat. Mission reward: Ogre's equipment, based on capability. The gamers of Victoria City received the same mission, but they would assemble with Duchess Lilo. The gamers assembled at their respective outposts. When Sherlock arrived at the assembly area, there were thousands of gamers. "Warriors of Eternal Kingdom!" Sherlock shouted loudly. "The Ogre Fortress is right before us. The battle will be fraught with danger, but we won't cower. We will die today, but our spirit will be remembered by all underworld creatures. Warriors, let's set off." The airship slowly rose up while Yoda gave a thumbs up to Sherlock. There were tens of mana engineering apprentices on board the airship, all of whom were familiar with its operation. The gamers cheered wildly when the airship flew up, but before the cheering ended, the airship wavered violently and emitted rumbling noises. Immediately after, it crashed. Boom! The bow of the airship collided with the ground, landing on its side and creating a large cloud of dust and sand. It was fortunate there were no explosions, but the airship couldn't fly anymore. Sherlock looked back at the airship and then gazed at the ogre fortress. Frowning, he said, "It seems that the enemy has attacked us first. Warriors, we are unable to obtain support from the Eternal Kingdom's air force. Follow me, we have to take down the ogre fortress." Sherlock shouted loudly, and the chattering gamers charged towards the ogre fortress. Many gamers went ahead of Sherlock to clear the monsters and scout for ogres. "Lord Sherlock," Bruce said to Sherlock with concern, "it was a large area of mana negation that disabled the airship's core. Is there such a powerful entity inside the ogre fortress?" "Previously, no, but now there is." "How's Yoda?" Sherlock was composed. It was as though he was already mentally prepared. "Brainiac and the gamers have rescued Yoda, and Brainiac is now healing him. From his injuries, it's not dangerous," Brew replied quickly. That's good." Sherlock nodded and looked at the Victoria outpost to his side. They had also set off towards the ogre fortress. Chapter 357, Plague Bearer Polio. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Victoria City army assembled within half an hour. At that time, Duchess Lilo started the plot, saying, "Occupy the ogre fortress. Set off." It was a short plot animation like before. "Wait a moment, Duchess. The Underworld troops are advancing towards the ogre fortress. I even saw a superior devil. Though the citizens of Victoria City can revive miraculously, they can't defeat the army of the devil. We should let the Underworld army and the ogres weaken each other before we attack. If we go now, we'll meet our doom." Lancelot was covered in injuries, but he endured the pain and tried to stop Duchess Lilo's order. "The main objective is to destroy the ogres. Let's set off." Lilo abandoned Lancelot and led the gamers towards the ogre fortress. The gamers comforted Lancelot and said, "Don't worry, the dogs of Eternal Kingdom can't defeat Duchess Lilo. She killed Samael with one blow while Shirley fought with him for half a day. Our leader is a powerful figure. Yes, if we attack the ogre fortress together, they won't allow a faction war. Perhaps, Eternal Kingdom's army will stop us from interfering. I'm worried. What if Eternal Kingdom's army charges at us? Are you mentally ill? Why are you comforting the NPC?" Lancelot looked in a daze at these chatting gamers. They seemed to know some inside information. Were those underworld creatures from Eternal Kingdom? Was that the name of a dungeon? Duchess Lilo killed Samael? Was she hiding her actual identity as an angel? The information was overwhelming. Dragonborn led his guild members and travelled in the middle of the Victoria contingent, which marched in a disorderly manner. Some gamers hopped and jumped around, while a few gamers went forward to scout. There were those who fell behind while they chatted as well. What mattered was that they arrived at the ogre fortress. The Eternal Kingdom and Victoria contingents marched towards the ogre fortress from two outposts. During the journey, they didn't encounter any enemy attacks. There were no ogres on the fortress walls, and the entire fortress was dead quiet. "What's up? Didn't the system load properly?" Takia Spirit stood at the base of the tall walls while other gamers shouted loudly. "Ogres! Come and meet your doom! We're here, ogres! Open the gate! Open the gate! Open the gate!" Lousy game producers! There were no responses from within the ogre fortress. As the gamers used various weapons to knock on the walls, Lilo also walked to the wall. A pike with a helix shaft appeared in her hand, and she thrust it into the wall and cut out a huge hole with a loud explosion. "Go in," Lilo ordered. "Charge! Look for Shirley. The tramps of Eternal Kingdom have entered." Gosh, the plot animation was too short. Wah-ah-ah. The gamers shouted as they charged through the crevice. Lilo stood her ground while the three hamsters beside her sniffed the air uneasily. Big Boss frowned and said to Lilo, "My lady, the scent in the air is evil. Something's not right." Second Boss nodded and said, "The mana in the air is different. This is a mana negation area." Sherlock's airship crashed because the airship core was disabled when it entered the mana negation area. The enemy must be wary of the magic cannons on the airship, Big Boss speculated. The food inside is bad. Fat Otako shook his head firmly and said, "But I'm greedy for food." Lilo hugged her arms and pondered before saying, "The mana negation area is child's play and won't have any effect on Sherlock and me. Our lady is invincible." Immediately after Big Boss shouted excitedly, there was a series of bellows from the ogre fortress. It sounded like wild beasts were being released from a cage. Sherlock stood in front of the Grand Ogre Fortress, listening to the bellows. The gamers beside Sherlock were given a fright, but many courageous gamers dashed inside enthusiastically. The main gate of the Ogre Fortress was opened. Inside, there were no defenses, and it looked empty. The gamers entered unhindered and followed Sherlock into its depths. The paths in the Ogre Fortress weren't complex since it was previously used as a Winterfell border fortress. Because of that, the interior couldn't be made into a labyrinth. After walking down a long corridor, Sherlock led the gamers to the deepest part of the Ogre Fortress, where a throne was located. On the throne was a bald and tattooed ogre whose eyes were emitting yellow light. He was alone. "I was exiled for 1,000 years and imprisoned for another 1,000 years. I regained my freedom, and you dare to intrude into my territory. You're seeking doom." The bald and tattooed ogre leaped high up and smashed his mace on the ground, the impact creating a tremor in the hall. "You can't stop me. The entire sighing wilderness will become the ogre's breeding ground. Ogres will rule the world." With the shout of the bald and tattooed ogre, the eyes of every ogre glimmered with yellow light as they surrounded the gamers. "Warriors, resist those ogres. I'll deal with their leader." Sherlock shouted and charged towards the bald and tattooed ogre, who fled through a small door by the side. Only the gamers were left in the ogre fortress to fight with the ogres. Sherlock pursued the tattooed ogre closely until the ogre escaped into one of the rooms. Sherlock rushed to the entrance of the room. When he saw how dark it was, he proceeded slowly into the room. A pair of shiny eyes fixed their gaze on Sherlock, and the master of the eyes asked him, "Lord Sherlock, what drink would you like?" "Bloody chrysanthemum tea." A fat hamster asked him this as he brewed a cup of tea. "I'll have a cup of tea." Sherlock walked into the room and sat down. Another hamster lit up a lamp to illuminate the room. The bald and tattooed ogre that fled just now was inside the room, as was a young lady who sat on a sofa. She was fallen angel Lilo. Behind Lilo was a fat hamster who stared at the ogre and salivated until his chest hair was wet. "Sherlock, I feel that before you drink your tea, you should explain the situation." Lilo looked at Sherlock and asked, "Why are these ogres controlled by you? Didn't we agree to make this a troops training ground?" "Ah, I have to explain from a jailbreak incident." Sherlock sat down, and Big Boss passed the brewed bloody chrysanthemum tea to him. Sherlock sipped the tea and said, "Polio escaped from Bangkasia." "That's right, he's the ogre right in front of you. Or I should say he controlled this ogre." "Is Polio the 69th devil god of Michelangelo's 72 devil gods? The plague bearer?" Lilo looked at the ogre, who stood at the side. She frowned and asked, "Aren't the 72 devil gods of Michelangelo superior devils? Since when did they become ogres?" "Miss Fallen Angel, please don't be mistaken, I'm not a filthy ogre. It's merely a mental control technique," the ogre said in a hoarse voice. "Where is your body?" Lilo asked. "Polio doesn't have a physical body," Sherlock said. "He can exist in any form. Previously, he was in charge of intelligence gathering, infiltration, subversion, and conducting Trojan horse operations. So, you're the great devil Michelangelo and not the devil Sherlock that studied with me for 90 years. Lilo frowned and looked at Sherlock. No, I can explain. Sherlock made a hand gesture to the ogre Polio. The ogre leader collapsed to the ground, then a black weapon seeped out from the cracks in the room. I just became Michelangelo recently. Do you remember that I obtained Michelangelo's metal chest? I opened it and obtained all of Michelangelo's relics. Now, I am like the boss of Michelangelo's 72 devil gods. Sherlock explained briefly and said, after I came to know of Polio's jailbreak, I started planning for all of the events at the Ogre Fortress. As one of the 72 devil gods, he would definitely look for me. How could I miss such an opportunity? What opportunity? Invasion of the Heavenly Kingdom. Lilo asked in anticipation. No, I can earn more magic stones and set up a new instance dungeon, Sherlock said with a smile. Chapter 358, Plot of Ogre Fortress. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wait, you said that you obtained Michelangelo's relics and that one of the 72 devil gods, Polio, looked for you, but you only want to use the chance to make magic stones. Lilo's tone was raised higher. Don't be mistaken, I'm not only thinking of making money. It's not a good time to let Polio show himself since he has just escaped from prison. Besides, even though he treats me like his master, Michelangelo, I'm not really his master. Polio is a dangerous creature, so before we figure him out and learn to control him completely, it's better to put him here to train the soldiers, Sherlock said seriously. It didn't seem like he was lying. If he didn't have a physical body, how was he imprisoned? Lilo hit the nail on the head, but Sherlock quickly replied, mana skills are developing at a rapid pace. Even souls can be pulled back from the spirit world and placed into corpses. What does he mean by being imprisoned for 1,000 years and seeking doom? Oh, that was Polio's story. The citizens like this kind of story. As you know, adventure, plot, and saving the world. A group of self-centered humans who are just training will develop fatigue. If a plot is included, the entertainment value will be doubled. I'm trying to improve their training efficiency. Lilo nodded at Sherlock's explanation and said, if that's the case, carry out your plan. I'm going back to rest. Lilo stood up, looking tired as she said, if you let them die so frequently, it's not good for the health. Let's go, Big Boss, Second Boss, Fat Otaku. Lilo left the room, and Big Boss and Second Boss followed behind as they dragged Fat Otaku, who was salivating while looking at the ogre. After Lilo and the hamsters left, the bald and tattooed ogre stood up again, saying in a low voice, Master. Let's go through the subsequent plot. Sherlock looked at the ogre and said. Dragonborn led his guild members deeper into the ogre fortress. There were other Victoria City gamers around them. After the gamers entered the ogre fortress, they lost contact with Lilo and the three hamsters, though none of the gamers saw the plot animation that made them lose contact. A group of ogres rushed out, their eyes shimmering with yellow light as they shouted and swung their weapons menacingly. The Victoria City gamers retreated. Though they had casualties, it wasn't serious. The ogres seemed to be herding them towards a location rather than attacking them. Dragonborn discovered that it was all because of the plot. When Dragonborn and the gamers retreated to a great hall, they saw a group of green-skinned creatures being herded here. They spoke in the Underworld common language. Gosh! Why are the silly dudes of Victoria City here? What should we do? Should we attack the ogres or kill the Victorians? Of course we kill the Victorians. The ogres can rot slowly, but the Victorian dogs have to die. Why? The gamers of Victoria City couldn't understand the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and vice versa. The Victoria City gamers spoke in the surface world common language. Gosh! It's Arthur. I saw Arthur. We're done for. We were having fun challenging the instance dungeon, so why did it become a faction war? Perhaps it's a plot requirement. Don't panic, they don't have health bars. Wah-ya. The two factions clashed together. Their names were read, but they couldn't attack each other as there were no health bars. Though the gamers were agitated by the opposing faction, they were all surrounded. It looked like they would be killed unless there was a redeeming plot. The ogres stopped their attacks, and Sherlock was covered in blood as he fought his way through them. The gamers weren't sure if Sherlock was injured, but his cloak was badly tattered. The gamers were very excited to see him. Sherlock, you can't escape this time. Compared to Sherlock's pathetic appearance, the bald and tattooed ogre looked pristine. Though the gamers would like to kill the ogre leader, they were restrained. The gamers of both factions had entered plot animation mode. Your plan will never succeed. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City will stop you. And I, Sherlock inhaled deeply, and his mana built up rapidly as he said, will use all of my power to stop you. Sherlock said to the gamers behind him, warriors, take this opportunity to escape, and don't sacrifice yourselves for nothing. As long as we're alive, we'll have a chance for revenge. It was obvious that the story had become a great escape. Though there were many gamers, the revival point was quite a distance away. On top of that, the combat power of the gamers was far inferior to the ogres. After all, even the elite gamers had only trained for a few months. Their lack of combat power made it easy for the ogres to herd the gamers in a certain direction. Sherlock led the way for the gamers, who had no choice but to follow him. When the gamers deviated from the path, they were cut down by the surrounding ogres, who were coming in endless hordes. The bald and tattooed ogre was at the side, commanding them. Suppress them. Don't let them escape. Kill all of them. Sherlock, you deserve to die. You can't escape today. The ogre leader merely shouted without doing anything like a big boss. Sherlock led the gamers to the exit of the ogre fortress. After pushing back several waves of ogres, he finally led the gamers to the outside of the ogre fortress. Just when they were about to flee, the bald and tattooed ogre blocked their path. Your luck has run out, Sherlock. I will personally cut you into pieces, the tattooed ogre shouted in malice. Evil Polio. You will never succeed. I'll stop you. The warriors will stop you. Sherlock shouted, and blinding light erupted from his body. He charged towards Polio, who manifested a great deal of mana and smashed his mace at Sherlock. Opposing mana collided and gave off a huge explosion and other mystical lighting effects. There were explosions everywhere, leaving the gamers gaping in shock. They wanted to help Sherlock, but they had already entered plot animation mode. In this battle, Sherlock finally gained the upper hand. In the final explosion, Polio's body was covered in a bloody mosaic. He panted as he backed up while holding his mace, then said to Sherlock, Sherlock, you can't win. I'll definitely kill you next time. Polio and the surrounding ogres retreated like a receding wave. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City were bewildered. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom, the crisis is larger than I thought. The Void Army is supporting the ogres, and the source of the threat is getting closer. We have to make proper plans. Return to our outpost, I'll wait for you there. And gamers of Victoria City. Your Duchess was almost killed by polio and should have returned to Victoria City. Though we are of different factions, we have a common goal, to defeat the ogres and the Void Army. I have no power to ask you to fight. Go back to your Duchess, she will make the final decision. Sherlock walked slowly back to the Eternal Kingdom outpost. The plot ended, and the gamers of the two factions looked at each other. Some gamers tried to return to the Ogre Fortress, but they couldn't. A notice appeared before them: the Ogre Fortress will be opened soon. Please refer to the official discussion forum. There was going to be a new battle campaign scenario at the Ogre Fortress. There could even be an instance dungeon. Since it was closed, there was no way to explore it. Each faction would have their own plots. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had to return to their outpost and find Sherlock to continue the plot, while the gamers of Victoria City had to find Duchess Lilo to continue the plot. The two factions discovered that they could attack each other after leaving the boundary of the Ogre Fortress. In the wilderness, a large-scale faction war erupted. Chapter 359, Ogre's Version Preparation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the gamers experienced the opening plot at the Ogre Fortress, they followed the plot notice and returned back to their outposts. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom received the subsequent mission. Mission title, Start of the Ogre War. Mission description, the ogres rallied under the banner of Polio and had the dark power of the Void Army. Our all-out attack on the ogres was thwarted, but we will not give up. There is hope in the world. Be strong, warriors. Mission objectives. Excavate in the dungeon, 0/60 minutes. Submit organic materials, 0/10. Additional objectives. Submit war materials, magic stones, 0/10, can submit repeatedly. The gamers didn't know and dared not ask why they had to submit magic stones for the mission. Fortunately, it was only an additional objective and not a compulsory objective. Only extremely rich gamers could perform this objective, like Arthur. A table was placed at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall, an egg face sat behind it. He wrote in a large book and said, submission of 10 magic stones. Are you Arthur? Let me register your name. You have a reward, your opinion points are increased by 10. Wait a moment, what is the meaning of opinion points? Not Wearing Pants, who accompanied Arthur, asked curiously. That's my favorable opinion of you. I'll remember your name, chat with you more, and help you become a Houndhead man, Eggface said as he deposited the magic stones into a magic stone card designated by Sherlock. Yes, what's your name? I forgot. Eggface looked at Not Wearing Pants. I didn't submit the magic stones, it was him. Not Wearing Pants pointed at Arthur, who said without emotion, Arthur. I'm Arthur. Oh, Arthur. Thank you for the magic stones. You may go now. Next. Eggface muttered, all of the gnomes look the same. I have no choice. Arthur, Arthur, why is it such a sissy name? Not Wearing Pants was angry, but what could he do? He could only create a post on the official website to protest and file a complaint with customer service. However, Black Dragon was the only customer service representative, and there was only an hour of work time. The gamers would take note of the time and harass the customer service representative. Not Wearing Pants wasn't sure if he would have the chance to complain, but he was going to try anyway. Before that, they had to complete their mission. The chain mission was a series of continuous missions that involved the accumulation of materials, working at the Winterfell factory for 2 hours, excavating the dungeon, logging trees, and mining and transporting ores and other materials to the crossroad of the surface world exit. Basically, it was to repeat the daily mission, followed by the weekly mission. The gamers worked diligently to complete the mission so that they could explore the Ogre Fortress and unlock the Ogre's plot. It was quite similar over at Victoria. The only difference was that they didn't have to submit magic stones. Even if they were required to submit magic stones, they couldn't afford them. Sherlock wasn't idle, and he didn't play computer games. He was creating the instance dungeon entrance. Lord Sherlock, have you been playing World of Warcraft too much? Why are you copying the design of World of Warcraft? Brew asked as he gazed at an instance dungeon entrance that had a swirling vortex. No, how can I be copying it? I'm merely using it as a reference. World of Warcraft isn't the only game to have this instance dungeon entrance design. Online Swordsman 3, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Nest all have similar designs. I researched numerous online games before coming out with the detailed plan of the Ogre's plot. Sherlock looked at the constructed door, the swirling vortex, and the mana special effects in the middle of the door. They were provided by his good friend Professor Bacon. Lord Sherlock. A skeleton walked towards Sherlock. It was Professor Bacon. He said, "We completed your request and installed 200 teleport portals at the main gate of the fortress and at the part of the fortress wall that has a crevice." Lord Sherlock, why are you installing these items at the fortress? Ah, I noticed that the design of the teleport portal at Spectre College is very good. I intend to set up a new entertainment outlet and use it. Thank you for your help. Yes, the price is... Professor Bacon quickly said, "What price? You've helped Spectre College so much. The graduation rate for the Level A examination is 100%, and everyone is singing the praises of the graduates, as the current graduates are of higher quality from the previous graduates. Spectre College gained in terms of both reputation and profit. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to find so many combatants in these peaceful times. We should be thanking Lord Sherlock. So, just take these dual teleport portals as tokens of appreciation from Spectre College. Please accept our tiny gesture." I feel very guilty, Professor Bacon," Sherlock sighed and looked at Professor Bacon. He then nodded and said, "Okay, since Professor Bacon is so insistent, I shall accept graciously. Lord Sherlock, during the 2 days of construction, I discovered something that made me uneasy." Professor Bacon looked worried as he stared at the distant humans, fairies, and elves and said, "Have you opened up the tunnel that connects to the surface world? The surface world is full of evil and decadent creatures. It gives me chills just thinking about it. Lord Sherlock, you have to be careful." "Ah, don't worry. These surface world creatures are different. They aren't the decadent kind. Do you remember that I mentioned expanding our collaboration? These surface world creatures were summoned by me, so we don't have to worry about their death compensation. But considering the costs required to deceive them into coming to the underworld, I have to charge a little," Sherlock said to Professor Bacon. "I see. Since Lord Sherlock has made plans, I won't have to worry. Don't you require some special effects? Many of our graduates are good at aesthetics. It's not necessary. I have received a great deal from Spectre College, and if I impose on you further, I'll feel bad. I'll take care of the rest," Sherlock said earnestly. "Okay, if you insist, I won't say much. As for using the surface world creatures as combatants, I will inform you once the school comes to a decision. Don't worry, it'll be all right. I'll have to impose on Professor Bacon. Let's go, Lord Sherlock, let me show you the progress of the construction." After the inspection, Professor Bacon left with the Spectre College staff. The gamers watched from afar. Due to the restraint imposed by Sherlock, they were unable to get close. The main gate was to be used by the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to enter the Ogre Fortress. As for the crevice made by Lilo, it would be the entrance for the gamers of Victoria City. Once the infrastructure was completed, the remaining task was the software portion. Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom and started editing new content. Announcement of version 0.33 update. Chapter 360, version 0.33 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Winterfell Garrison Guard main hall, Garrison Guard Captain Cherry was pacing in his office. Recently, there were fewer crimes in Winterfell because there were fewer citizens of Eternal Kingdom present. According to news, those creatures were at the border fighting the ogres. Cherry was befuddled. In his eyes, those creatures with green words above their heads were criminals. But now, they were the first in line to protect Winterfell, and it wasn't the first time they protected it. Cherry was sighing, regretting his misunderstanding of the citizens of Eternal Kingdom when he heard a knock at the door. "Please enter," Cherry said. The door opened, and a gnome walked in. Cherry was taken aback at the sight of the gnome. He stood up excitedly and walked forward as he asked, "Bond? Why are you here?" Didn't you leave Winterfell a few years ago? Bond shook his head. He shut and locked the door before surveying the surroundings warily. He then took out a strange device and activated it. The device emitted beeping sounds. After checking his device, he put it away and sat down with a grave expression. No, I didn't leave. In fact, I joined the Winterfell intelligence unit. Bond said in a low voice, it was top secret, so I didn't tell you. Instead, I told you that I was leaving Winterfell. Apologies, old friend. I see. Cherry nodded and sighed before asking, have you retired? We don't have the concept of retirement. I'm not here to catch up with you, Cherry. Bond said solemnly, today, I need your assistance in a mission. I can't use the resources in the intelligence unit or the name of the dungeon. The only capable candidate who is an outsider and can handle this matter is you. Cherry became nervous since it seemed that Bond was going to give him an important mission. This is a mission assigned directly by the Merchant Alliance's higher management, one that bypasses Dungeon Lord Nicholas, Bond said. Visit the location occupied by the ogres and investigate Eternal Kingdom. On the official discussion forum, the gamers discovered a new monster card and a new background story. Monster name, Ogre. Monster introduction, the ogre is one of the ancient races of the underworld with high intelligence, and a small portion of them have natural mana affinity. They will voluntarily fight against most creatures and live together in tribes that are extremely competitive. Their food source is intelligent creatures. As such, they are a widely hated race. If you encounter an ogre alone, there is no chance of escape. Please fight bravely and die as a hero. Level, 10 to 15. Possible loot, magic stones, ogre equipment, and other inventory. Note, most pieces of ogre equipment can be reforged at the blacksmith shop. Besides the ogres, there were other wandering beasts in the sighing wilderness. The bestiary was updated, and everyone was shocked by the rapid updates. Firstly, there was customer service for them to vent their frustration. Was the game going to be officially released now that the updates were so frequent? Next were the details of the updates. Ogres are one of the most ancient underworld races. Unlike the other peace-loving underworld creatures, they are born to kill. 100,000 years ago, the ogres were the most loyal force of the Void Army. After we defeated the Void Army, these ogres started rising up. Now that the ancient gods are getting restless, the ogres have appeared in the world again. Under the leadership of Polio, the ogres have increased in number over time. The attacks of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom ended in failure. The ogres are almost unstoppable. The world is falling into darkness. The developer's words, dearest gamers, greetings. I'm the developer, Shirley. Dungeon is going to the second game version, Ogre. In this second version, the gamers will compete with the evil ogres for the territory of the Sighing Wilderness. Your outposts may not be safe, as the ogres may launch attacks on them when the odds are favorable. In this version, we have allowed faction war gameplay and created new content, honor points. We will set up a faction logistics officer in each faction. You may use the honor points to purchase various items. You can learn more through personal exploration. Dungeon was released for beta testing half a year ago and was widely supported. I would like to thank everyone. We know that we're lacking in certain areas, and will obtain everyone's feedback with humility. Please don't worry. Please take a look at the updated content. I wish everyone a good gaming experience. Version 0.33 Update Log, New Game Material Dungeon, Ogre. We added a new scene, the Sighing Wilderness, located at the Winterfell border area. It was named the Sighing Wilderness by the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. It used to be a peaceful area, but after the appearance of the Ogre Fortress, various evil underworld creatures like dire wolves and underground spiders started appearing there. Added a new character, Ogre Leader Polio. The powerful Polio and the ogres have occupied the Ogre Fortress. They were powerful enough to defeat Duchess Lilo and Lord Sherlock. If polio occupies the entire sighing wilderness, the world will be destroyed. Added a new 5-member instance dungeon, the Ogre Fortress. The sturdy fortress used to be a Winterfell stronghold, but now it's an evil nest. Polio occupied the fortress and wants to make it a breeding ground for the ogres. We cannot allow the ogres to do what they want. We have to attack. The conditions for challenging the instance dungeon. 1. Complete the prerequisite mission beginning of Ogre Fortress. 2. Eternal Kingdom / Victoria City Reputation level 8. 3. Close Combat Weapon level 6. 4. Completed the mission Lord Sherlock / Duchess Lilo's Affirmation, submission of 10 magic stones or 100 silver coins. 5. Random mission, I will add when I think of it. Added new exchange points, honor points. After killing gamers from the opposing faction, you will receive honor points, which can be used to purchase items or equipment. Added new equipment exchange system, opposing faction equipment exchange. After killing gamers from the opposing faction, you may obtain their equipment. Do not reforge the equipment. Instead, submit it to your faction logistics officer and obtain honor points based on the quality of the equipment. The gamers who lost their equipment due to faction conflict can redeem their equipment from the faction logistics officer using reputation points. Added a new Eternal Kingdom logistics officer, Black Dragon Eggface. Eggface will be the acting logistics officer. Added new Victoria City logistics officer, Big Boss Hamster. Big Boss of the 3 hamsters will be the acting logistics officer. Added a new bug, equipment damage. During faction conflicts, the equipment of the gamers may be damaged. If your equipment is damaged, you will have to repair it. Equipment can be damaged beyond repair. I will add a wild card. I will add it when I think of it. Chapter 361, Winterfell Agent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Meeting you at the deep end of my life, this world is almost destroyed numerous times. Smiling Nangong, equipment is fleeting. We want the faction rides. There is a huge handsome black horse in Victoria City. This is interesting, playing with a bug, you are more powerful than Ubisoft. Yams_Sky, my equipment was damaged yesterday, and you're telling me that it's a bug. Sherlock felt that the gamers were very happy with the new updates. What could the honor points be exchanged for? Sherlock was creating the list. 1 unit of spider leg, 100 honor points. 1 unit of spider meat, 100 honor points. Eternal Kingdom standard equipment, ordinary white equipment 1000 honor points. Lord Sherlock. While Sherlock was carefully creating the exchange list, Bruce spoke beside Sherlock's ear. Are the points not too high? Too high? I think it's reasonable. They are items to be exchanged for. If I lower the points, I fear I may go bankrupt, Sherlock said solemnly. With Lord Sherlock's wealth, it's not easy for you to go bankrupt. If you set the level too high, your body may not be able to take it, Bruce said with concern. If you put spider meat and spider legs onto the list, it won't be good for Lilo and your health. I'm starting to understand. Sherlock nodded. As for equipment, it can be purchased with coins and honor points. Like the Eternal Kingdom standard equipment, it can be purchased for 100 honor points and 3 silver coins. I'm suggesting creating classy equipment as a reward. The name can sound very cool. For example, Brew pondered for a while and said, Great Martial Equipment Set. The name itself sounds cool. I understand, your suggestion is good. Sherlock nodded and started making amendments. In the Dungeon Lord main hall, besides Sherlock, Eggface was also working diligently. Many gamers were queuing up to harass him, so Eggface was feeling indignant and typing furiously on his keyboard. In order to play computer games, no matter how harassed Eggface felt, he wouldn't say or do anything that was out of line. Eggface replied to those gamers patiently. Dungeon Customer Service Eggface, dearest, we told you that there are no hidden missions. The one who knocked you out is non-existent. Cool breeze buttocks, but I was really knocked unconscious by an NPC. Take a look. I even took a screenshot. That is the creature that knocked me out and searched my body. All of my food was stolen. Are NPCs allowed to rob gamers? Is that a bug? Dungeon Customer Service Eggface, dearest, are you sure that you were robbed after you were knocked out and that you didn't just eat the food yourself? Cool breeze buttocks, of course I didn't. Did I not send you the screenshots? Take a look. I was robbed by an NPC. As Eggface was about to reply to Cool breeze buttocks, Sherlock moved behind him and examined the screenshot. There was a strong orc wearing a black costume. At this time, Cool breeze buttocks sent another message. Cool breeze buttocks, I asked around on the discussion forum. That is Winterfell Garrison Guard Captain Cherry. He was the one who rewarded us with money. Eggface gave a standard formal reply, and Sherlock stopped looking. He was pondering when Brew said, Lord Sherlock, Dungeon Lord Nicholas is still distrustful of you. No, I don't think he's working for Nicholas. Though I reported 10,000 casualties, 2 million magic stones is a small sum to help Nicholas with the ogre crisis. I didn't receive any intelligence on Nicholas checking up on me either, said Sherlock as he shook his head. Wait, Lord Sherlock, do you have Baron Nicholas under surveillance? Brew asked in surprise. Why did you call it surveillance? It's 24-hour protection for him. After all, he's an important collaborative partner. As for the intelligence, it's a byproduct of the protection. Sherlock casually said, this isn't Nicholas' arrangement. Most likely, it's something arranged by the Merchant Alliance to find out information about Eternal Kingdom. I have to ask Captain Cherry. Sherlock walked towards the door, and he said to Eggface, take care of things here at home, Eggface. Eggface was no longer sitting in his chair. At this time, he had charged outside the Dungeon Lord main hall and was lifting up a gnome called Cool breeze buttocks. He strangled the gamer with his claws and pinned him to the wall while he shouted with agitation at the spectating gamers, Ha! Haven't you seen an NPC beating up a gamer before? Do you see what I'm doing? Ah! Sherlock put on his hat and left by the side. It was normal for some friendly brawls to occur to improve employee relationships. In the spacious wilderness, Cherry wore his long cloak and gazed down at the moving creatures on the distant plain. He also noticed the fortress that was occupied by the ogres. He was there under the orders of the Merchant Alliance to conduct a secret mission. He had to investigate the details of the battle between Eternal Kingdom and the ogres. It was mainly to investigate Eternal Kingdom, as the Merchant Alliance seemed very interested in Eternal Kingdom's affairs. The Merchant Alliance also suspected that Eternal Kingdom and Dungeon Lord Nicholas had an insidious agreement. Cherry was also interested to know. He applied for a month's worth of vacation so that he could come here to investigate. It was the second day since he arrived in the wilderness. Patrols were conducted 24 hours per day in the wilderness, and he couldn't detect any patterns. Occasionally, the patrols would conduct suicidal attacks on the large wild creatures. Were there too many wild creatures roaming the wilderness? On his first day, Cherry discovered an astonishing fact: there were humans. Chapter 362, Meeting. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. He discovered the humans on his first day. The evil and decadent creatures were forming groups to hunt the underworld beasts. It was the first time he felt pity for the underworld beasts. The surface world's decadent creatures were also fighting viciously against Eternal Kingdom's warriors. Cherry was unable to understand why there were only small skirmishes instead of full-scale war. Of course, they killed each other in the skirmishes. Why did Eternal Kingdom not exterminate the outpost created by the surface world? If Eternal Kingdom was worried that they might not defeat them, why did Eternal Kingdom not inform Winterfell? This territory belonged to the Merchant Alliance, so Winterfell would definitely intervene if the Merchant Alliance came to know of the human invasion. Did Eternal Kingdom keep the human output for some other special reason? Cherry wasn't sure. He had to obtain more detailed intelligence to form a proper conclusion. Cherry felt that it was difficult to obtain intelligence in the bare wilderness that was infested with wild beasts. He was fortunate to encounter a lone gnome. He knocked the gnome out, and while he didn't obtain any useful information, he stole all of the gnome's food. What about the unconscious gnome? Cherry placed him at a hidden and safe spot and made sure that the gnome wouldn't recognize him. Cherry had encountered hundreds of citizens of Eternal Kingdom. From the size of the outpost, he estimated that there were thousands of warriors, and the number wasn't coincidental. After meeting them, Samael invaded Winterfell. In order to protect Winterfell, Eternal Kingdom incurred 100,000 casualties. How did Eternal Kingdom incur tens of thousands of casualties when it was newly constructed 6 months ago? Where did Eternal Kingdom obtain that many creatures? Lord Sherlock was deep and unfathomable. Cherry's surveillance was going to be a long ordeal. Cherry didn't know that Lord Sherlock, whom he felt strongly about, had used invisibility to follow him. In fact, Sherlock had followed him for quite a bit of time. Lord Sherlock, this Winterfell garrison guard captain doesn't look like he's touring. I suggest capturing, torturing, and interrogating him. Hand him over to the gamers, they have a million ways to make him spill the beans. Believe me, Bruce suggested earnestly. Though Bruce's suggestion was good in the most direct way, Sherlock didn't intend to use his method. Cherry is an experienced garrison guard captain. According to my investigation, he was almost recruited by the Winterfell intelligence unit. Due to personal reasons, he became a garrison guard. Even if we torture him, we'll not get anything. Besides. Sherlock paused for a while and said, if I was senior management in the Merchant Alliance and observed a developing dungeon saving Winterfell twice with tens of thousands of casualties, and if the dungeon was located in the most desolate part of the northern underworld, I would definitely investigate this cheap and dilapidated dungeon that claimed millions of magic stones and tons of raw materials. Lord Sherlock, I have to correct the term cheap and dilapidated dungeon. I was merely waiting for the destined Lord Sherlock, Bruce said poetically. Whatever it is, I have no enmity towards the Merchant Alliance, so attacking Cherry isn't the best choice. Besides, he will be able to take back the information that I wish to provide. After all, we've had too high a profile during this period of time. Sherlock continued following Cherry and said, find a few good actors from both factions. They have to be obedient, so you may give them greater rewards. I understand, Lord Sherlock. Not Wearing Pants was a little happy, as he and his comrades had received a special mission. Mission title, Faction Conflict. Mission description, the conflict between Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom has reached a boiling point, but there is a common goal of dealing with the ogres. Brainiac has been in contact with the hamsters, and you have been chosen to accompany Brainiac in his quest to secure the future of both factions. Mission objective, follow Brainiac, and do not stray from the group. The mission duration may last for an hour, so please make the proper arrangements. Mission reward, you will obtain the favor of Lord Sherlock, and there may be more hidden missions in the future. If you fail, your name will be struck off the Dungeon Lord's list. This special mission was assigned to gamers from both Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. Each faction would bring 5 gamers, a fact that Not Wearing Pants had confirmed on the discussion forum. The other gamers came to know of Not Wearing Pants' mission, and they hoped to join them in this mission, but they were rejected by Brainiac. The rejection method was direct and violent, and it wouldn't be elaborated. The emotionless Brainiac led the way. In accordance with Lord Sherlock's instructions, he led the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and followed Sherlock's scent. The journey wasn't long. They had walked for less than an hour when Brainiac saw the destination. A few humans and elves walked towards them upon their arrival. Brainiac took out a piece of paper and examined it several times. Then, he turned his head and said to the gamers behind him, "We are meeting the citizens of Victoria City. Please keep quiet. If communication breaks down, there may be a conflict. Don't be merciful, and go for the kill, but do not harm the hamster. Ah! Peasant was stunned. There was too much information in Brainiac's speech, and they couldn't absorb the content. Before they recovered from their shock, a fat hamster came over. The factions met behind a huge rock. Cherry was sleeping in his dull grey sleeping bag. He intentionally stacked many rocks to camouflage his location, making it hard to detect the sleeping bag from afar. Brainiac and the hamster brought 5 gamers each for a negotiation. Their voices made Cherry wake up in fright. Cherry looked around and located the source of the voices. Once he crept carefully forward. He felt that he was pretty lucky to discover such a situation during his sleep. A lich from Eternal Kingdom was meeting a human from Victoria City in such a desolate wilderness. Cherry had intentionally chosen a place to rest that was far away from both outposts. Obviously, there was a great conspiracy. Cherry was very quiet as he crawled behind the rocky slope and listened intently to the group. They didn't disappoint him. Big Boss Hamster spoke first in his helium voice, saying, "You're here, Brainiac, according to our agreement." Big Boss looked at his A4 paper before he said, "We can't afford to fight with each other with the ogre threat increasing every day. We have to cooperate." Chapter 363, Cherry's Speculation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What? Eternal Kingdom was conspiring with the human faction? Did Eternal Kingdom release these creatures from the human faction? Had Eternal Kingdom defected? It was now apparent to Cherry why the two factions engaged in small skirmishes instead of large-scale wars. There were various groups in each faction who wouldn't yield, so they engaged in their own personal fights. It was only Cherry's initial speculation. He could only be conclusive after a deeper investigation. Now was the opportunity for the investigation. After the hamster finished reading from the A4 paper, Brainiac pondered for a while before saying, "That's right. I feel that we should cooperate. Lord Sherlock said that Victoria City isn't trustworthy, but I see the future threat of the ogres, and we can't defeat them alone." The hamster said, "That's right. Let's discuss the conditions. After defeating the ogres, the Sighing Wilderness will become the territory of Victoria City." Sighing Wilderness? Where was that? Cherry was befuddled. He was sure that he hadn't heard of the Sighing Wilderness before. Was it a territory of Eternal Kingdom? That was possible. No, this Sighing Wilderness belongs to Winterfell and the Underworld Merchant Alliance. Though it's a different faction, Lord Sherlock has always viewed Winterfell as a brother and the Merchant Alliance as one of us. Even if we have to sacrifice 1,000,000 of our citizens, to help Winterfell, we'll still do it. Brainiac used his monotonous voice and shouted. "That means our negotiation has broken down? Then you shall die," the hamster shouted, and the two parties started fighting viciously. Cherry was shocked by the cruelty and bloodiness of the battle. The battle ended. Arthur sacrificed Peasant and Burning Chest Hair to annihilate the gamers of Victoria City. In the 5v5 battle, Arthur's team achieved an overwhelming victory. Victoria City didn't choose their strongest warriors. At least, they didn't see Dragonborn. This is war. Initially, we wanted to avoid conflict, but if you are unrepentant, we'll declare war. Before we deal with the ogres and occupy the Sighing Wilderness, we will kill all of you. We shall see." The hamster shouted his dialogue from the A4 paper. Afterward, he put the dropped equipment into his pushcart before running to the distant outpost. Brainiac muttered to himself, "It seems like war is inevitable. Warriors, we have to prepare early. We can't let Victoria City succeed in its evil plan and defeat the ogres. We have to shoulder these heavy responsibilities." Brainiac left with the gamers while Cherry gaped in astonishment. The hidden Sherlock nodded with satisfaction, and Brew happily said, "Lord Sherlock, I understand your intention. When Cherry reports back to the Merchant Alliance, he will say that Eternal Kingdom is on the side of the Merchant Alliance. Using the threat of Victoria City proves our resolve in protecting Winterfell and defeating the ogres. We will gain greater trust from the Merchant Alliance and obtain more resources. At an appropriate time, Victoria City, an eternal kingdom, will attack Winterfell, which will become our stronghold. The first part is my plan, said Sherlock. Victoria City will be discovered sooner or later. Instead of hiding it, it's better to mislead Cherry and the Merchant Alliance, who will support my decision to continue fighting the ogres and Victoria City. If they send an army to deal with Victoria City, we'll withdraw the gamers. I see. I would like to see Lord Sherlock occupy Winterfell, but it's more appropriate to consolidate our power. I understand Lord Sherlock's plan. Sherlock gazed at Cherry, who was packing up and leaving. He then walked in the direction of the Eternal Kingdom outpost as he said, "We can leave now. We'll leave it to Cherry to report to the Merchant Alliance." Cherry didn't disappoint Sherlock. After witnessing the conflict between the Underworld and the surface world, Cherry returned to Winterfell. What? Continue to do surveillance because the intelligence gathered was too little? With the continuous 24-hour patrols from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City, Cherry felt that it was impossible for him to do surveillance at close proximity. If he walked on the Great Wilderness, he would be discovered immediately. Cherry was impressed by the security of the Eternal Kingdom faction, as there were at least a few thousand warriors patrolling the area. Moreover, he had obtained the required intelligence. With what he gathered, he had arrived at a conclusion. After arriving at a safe area, Cherry wrote an intelligence report before sending the burnt letter to Bond. After my intensive investigation, I discovered a shocking secret. In this wilderness, there were ogres, and forces of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. I don't know how Victoria City infiltrated the Underworld, but Eternal Kingdom is currently defending the Sighing Wilderness from them. I don't know the location of the Sighing Wilderness, nor have I discovered other details, but I'm sure that the ogres are holding the key to the Sighing Wilderness. They mentioned that they have to defeat the ogres before occupying the Sighing Wilderness. Accordingly, the Sighing Wilderness is part of the territory of the Merchant Alliance. I don't recall the Merchant Alliance having a place called the Sighing Wilderness, so I can't explain this point. I conclude that there is a precious treasure in the Sighing Wilderness. Chapter 364, Responsibility of a Superior Devil. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark cage, a deformed man with multiple injuries lay on the ground motionless. If not for his breathing, anyone would have thought that he was dead. Footsteps were heard outside, and soon, a fat human followed behind a few guards as they came over from a dark tunnel. Nobody spoke. The fat human paced in front of the cage a few times and then asked the guard, "How long has the situation been like this?" "Since he arrived. Unless he wants to move, we have no way to make him move. When he's sleeping, nobody can wake him. If he's not willing, nobody can force him. I've never seen such a strong-willed person," the guard explained in fear. The fat human nodded and remained silent. After a moment, a guard came over and whispered, "Master, the best sword trainer in the city is here." Let him in," the fat human ordered. Upon his order, a tall, slim, and bearded man entered. He was the best sword trainer in the city. "Great Lord." The sword trainer bowed to the fat human who nodded and said, "I need you to train this man. He has a powerful will and will become a powerful fighter." "I understand, Great Lord," the sword trainer said respectfully. Oh. Great Lord. Hoodlum is awake." As the fat human was about to leave, the guard shouted. The fat human looked excitedly at the wounded hoodlum, whose face was filled with determination. "What mission is it today? Is it a vicious beating?" "No lad, today's mission is to defeat me with all you've got," the bearded sword trainer said. Bond received the shocking letter from Cherry and conveyed the news to the Merchant Alliance. Before long, Nicholas received a letter from the Merchant Alliance. "I'm supposed to investigate the treasure at the Sighing Wilderness. After becoming the Winterfell Dungeon Lord, Nicholas knew more confidential information and had more problems, such as this sudden suggestion letter. Though Nicholas was supposed to investigate the treasure at the Sighing Wilderness, from the given intelligence, Lord Sherlock was also interested in the treasure. Was that the reason Sherlock took up this mission voluntarily? Nicholas didn't want to become an enemy of Sherlock, who was a superior devil with a formidable family background. Perhaps his dad was even one of the Devil Kings. The fight with Samael could be a family dispute with his uncle. Moreover, Nicholas hadn't heard of the Sighing Wilderness before. Most likely, the letter was sent to him to create trouble. If he didn't investigate the Sighing Wilderness, the Merchant Alliance would accuse him of siding with Eternal Kingdom instead of the Merchant Alliance. But if he conducted the investigation, he could spoil his cordial relationship with Lord Sherlock. What should he do? While Nicholas was feeling distressed, the always helpful Lord Sherlock arrived in his office. "Lord Nicholas, Lord Sherlock is waiting for you outside." Nicholas' orc assistant knocked on the door and informed him. "What? Lord Sherlock is here." Nicholas quickly put away the letter and walked towards the door. He asked, "Where is Lord Sherlock?" He opened the door and saw the orc assistant accompanying Sherlock outside the door. "Lord Sherlock. It has been a few days, and Dungeon Lord Nicholas looks as good as before." Sherlock looked at Baron Nicholas' pale face and asked, "Can I come in?" "Of course. Brew a cup of tea for Lord Sherlock." Sherlock walked into Nicholas' office, and both of them sat down. Then, Sherlock said directly, "I'm here because I have a matter to inform Dungeon Lord Nicholas about. The mission to clear the Ogre Fortress is basically completed. Though there's a small group of defiant ogres occupying the depths of the fortress, they don't pose a serious threat, but... Lord Sherlock, don't you worry. Eternal Kingdom has paid a high price to clear the Ogre Fortress. The citizens of Winterfell and I will always remember that. Of course, I've prepared the death compensation." "Lord Sherlock, don't worry about the money," Nicholas said quickly. I'm relieved to hear that, but I'm not referring to this matter." Sherlock looked concerned as he said, "While Eternal Kingdom and the ogres were fighting to the death, a group of humans, fairies, and elves secretly built an outpost close to the Ogre Fortress. I have the intention to exterminate the decadent human faction, but their leader is a Duchess Lilo, and she is very powerful. Our first wave of attack was neutralized by the humans of Victoria City. Don't you worry, though, to protect Winterfell, we will fight these humans to the death, and we won't charge any death compensation." Nicholas was astonished and said, You won't charge death compensation? But Lord Sherlock. No buts. I know your good intentions, Dungeon Lord, but this is no longer about Winterfell. This concerns the whole of the Underworld. As a reliable, ambitious, and young superior devil and Dungeon Lord, I have a responsibility to help the Underworld fight against the human faction, Sherlock said righteously and interrupted Nicholas, who was about to speak. Don't say a word, Dungeon Lord Nicholas. Just let me handle this. Of course, I'll just be up front. Is there a problem if Eternal Kingdom takes the loot from the humans, fairies, and elves? Of course there's no problem. I'm moved by your gesture to sacrifice for the Underworld. I feel guilty. If I wasn't recently appointed as the Dungeon Lord and things weren't so unstable, I'd fight with Lord Sherlock to chase the surface world races out of the Underworld. Nicholas was welling up with tears. He took out a letter and swallowed hard, saying, The Merchant Alliance already knows about your recent moves, and they conducted an investigation. Don't you worry, Lord Sherlock, this isn't the decision of the majority of the Merchant Alliance, there are just some high-level officials who are jealous of me and want to scheme against me. Has Lord Sherlock seen any suspicious characters recently? Sherlock took the letter from Nicholas. He examined it a bit and stroked his chin as he said helplessly, Tisk, it seems quite logical at first glance. What are you talking about, Lord Sherlock? I didn't expect the officials of the Merchant Alliance to be against you. They are certainly evil. Don't you worry, Dungeon Lord Nicholas, our relationship won't be affected, and the alliance between Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell won't erode. Sherlock smiled and reassured Nicholas. Of course. Nicholas said confidently. I need to explain something. The Sighing Wilderness doesn't have any treasure. We named the plains near the Ogre Fortress as the Sighing Wilderness for convenience. The decadent faction of the surface world intends to occupy the Sighing Wilderness as their base because of the availability of rich resources and the defenses afforded by the fortress. That's what I'm guessing. Don't worry, they don't have large numbers, so I'm able to deal with them. Nicholas was relieved. He said, Lord Sherlock, I'm relieved to hear that. I'll report this matter to resolve the misunderstanding. Don't you require the assistance of Winterfell? It's not necessary. As Winterfell has suffered several setbacks and things are unstable, it's better for Winterfell to settle down first. Nobody is a good choice to be the Winterfell Dungeon Lord except for Dungeon Lord Nicholas. If you are implicated, it won't be good news for Eternal Kingdom. I understand. Lord Sherlock, you have to be extra careful. If you need additional troops, just inform me. Though you have declined my death compensation, I have decided to sponsor Lord Sherlock with some equipment. Please don't decline. Nicholas looked insistent, and Sherlock didn't wish to refuse his good intentions, so he nodded awkwardly. I can't refuse you anymore. I shall accept your kindness. Please provide more orc standard equipment, as I'm recruiting orcs. Chapter 365, Difficulty of Conquering Ogre Fortress. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Eternal Kingdom Outpost at the Sighing Wilderness. This is difficult. Burning Chesthair looked at the conditions for challenging the Ogre Fortress Instance Dungeon and immediately shouted, one has to have reputation level 8 and weapon level 6. I think there are at most 50 gamers in Eternal Kingdom who qualify. And there will be none in Victoria City. That's great. We'll increase the distance so that we can bully gamers of Victoria City even more. Peasant said happily. We can still bully them now, but in the future, it won't be possible. Study the forum, and you'll understand. There is no magic stone system in Victoria City, and the equipment pricing is cheaper and quality higher. It costs us an arm and a leg to obtain blue superior equipment, but the prices in Victoria City are half of ours, and the reputation level requirements are one level down. Some of their gamers have even already obtained legendary equipment that's on par with Arthur's. Sylvanas immediately said, so what? Their combat techniques are far inferior. Not to mention, we have Arthur on our side. They have Dragonborn on their side. Sylvanas waved her fists at Burning Chesthair and hissed, saying, what did you say? Can Dragonborn be compared to Arthur? Stop joking. Dragonborn's equipment is inferior to Arthur's, but if he has quality equipment. Sylvanas strangled Peasant's throat like a python. I'm dying, I'm dying. Release your hands. The gamers quickly came to Peasant's aid. As for Arthur, he remained emotionless and silent. In the Eternal Kingdom seedbed, the little fairy was in her treehouse, teaching Raintia how to make magic potions. Look carefully. I'll add some yellow medicine and stir evenly before pouring it out. Raintia imitated the little fairy's action. Some of the raw materials were provided by Sherlock, while the majority were cultivated by Raintia herself. Palm. Raintia noticed black smoke coming from the magic potion vial and was shocked. The little fairy nodded and looked pleased. Then, she became disdainful and hugged her arms as she said, Humph. You've only just started learning how to make magic potions, but you are way better than those dumb houndhead men and goblins. Ah, thank you, teacher. Raintia was extremely happy. Don't be too happy. The side effects of the magic potion are significant. Though it can heal most non-fatal wounds, I wouldn't take it unless I was left with no choice. After all, the magic potion will reduce one's lifespan. The little fairy warned about the side effects, but to the gamers, the side effects were negligible. The reduction of lifespan had no bearing on the gamers since they couldn't live very long. Raintia obtained the first vial of magic potion. She could have become a life connoisseur gamer and been content. Now, she could produce magic potions, and she was excited. As it was too tedious and difficult to produce magic potions, only Raintia was able to do so. She became the first gamer to produce a healing potion. The system gave this healing potion a description. Name: Minor Healing Potion. Description: will heal non-fatal wounds in a short time. Effects: recovers 10% of health within a minute. Not to be used within 10 minutes of a previous application. Tips: consecutive uses of 50 times or more can lead to death. Selling price: 100 reputation points, 100 bronze coins. Even Victoria City had started to produce minor healing potions. Within a few days, the price of minor healing potions would skyrocket. Sherlock's target wasn't the minor healing potion, as it wasn't profitable due to the damaging side effects. His targets were advanced potions, which were worth even more. With the advent of the minor healing potion, large-scale production was added to the factory schedule. In a room with a burning torch, a tall ogre with glimmering yellow eyes swung his huge mace at the surrounding gnomes who were wielding large shields. A black-armored gnome charged forward while wielding a shimmering black longsword that indicated quality equipment. The gnome was agile. He rolled and evaded the ogre's fist, then stabbed deeply into the ogre's stomach. The sword only went halfway in before it was stopped by the ogre's muscles. The ogre grabbed the gnome and slammed him to the ground with a large palm. "How dare you treat Arthur like that? Death to you!" An ugly female gnome readied her bow and fired 3 consecutive arrows, 2 of which hit the ogre at non-critical spots. If an arrow didn't hit a critical spot, the damage was limited. As for the third arrow, it hit Not Wearing Pants' kidney. He broke the arrow and said in an aggrieved tone, "The ogre is the one beating up Arthur, bro, so why did you shoot at me? He's a boss. Why are you angry with a boss? Are you being silly? Why are you nagging at me? Inflict damage on the ogre!" Sylvanus shouted loudly. While the ogre was distracted by the 2 of them, an agile gnome rolled on the ground behind him and attacked with his daggers. Horizontal slash. Berserker strike. Horizontal slash. Berserker strike. Chain attacks. A mace smashed down violently, and Burning Chest Hair became quiet. After the deaths of Arthur and Burning Chest Hair, the combat power of the team was reduced to half. Though the ogre was seriously wounded, it would still take some time before it collapsed to the ground. To defeat the ogre, the current amount of damage wasn't sufficient. Before long, the 5-member team was annihilated, and they appeared at the revival point of the Sighing Wilderness. "This is too difficult. We challenged the instance dungeon 3 times, but we failed." Peasant knelt on the ground in despair. All his equipment was lost in the instance dungeon, and he could only spend reputation points and game currency to purchase new equipment after a few hours. They felt cheated after losing their equipment and having to pay to redeem it. However, they had gotten used to it. How did the equipment in the instance dungeon appear in Eternal Kingdom? According to gamers on the forum, they received missions to retrieve the equipment in the instance dungeon. Then, they sent it back to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers had to do everything themselves, including retrieving equipment, redeeming it, and building houses for NPCs. "Why don't we buy some healing potions before challenging the ogres?" Burning Chest Hair suggested. "The price is too high. Let's wait for a few days for the factory update. After that, the price will be more affordable," Not Wearing Pants said. "What factory?" Arthur was the only one whose equipment was intact. All of his equipment was of legendary quality and was soul-bound. After his death, the equipment would be transported to his designated location, so he didn't have to worry about losing his equipment. Of course, the equipment damage bug would still occur. Due to the legendary quality, it was almost impossible for it to be damaged beyond repair. However, the equipment would still be damaged occasionally, and the repair fees were high. A new mission came out today, one to do construction at the site of the marshes of the marsh ink spewers. A lot of people received the daily mission to construct the factory. Don't you do daily missions? Not wearing pants asked. Wait a moment, that mission is about constructing a factory? What's up with that? Is it like the Winterfell factory that makes us work daily? Peasant was taken aback. He then shouted, "Wah! This game is inhumane. We're constructing factories for them to exploit us. I'll complain once customer service is online." Don't talk about customer service. I've been queued up for 3 days, and it's still not my turn yet. I want to chat with the Black Dragon Lady too. Burning chest hair was showing disdain. They started chatting enthusiastically about the Black Dragon Lady. Chapter 366, Hidden Mastermind. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock's schedule was fully booked. His main schedule was inspection. Though the gamers were diligent in their work, Sherlock had to inspect the dungeon to see if there were needed improvements. He also had to check whether the gamers flouted construction rules and created trouble. Besides the dungeon, he also inspected the Winterfell Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, which was a diplomatic gateway to Winterfell. The Winterfell residents who sought the help of the Adventurers Guild were full of praises for Eternal Kingdom. "Ah, that gnome is really good. My toilet bowl was clogged, and he helped to clear it. I'm very touched," an elderly sludge monster granny complimented. But they weren't the most important things. The most important was the factory that was under construction. Eternal Kingdom's factory location was outside the Marsh Ink Spewer town. After clearing a large piece of land, the building materials were ample based on the resources of both the surface world and Underworld, whereas specific rare materials could be obtained from Winterfell. As for the design, it could be obtained from the forum. Sherlock was very familiar with this. "Lord Sherlock, this is a fully automated factory with the best technology and efficiency. Mana consumption is higher, but it requires fewer workers to operate and can mass-produce various magic potions. Of course, the operators have to know potion making. With the mana facilities, the requirements have been kept at the lowest level." Eternal Kingdom's mana engineer Yoda was introducing the factory. He was the principal worker and the facilities procurement officer, project supervisor, financial controller, employee insurance manager, materials manager, warehouse manager, and foreman. Very good. Magic stone investment isn't a big problem. What's most important is having high efficiency and attaining the qualifications of an advanced mana facility. Let's try to start production of the minor healing potion within a month, as our dungeon has a large need for this. I will send over more workers with good potion knowledge. After that, we'll set up a second production line. Sherlock nodded, pleased to see thousands of gamers working hard at the construction site. With the mission system, the gamers' productivity was controlled by Sherlock. Gamers who didn't complete missions were a minority. After all, not every gamer was as rich as Arthur. "I understand, Lord Sherlock, but the minor healing potion," Yoda spoke with hesitation. Sherlock took out a vial filled with a black-colored potion and said, "This is the one. Lord Sherlock, don't worry, I'll complete your assigned mission. However, there's one more issue. Hemp rope technology and his people are manufacturing a Gundam mana robot. I feel it's worth investing in. From the prototype, it looks very promising," Yoda suggested solemnly. Sherlock pondered for a while before nodding. Since you said so, I will provide an investment fund for this research. As for the amount, we'll discuss it later. Are there any pertinent issues?" "No, Lord Sherlock." Yoda bowed respectfully, and Sherlock reciprocated before leaving the work site. "Lord Sherlock, don't we need to prepare for the Merchant Alliance's matter? Why did Alexandria release Polio from prison? I suspect Alexandria is plotting against you, Brew said with concern as Sherlock was returning to Eternal Kingdom. Don't bother with the Merchant Alliance, as they're just a bunch of businessmen. Since Winterfell is ruled by Nicholas, even if there's opposition in the Merchant Alliance, they can't intervene. Isn't it a good thing for Alexandria to release Polio? Because of Polio, the gamers have another entertainment outlet. I'm more concerned about another matter. Sherlock was in a daze as he said, that intelligence agent, Bond. Bond? Ah, he's the one who accompanied the gamers to obtain intelligence about the ogres and later fled. He's lousy, Brew said with disdain. His name says that he's awesome. He's not normal, Sherlock said. It's all right though, I've arranged for an investigation. A tall figure with a masked face who was wearing a large windbreaker stood in a dark alley. Bustling streets of Winterfell were outside the alley. The figure walked unsteadily and looked as though he would collapse at any time. He braced himself not to fall. As the three hamsters walked into the depths of the alley, voices filled with helium were heard coming from the clothing. It was here just now. Why did it disappear? The scent is still around. It shouldn't be far off. I smell delicious food. The tall figure suddenly collapsed, and three hamsters squirmed out from the clothing. The rightmost hamster used his paws to tidy his fur before sniffing around. That's right, the scent is still thick. Big boss, this gnome, Bond, is strange, just like Lord Sherlock said. AI? Why? He disappeared all of a sudden. Only a problematic person would be like that. Can we go for our meal? Big Boss and Second Boss chatted excitedly and ignored Fat Otaku's request. Fat Otaku caressed his stomach before searching around. He came to a wall, and his eyes lit up with the temptation of food. He placed his paws on the wall and sensed a fragrance coming from the other side. It was then he felt the wall vanish. He went through the wall and entered a narrow tunnel that was illuminated by magic lamps on the sides. Fat Otaku looked around. He was fully focused on the fragrance of food, which suppressed his fear. His mind went blank as he advanced along the tunnel. The tunnel appeared to have no end. Perhaps it was Fat Otaku's desire for food that distorted his perception of time. Soon, he arrived in front of a room, where he heard voices. No response? Nicholas is indeed allied with Eternal Kingdom, meaning we're unable to instigate Winterfell to fight against Eternal Kingdom. Though we can't do that, there are elements in the Merchant Alliance who are unhappy with Eternal Kingdom. After all, Sherlock recommended Nicholas to be the Dungeon Lord, which hurt the interests of many parties. So what? Nobody will antagonize the successful Eternal Kingdom just because of Winterfell. Though we don't know the background of Sherlock, he was able to defeat the Hades Devil King Samael, and the other 6 Devil Kings compensated him accordingly. Do you really think that the Devil Kings of Hades have become soft after a long period of peace? What should we do? If the Merchant Alliance can't weaken the power of Eternal Kingdom, how can we rob Sherlock of Michelangelo's power? Don't worry, even without the Merchant Alliance, I've made arrangements. Someone else will help us weaken Eternal Kingdom. That silly dude is easily instigated. I see, you were saying. There were 2 creatures talking in the room, but Fat Otaku only managed to eavesdrop on that bit of the conversation. Since he was led to the door by the fragrance of food, he pushed it open listlessly when he arrived. Bond was standing in the room with a dark figure who flashed out of the room immediately. It was as though the dark figure had no physical body. He vanished. Who's that? Bond was surprised, and he unsheathed the dagger from his waist. Impossible. Why was that foolish-looking hamster able to find his secret base? He had made proper precautions. The wall entrance had the protection of many mana runes, so nobody could enter with ease. What was with this hamster? Fat Otaku ignored Bond. He looked in the direction of the dark figure with disappointment, screaming, "Ah! There goes my delicious food!" Bond didn't care, charging at Fat Otaku with his dagger. Two figures pounced on Fat Otaku, and they fell to the ground. They were Big Boss and Second Boss. Silly brother, you almost died. Not bad, Fat Otaku, you helped us find the entrance. Big Boss and Second Boss hollered while Fat Otaku was still screaming, ah. Chapter 367, A Date Invitation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A fully armed group of orcs was equipped with black standard armor, and the first few orcs were bearing large shields. On their backs were the same words, Winterfell Garrison Guard. The orcs had good training and quality equipment. They used their shields to clear the way and carried bows in their other hands, long swords at their waists. They moved stealthily, though the scales on their armor emitted slight noises. They arrived in front of a building, and the leader signaled to the rest with his eyes to say, the target inside is a highly dangerous creature with many years of intelligence experience. His ways are brutal and without mercy. Everyone has to be extra careful. Don't let him escape. The other orcs replied with their eye signals as well. I understand, Captain. Don't worry, Captain. We had the best training. Captain, your wife eloped. The leader's eyes became sharp. He pointed to the door and made a hand gesture that meant for them to prepare. An orc then walked to the door and knocked, saying with a kind voice, Greetings, I'm here to check the mana meter. Is anyone home? Nobody replied. Even after calling out a few times, there was no reply. The leader showed two fingers and nodded. The same orc knocked on the door and said, Greetings, the smelly worms and irrigated clay that you ordered are here. Please open the door. But there was no reply. The leader signaled with his eyes that said, Prepare to burst in. The orc nodded and took out a metal strip, picking the lock. Before long, the door was opened. They dashed in without any delay, and some shouted, while others fired their arrows with closed eyes. After a few minutes of calm, they saw the serenity in the room. A gnome lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. It was Bond, the intelligence agent. There was an arrow lodged in his skull, and he had a terrified look on his face. I killed the agent, one of the garrison guards asked nervously. No, he wasn't killed by you. The leader walked over and checked Bond's breathing. He discovered the strangle marks on his throat, a length of rope to the side, and a piece of paper in his hands. The words on the paper were, Will a gnome agent's regret? Palm. Nicholas pounded heavily on the table with his fist and shouted, What? Bond killed himself? The garrison guard was at the door when he killed himself. Yes, Dungeon Lord. This is the full report. A sludge monster handed him a report. Nicholas examined it and asked, Where is Lord Sherlock? 20 minutes later. It looks like he committed suicide to escape punishment. Sherlock sat inside Nicholas' office and commented as he looked at the report. It seems like it. Nicholas said gravely, I reported this to the higher UPS. Sherlock nodded. The three hamsters discovered the secret meeting between Bond and the mysterious figure, learning that the investigation on Eternal Kingdom was a ploy to sour the relationship between the Merchant Alliance and Eternal Kingdom. The final goal was Michelangelo's relic, which was in Sherlock's hand. There was a dark, insidious force plotting against Sherlock. How did Sherlock handle it? He reported it to the garrison guard. To be more precise, he informed Winterfell. After all, the incident involved Bond, who was a Winterfell intelligence agent, so it was better for Winterfell to deal with it. However, he hadn't expected it to have such an outcome. Sherlock ended the meeting with Nicholas amidst an atmosphere of worry. Nicholas was very worried because he didn't know of the insidious plot that could affect his precarious dungeon lord position. Everything was a mystery. When Sherlock stepped out of the Winterfell dungeon lord main hall, Brew said, Lord Sherlock, this isn't a simple incident. From Fat Otaku's testimonial and memory, the enemy schemed against us. With Bond being silenced, things look very bad for us. I think I have an inkling of the scheme. Sherlock walked to a newspaper vendor and stopped, looking at a newspaper placed outside. The newspaper obscured all of the advertisements and discounts and showed the unimportant news. This was to prevent creatures like Sherlock from browsing. The important point was the content that had the words, "The second successor to Eternal Fire will be visiting Winterfell." The second successor to Eternal Fire? Wasn't Andrew the third successor? Why would the second successor visit Winterfell? Wasn't Andrew sent to prison recently? Brew raised his doubts, but Sherlock only shrugged to indicate his ignorance. It was obvious that the visit by the second successor wasn't that simple. At Victoria City, things are like that. It's too terrifying. Big Boss stood before Lilo and explained the occurrence in detail. Second Boss said in fear, "That's right, they used the fragrance of food to tempt Fat Otaku. If we weren't fast enough, we would have been killed by that gnome." "Oh. I can still eat," Fat Otaku, who was lying on the ground beside the other two hamsters, said incoherently, looking blissful. "What happened to him?" Lilo, who was sitting in her chair, frowned as she gazed at Fat Otaku. Lord Sherlock peeped into his memory not long ago. According to his request, Sherlock placed some memories inside. Fat Otaku hasn't recovered. Should be some blissful memories. Big Boss and Second Boss explained. What did Sherlock say? Did he know the mastermind? If there is any mishap before the conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom, we will get back our loan with interest. Did you emphasize this point to Sherlock? Lilo wasn't concerned about Fat Otaku's condition. Yes. We conveyed your words. Sherlock would like to reassure you that he never deceived you, Big Boss replied. Ah, I understand. Lilo waved her hand and gestured for them to leave. Let those coolies work and train harder. If they can't deal with the ogres, they can't fight with the Heavenly Kingdom. Yes. Big Boss and Second Boss replied. They dragged Fat Otaku, who was still lying on the ground, out. Lilo took out a crystal ball after the three hamsters had left. The image of Sherlock appeared in the crystal ball. He was playing computer games in the Dungeon Lord main hall, seemingly alone in the room. The small black dragon with an unknown gender wasn't around, but his nest was still at the corner of the room. The door of the Dungeon Lord main hall was opened, and a conservatively dressed succubus came in. It was Evelyn. There was an expression of disgust on Lilo's face. Lilo's hand grasped the crystal ball, and voices could be heard coming from it. Lord Sherlock. Evelyn stood behind Sherlock's computer and tried to get his attention. Sherlock removed his headphones and looked at Evelyn in a daze. What's the matter? Lord Sherlock, the dungeon doesn't look very busy. Sherlock was taken aback. He had been doing inspections, building factories, going to meetings in Winterfell, browsing the forum, and updating content. All of that caused his time for computer game research to go down by a few hours. Wasn't he busy? Evelyn felt that she wasn't precise enough and quickly said, No, I mean, I'm not very busy. But seeing Lord Sherlock very busy, I'm unable to help you. So I was thinking of. Evelyn took out 2 tickets and looked nervously at Sherlock. Recently, there has been a nice drama performance in Winterfell. I would like to invite Lord Sherlock to watch it together. You feel sorry seeing me so busy, so you're inviting me to a drama performance? Is that it? Sherlock asked. What? Is this succubus hindering Lord Sherlock's great plan? I can't forgive her. Dismiss her immediately. She's here to create trouble. Brew said to Sherlock, but he ignored Brew. Yes. Can I? Evelyn looked pitiful. In fact, I'm very busy, so, Sherlock looked at the tickets in Evelyn's hand. He was bewildered for 2 seconds before he smiled and said, So, though I'm busy, I can't disappoint Miss Evelyn. It'll be my honor to accompany Miss Evelyn to the show. Chapter 368, Preparation for a Date. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Tisk, tisk, Lord Sherlock, your personal love life is in a mess. You accepted Evelyn's date invitation. If Evelyn thinks you are interested in her, then it'll be interesting. Brew said emotionally, but Sherlock didn't share Brew's thoughts. Dating? Didn't Evelyn say that I'm too busy, so she wants me to relax and watch the performance? That succubus said that, but didn't you see her intention? Most likely, she likes you. How did I cause such misunderstandings? You think I'm popular with women? Sherlock asked frankly. What if Evelyn expresses her feelings? Brew asked directly. Sherlock said, I'll decline. It's inconceivable for me to fall in love. The most important thing is that I don't have the prerequisites. Good, since Lord Sherlock is insistent, Brew had given up trying to persuade him. Sherlock said, I accepted her invitation because she's sponging off the dungeon, and I would like to get back some benefits. Wait, Lord Sherlock, is that what you were thinking? You're indeed a superior devil. Sherlock was unaffected by Brew's words, and he said, the main thing is the drama itself. Sherlock picked up the ticket with the words, the great devil Michelangelo on it. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Brew was dumbfounded, unable to see any problem with the performance. Sherlock pointed to the label, which showed that the main actor was someone called Morgan. This Morgan. He's the second successor to Eternal Fire, said Sherlock. He's interested in drama performance. He followed the drama troupe to Winterfell and is performing during his visit. Tisk, what a bummer for a successor. Do you think that Morgan is the one that they arranged to plot against you? Brew thought for a while and agreed. It's highly possible. You sent Andrew to prison. If Morgan is Andrew's brother and they are close, it's likely that he's here for revenge. I think it's important for me to watch the performance in order to understand the situation. Sherlock browsed the forum and smiled. Isn't it interesting? In a small stone room, in front of a standing mirror, succubus Evelyn wore a tutu skirt and posed here and there. However, she wasn't satisfied with what she saw and muttered, is it a bit too childish for me? Lord Sherlock will think I'm acting like a kid. No, I can't wear this. Evelyn shook her head and opened her closet. Then, she took out a long blue dress from her small collection of clothes and placed it on her body. Is this dress good? Wait, didn't I just try it on? Evelyn looked at her closet. She had tried all of the clothes on once. Her clothes were limited since she spent most of her salary on her basic necessities like rent, management fees, and living expenses. When she stayed in Sherlock's dungeon, she didn't have to pay expenses, and the food and lodging were provided by Eternal Kingdom, but she didn't have a salary. Without any savings, she couldn't buy any clothes. Moreover, she had been wearing work uniforms, so she didn't have a lot of clothes. Evelyn was feeling regretful. She didn't have a decent dress for her date with Sherlock. Dong, dong, dong. While she was deliberating on her clothes, she heard knocking at her door and was given a fright. She turned her head and asked, "Who is it?" "Miss Evelyn, it's me, Brainiac." It was the voice of Brainiac. What's the matter?" Evelyn was taken aback and asked nervously. "I'm here for the Adventurers Guild name list." Evelyn remembered that she had mistakenly brought home the name list, which should have been kept at the Adventurers Guild. She was thinking about the date all the time. Date? No, it wasn't a date. To express her gratitude to Lord Sherlock for taking care of her, she scrimped and saved to buy 2 drama performance tickets for them to relax. It wasn't healthy to sit in front of the Mana device called a computer. It was good to go out and take a breather. It would definitely be beneficial to Sherlock's health. But what about the clothes? She was vexed by the clothes not because it was a date but to show Lord Sherlock proper respect. He was a dungeon lord, after all. She couldn't wear clothes that were inappropriate for the occasion. She had to be prudent. She didn't have money to buy new clothes, so she could only make some modifications to her current stash. However, she wasn't a seamstress. Should she impose on the gnomes? They seemed talented in sewing. When they visited Winterfell, they created the Eternal Kingdom flag. No, 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 if she asked them for help, would they not know about the date? It would be embarrassing. Dong, dong, dong. Brainiac knocked on the door and asked, bewildered, Miss Evelyn. Ah. Apologies. Apologies. Evelyn opened the door in a hurry, forgetting she was wearing the kiddish tutu skirt. Brainiac stood without emotion at the door while he gazed at Evelyn, who panicked. That. I'm not trying out the clothes. I'm going with Lord Sherlock on a date. Ah, no. We're just watching a drama performance. Brainiac looked at Evelyn panicking, but he was unmoved. He said without emotion, I understand, but can you give me the name list? I need it for registration. Apologies, please wait for a while. Evelyn bowed to Brainiac and walked into the house. She grabbed the name list from the table and handed it to Brainiac. Thank you. Brainiac nodded and left without looking back. AI. But Evelyn's gasp of surprise made Brainiac stop and turn back. What's the matter? No, it's not this problem. It's because Lord Sherlock and I are going to watch a drama performance. Lord Brainiac, it seems. Evelyn said in a probing tone, and Brainiac quickly replied, considering Miss Evelyn's contribution versus your expenses, I'm not surprised you're inviting Lord Sherlock to a show. But Miss Evelyn, you have to reconsider your clothing. You have to show respect to the Dungeon Lord. This dress isn't suitable for your age. That's brutal. Evelyn was devastated by Brainiac's words, and she went into a daze. Then, farewell. Brainiac turned to leave, and he had no intention of turning back. Though Brainiac had left, the conversation had been overheard by a group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. Though they couldn't do strange things like steal the NPCs' clothes, get into their houses by scaling the windows, or do weird things when the NPCs were sleeping, they could wait by the side for strange encounter missions. Though they might not be squatting down and waiting, passing by or stalking Brainiac was a common occurrence. The information from Brainiac and Evelyn's conversation was more than enough. Gosh! Shirley and Evelyn are dating. The game official is giving us love nuggets. Aren't Shirley and Brainiac in a relationship? Why is Brainiac so calm? Is he planning to kill Evelyn? Tisk, such a conservatively dressed succubus is finally dating. I don't want to watch the plot of NPCs dating. I want to see Winterfell attacked and warriors of Eternal Kingdom descending from the heavens. I want to save the world. Don't worry, Evelyn, I graduated as a seamstress. Even the Winterfell teacher praised my workmanship. I'll take care of your dress for the date. Let's duel, Evelyn. Shirley's mine. Wah. Chapter 369, It's the Game Producer's Fault. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Evelyn didn't expect to be in such a situation. She also didn't expect to be surrounded by a group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men to come up with a plan. According to my skirt-chasing experience, if Shirley's not a fool, with Evelyn's figure and appearance, any dress can be a killer. Get lost, you trash. If any dress makes the cut, why would we go through all the trouble? The important thing isn't the dress. Isn't it the conversation? Though appearance is crucial, with Evelyn's killer looks, a dress is only a bonus. If she cleans her face, I feel Shirley won't be single after tomorrow night. Shirley is already with Brainiac. What do you mean by single? Evelyn was confused by the incessant chattering of the gamers. But some of them were serious in helping Evelyn for their strange encounter mission. 2 goblins were using tape measures to obtain Evelyn's measurements. Due to the difference in height, they had to stand on chairs and tables that were stacked together. From the content of the gamers' chat, these goblins were dual dressmakers both in the game and outside of the game. They were supposedly designers for a private fashion label. Though Evelyn didn't understand what they meant by inside and outside the game, seeing their proficiency, Evelyn trusted them. Before making the dress, they asked Evelyn some questions. Do you have a favorite color? No. Is there any color that you don't like? Yellow. I don't like yellow. What about style? Do you know what style Shirley likes? That, Shirley is Lord Sherlock. Not very sure. Lord Sherlock has been dressed as a gentleman, and you should be addressing him as Lord Sherlock, not Shirley. I understand. Perhaps he prefers the virtuous lady style. That's likely. How about adding a bit of the girl next door style? Shirley looks younger than Evelyn. Younger. Both goblins discussed Evelyn's age without restraint. How dare they alluded that Evelyn was older. She had just graduated, whereas Sherlock was a dungeon lord. They didn't offer a chance for Evelyn to explain. After taking the measurements, they proceeded to Winterfell to make the dress, as Eternal Kingdom didn't have magical sewing machines. Besides the dress, the gamers also offered other suggestions for the date. You have to know dating etiquette. As a lady, I have to remind you of certain things. Have to be late for a date? No, it's no longer in vogue. The girl must be intelligent and present her good points. What does a guy like in a girl? Bring her out to show off. That's why you have to doll yourself up and attract the attention of everyone. When Shirley arrives, present your best angle. Then he will overhear the passers-by's compliments of you. Wah! She's beautiful. Is she waiting for someone? Waiting for her boyfriend? Oh my God, I'm so envious. That's frustrating. Why don't I have such a girlfriend? I want to have such a girlfriend. I'm willing to do anything. That's right. This kind of conversation. Shirley will feel proud and become your slave. Gosh. That's how it works. That's the reason Arthur Bro didn't propose to me. Oh? Sister Vannas? Did you skip too many steps? The gamers were having a fun time, while Evelyn was in a state of confusion. There wasn't much time since her date was tomorrow. Sherlock was dressed in a black wool coat that matched with a white and blue lined shirt, a pair of straight trousers, and black polished leather shoes. He was dressed in gentleman attire, but not because it was a date with Evelyn. He had to be presentable when going out with a girl, that was the principle. Tisk, you're so handsome today, Lord Sherlock. If the gamers see you, they'll spread strange rumors on the forum, Bruce said to Sherlock as he walked out of the door. They have already spread strange rumors. Sherlock looked at the surrounding gamers who had been waiting outside for him. It wasn't hard for Sherlock to guess their intentions. They wanted to report his whereabouts to Evelyn. Sherlock didn't understand. Her inviting him to the drama performance was a gesture of gratitude, so why were they so excited? Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain the gamers, then he walked towards the teleport portal. The drama theater wasn't far from the teleport portal main hall. He hailed a Hades carriage, and the journey took him 10 minutes. The drama theater's entrance was filled with many guests, and many creatures were buying tickets at a counter. This was a highly anticipated performance as it depicted the story of Michelangelo. To the inhabitants of the underworld, he was a hero. Sherlock walked to the entrance and immediately noticed Evelyn, who was being discussed by the crowd. Compared to her usual conservative style, Evelyn wore a short skirt that was above the knees, and her upper body was clothed in a light blue tube top that revealed her shoulders and back. Not much material was used for the tube top, and while the quality of the material was good, it was without any special patterns. The design consisted of layers and layers of folds. Evelyn also wore a pair of stilettos. The fashion style attracted the attention of the underworld residents, and they whispered to each other. What's with this succubus? Why did she dress like this? Though it's not inappropriate, the style is strange. Very ugly. She looks beautiful, but why is her dress so ugly? Did she give up on herself? Is she waiting for someone? Her boyfriend? If I was her boyfriend, I'd never appear. It's embarrassing. Is this a public punishment? Young creatures nowadays, tisk, tisk. Evelyn's face wasn't red, it was a deep green. Sherlock didn't pretend not to know Evelyn. Instead, he walked directly to her. When Sherlock appeared, the crowd gave way and kept quiet. Many female creatures even looked jealous when they saw the superior devil. However, it wasn't because he was handsome, it was because he was Sherlock, the Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom. Who didn't know him? Lord Sherlock. Evelyn lowered her head. If there was a hole, she would hide in it without hesitation. The dress is bold and a little weird, but it's not ugly, Evelyn. Sherlock smiled and extended his hand to Evelyn, and magical rings surrounded her body. Lord Sherlock. Evelyn looked strangely at the magical rings engulfing her. As for the creatures who had gossiped about her, they went into a daze and then went about doing their own things. I'm making you less conspicuous. Though she wasn't sure what monoskill it was, after the creatures in the crowd shifted their gazes, Evelyn felt much better. They chatted happily as they went into the drama theater. The gamers who were spying from a distance frowned. What happened? Why is this game not following the norms? There is absolutely no problem with my design. The problem is with the game producer. D*M the game producer. Just put all of the blame on the game producer. They ranted. Chapter 370, Man of Steel. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark theater, only the stage was illuminated. A tall superior devil wore a skeleton cloak and stood in the middle of the stage. A fireball was seen burning above his palm as he shouted, "Ah! The billions of angels in heaven, I, Michelangelo, shall lead my Hades army and crush you all." Sherlock and Evelyn were seated in the middle of the theater. Those were the best seats for watching the performance. However, the drama on the stage was lackluster. The dialogue was long and mundane, and the costumes of the actors were too exaggerated. Though the acting left much to be desired, the theater was full. It could be considered a successful performance just based on the number of people in the audience. Lord Sherlock, do you like it? Evelyn was feeling awkward. The standard of acting wasn't high, so she was worried and regretful, thinking Sherlock might not like it. But Sherlock liked it. Not bad. I'm happy to watch the performance with you. Lord Sherlock, Evelyn was touched. Bruce said to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, are you sure? You're happy with such a low standard? I thought we shared the same high standards for art. Do you expect me to embarrass a lady by saying awful words? I'm indifferent to drama. I can see that Morgan is willing to splurge. He is a proud and egotistical devil. What? Lord Sherlock, what do you mean? Sherlock quickly said, I'm not passionate about drama. Even Evelyn isn't impressed by the acting and the props. Nevertheless, it's a full house. As the second successor to Eternal Fire, he could have paid the audience to come. Yes, that is highly possible, Lord Sherlock. Perhaps Evelyn and I are the only real audience members. No, there's another one. Sherlock turned his head to look at the theater entrance. Evelyn was telling Sherlock about the volcano in her hometown. Palm. The theater door was opened and attracted the attention of the audience, though the performance continued uninterrupted. Weak rays of light seeped in from the door and created a figure's silhouette. Evelyn found the silhouette familiar. When her eyes adjusted to the light and saw the face clearly, she jumped from her seat in shock and exclaimed, Miss Lilo. SHH. The surrounding audience members gestured Evelyn to keep quiet, and the entrance door was shut. Lilo was wearing her signature Lolita tutu skirt, and she held her head high as she walked towards Sherlock, not caring about the gazes from other creatures. Lilo walked past the rows of seats and arrived at Sherlock's location, gazing at a vampire who was sitting beside Sherlock. The vampire felt an unknown pressure, and after resisting for less than a second, he stood up. Lilo nodded at the vampire before sitting down. Miss Lilo, are you here to watch the performance? Evelyn was watching intensely. Lilo nodded. Since Lilo wasn't willing to continue the conversation, Evelyn asked with hesitation, that seat? It's not mine. Lilo looked at Evelyn and said, I didn't buy a ticket. I'm late because I had to deal with the guards outside. Deal with the guards outside. Though Lilo replied casually, Evelyn felt she had heard something extraordinary. So, are the two of you dating? Lilo looked at Evelyn and asked. Dating? Dating. Evelyn stammered nervously, and Lilo said mercilessly, it doesn't seem like a date. Then I'll have a date with Sherlock. What? Evelyn exclaimed in shock. A few audience members behind her gestured for Evelyn to keep quiet. SHH. Apologies for interrupting both of you. Have you considered my opinion? Sherlock smiled as he looked at Evelyn and Lilo before saying, Apologies, Miss Lilo, but I was invited by Miss Evelyn to watch a drama performance. According to your understanding, it's a date, so Miss Evelyn and I are greatly inconvenienced by your intrusion. Lilo lifted her head and stared into Sherlock's eyes, then nodded and said, I see, I understand your intention. If I kill the main actor who is actively jumping around on the stage, will your date end? Sherlock opened his mouth and was about to speak when Evelyn sprung from her seat. The audience members behind her gestured for her to keep quiet, but she glared at them, and they were intimidated. Evelyn said to Lilo, Miss Lilo, please do not say such horrible things. Killing another creature is a horrible deed. Finally, we have a creature with common sense, Bruce said to Sherlock in his mind. Even if you kill the main actor, my date with Lord Sherlock will not end. Evelyn shouted loudly. Tisk, what's up with both of them? Lord Sherlock, perhaps it's time to extract yourself? Neither woman is in a proper state of mind. Sherlock ignored Bruce's suggestion. The performance on the stage came to an end, and the group of actors left the stage as the audience clapped loudly, and the curtains came down. Sherlock looked behind the heavy curtains and noticed the smiling Morgan gazing at him. The performance has ended, so let's go home. Sherlock stood up and clapped his hands as he said, both of you, stop bickering. Lord Sherlock. Let's have some tea. Evelyn grabbed Sherlock's hand and shouted. Let's watch a gladiator fight. Lilo grabbed Sherlock's other hand and said. Oh no. Bruce said as he took delight in Sherlock's dilemma. Peasant held a shield and followed his comrades on the way to the 15-member instance dungeon of Spectre College. This time, they brought along superior equipment and minor healing potions. Most of the minor healing potions were made by members of the Pioneer Alliance and were sold at cost price to members. A small portion was obtained from outside their guild since the potion factory wasn't constructed, and very few members knew how to make them. Though the little fairy had started teaching potion concoction, very few gamers were being taught. Only the top 50 daily mission gamers were able to make it to the second day of the class. Some had to purchase the spots using magic stones, and the little fairy also had to find them pleasing to the eye. There was only one gamer whom the little fairy found pleasing to the eye, Raintia. Even though the Pioneer Alliance had 500 members, less than 10 members knew potion concoction. I discovered that the game is making fools of us. Sylvanas examined her short bow for defects while she complained. The date of Evelyn and Shirley was interrupted by fallen angel Lilo of Victoria City. Isn't she the leader of the opposing faction? Isn't Winterfell an ally of Eternal Kingdom? Why isn't Lilo blacklisted? That's nothing. The most exciting part is Shirley rejecting both Lilo and Evelyn. Not Wearing Pants found it funny, and he said, "There are screenshots on the forum." A gamer snuck into the theater and witnessed the entire incident. Shirley told them that he was going back to play computer gamers and rejected both Evelyn and Lilo's invitations. "I believe that Shirley and Brainiac are official CP, Burning Chest Hair said as he nodded. "Chest Hair, you're very gay." Peasant laughed heartily, and the other gamers nodded. Arthur sharpened his sword and counted the number of minor healing potions hanging from his waist. He said, "I'm prepared. This time, we'll conquer the instance dungeon." Chapter 371, Morgan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. No 58,956, 42,565, 58,585, and 25,654 candidates, prepare yourselves. The Level A examination is about to begin. The voice came from a crystal ball, and the 4 Lich candidates stood up immediately and started preparing for their examination. "Ah, finally, it's our turn. I thought I wouldn't be able to graduate." "Don't let your guard down, the Black Armored Knight seems to be coming." "What's the big deal with the Black Armored Knight? Many of our seniors trounced him and his team. We only have to delay for time, and we'll graduate." Everyone smiled happily, and none of the Lich students noticed that the gnomes were carrying vials with black-colored potions. This was the first time that the instance dungeon was conquered. 12 hours later. "Oh dear, I'm at my wit's end. This is the last one." Candidate number 58,956 placed both of his hands on the ground as he knelt down in a daze. "What happened? What's in those small vials? I slashed him. Why did he heal after drinking the contents of the vial?" Candidate number 42,565 also knelt on the ground and said in an aggrieved tone, "We can't defeat them, we can't defeat them." Candidate number 58,585 knelt down too. Only candidate number 25,654 gritted his teeth and persevered. His large, elite orc skeleton was cornered by the group of combatants from Eternal Kingdom. He went into a daze. While the Lich students were kneeling down in frustration, the gamers on the forum were celebrating because they heard about the conquering of the troops' training grounds. The most popular post-first clearing of Spectre College, troops' training grounds. It took 12 hours, was created by Not Wearing Pants. Since the bosses in the instance dungeon didn't have fixed skills, the gamers encountered different bosses every time. Hence, Not Wearing Pants post wasn't about the instance dungeon, it was on saving time. The most crucial item was the minor healing potion. Lord Sherlock, the minor healing potion provided much needed assistance. According to my backend data analysis, the potion helped us earn 10% of the gamer's money and materials. This is highly profitable. Bruce said excitedly while Sherlock browsed the forum. Very good. Just as I expected. We should come up with more magic potions. Then, the gamers will provide us with the materials, magic stones, and game currency that they have earned. Once they become poor, they will have to carry bricks diligently. I'm expecting another golden age in construction. It will become a positive loop cycle. Sherlock was happy and said in anticipation. A letter was thrown out from the dungeon core. It had the words Lord Sherlock Winterfell Office on it. Sherlock tore open the letter and started reading. Dearest Lord Sherlock. Apologies for imposing on you, Lord Sherlock. The second successor to Eternal Fire, Morgan, wishes to meet you. Due to pressure from my superior, I had to write this letter of invitation. I understand that Lord Sherlock is extremely busy, so I won't be surprised even if you decline the invitation. I would appreciate a reply. Love from Nicholas, Lassie. Tisk, does he treat Lassie as his name? Bruce said immediately, decline it, Lord Sherlock. While you were watching the drama performance, he didn't look friendly. He must have ill intentions for meeting you. Why should I decline? Are we not worried about hidden plotters? It's better to meet him for peace of mind. Sherlock snapped his fingers, and a pen and a piece of paper floated up. The pen then started writing. It was an acceptance letter, and Sherlock sent it over. Before long, Nicholas acknowledged with a return letter. The meeting location with Morgan was the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. Sherlock didn't want to waste his precious tea. Sherlock informed Eggface and Brainiac about the meeting, as they were his left and right-hand henchmen. Eggface was a black dragon who looked impressive. Moreover, he was familiar with secretary work. As for Brainiac, he was a rare genius lich and was also impressive. He was very capable and could handle all matters given to him. Eggface wore his formal wear and large framed spectacles that were suitable for secretarial work. He also carried a leather briefcase. As for Brainiac, he wore his professor cloak to show his status as an academic. Besides Eggface and Brainiac, there was also a group of gnome guards. Brew chose 10 clean and fit gamers carefully and ensured that they wouldn't go offline abruptly. They followed closely behind Sherlock. This kind of Dungeon Lord meeting plot mission was rare, but it wasn't the first time for the gamers. With Sherlock's exertion of dominance, he was able to make the gamers keep quiet when the time came. Sherlock was familiar with the way to the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. He led Eggface, Brainiac, and the gamers towards his destination. The passers-by would greet them and pay their respects. After all, they were the heroes that saved Winterfell and reorganized the old district. Now, there were no poor residents who were secretly studying. Instead, there was a helpful adventurers guild that assisted the residents with house chores. The residents were extremely pleased. "Welcome, Lord Sherlock. Lord Morgan is in the meeting hall with the Dungeon Lord." Sherlock arrived at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall and saw a sludge monster butler waiting for him. Sherlock followed the butler to the meeting hall. Sherlock recalled that he met the other Dungeon Lords inside the meeting hall to discuss the ancient gods' crisis. The Dungeon Lord at that time had been Onionhead. Within a short period of time, there were 2 changes in Dungeon Lords. Things remained the same, but the creatures had changed. Sherlock pushed open the door and walked in. "Lord Sherlock." Nicholas stood up and greeting Sherlock with a warm smile, and an orc secretary was pushing a cart and waiting by the side. On the opposite side was a smiling young devil, Morgan. "Finally, I have the chance to meet you, Lord Sherlock. I'm Morgan." Morgan walked towards Sherlock and smiled as he said, "We met 2 days ago when you brought along 2 female partners to watch my performance. I recognized you at first glance and felt very honored." Nicholas was relieved to see Morgan being so cordial. Sherlock smiled and said, "I've heard of you. As the second successor to Eternal Fire, I've heard of your name while studying. Haha, let's sit down and chat." Nicholas pointed to the sofa, and Morgan and Sherlock sat down. The orc secretary placed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea in front of Sherlock. Eggface walked forward and took Sherlock's cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea, finishing it in a hurry. He licked his lips while putting the empty cup in front of Sherlock. "I've tested it, there's no poison," Eggface adjusted his spectacles and said seriously. Brainiac nodded at the orc secretary, who was in shock. "Ah! Please pour another cup," Brainiac said. The orc secretary recovered and poured another cup of tea. Brainiac took out a new cup from the cart and placed it on the table. "Change the cup." "Apologies. Sincere apologies." The orc secretary lowered his head and apologized while he poured another cup. Eggface was about to drink from his cup of tea, but he was stopped by Brainiac, who drank the bloody chrysanthemum tea instead. The tea flowed along his spine to his hips before dripping noisily on the ground. Lord Sherlock's subordinates are full of humor," Nicholas said after a long time. "Let's discuss the main topic." Sherlock sat on the sofa and ignored the behavior of Eggface and Brainiac. He looked at Morgan and said, "Mr. Morgan, is there an urgent matter?" "Yes, I'm here to convey some news to Lord Sherlock." Morgan clasped his hands and said solemnly, "I'm here to kill Lord Sherlock or be killed by him. It's that simple." Chapter 372, The Coming New Situation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Because of Morgan's words, the atmosphere in the meeting hall became tense. Nicholas was grave, and he looked at Morgan and asked, "Wait a moment, Mr. Morgan, this joke isn't funny. Are you imitating the dialogue from the Forbidden Kingdom?" "No. I have made use of my personal influence and applied to the Devil Management Committee to declare war on Eternal Kingdom. Before long, Lord Sherlock will receive the notification from the Devil Management Committee. It will be a legal war to the death. After I win, I will take over all of your wealth and citizens. But I won't kill them, I'll torture them and let them pay the price for what they have done," Morgan said maliciously. "I don't understand." "My citizens," Sherlock frowned as he looked back at his restrained gamers and said, "What did they do to deserve your hatred? I remember that we were fighting Samael. On some level, we saved your brother. Isn't Andrew your brother? That's what I found out." "Andrew? I don't care about him. I'm talking about you, Sherlock, I want you." Morgan stood up and spread out his hands as he shouted loudly. The orc exclaimed in shock and covered his face. From the gaps in his fingers, his eyes exuded excitement and anticipation. "You?" He. Eggface looked at Sherlock and Morgan, then he lowered his head, nodded, and said, "Apologies, I'll move my nest away. To prevent any misunderstanding, I have to clarify, are you doing this because of Michelangelo's relic? Even if I'm killed, you can't get Michelangelo's relic." Sherlock immediately said, "Since you staked everything on this death war, even if the Devil Management Committee doesn't agree to your application, I'll agree to your request. My citizens and I will wait in my dungeon for your attacks. Can you reveal your total worth to me?" "Wait a moment. Lord Sherlock, you're fighting eternal fire. Let Winterfell mediate this misunderstanding," Nicholas said nervously. He tried to diffuse the explosive atmosphere between Sherlock and Morgan, but it seemed impossible. "Eternal fire won't be fighting against you, it's my own dungeon. I purchased a nearby dungeon and will use it to attack Eternal Kingdom." Morgan stood up and placed 2 tickets on the table in front of Nicholas and Sherlock. "These are tickets for the performance tomorrow. I hope that you can support me. Farewell, and see you on the battlefield, Lord Sherlock." Nicholas looked in disbelief at the back view of Morgan. He said, "Morgan, he likes to act." He thought of Sherlock and quickly said, "Lord Sherlock, though I know that you and your warriors are brave, it's better to appeal against such needless war. The other dungeon lords and superior devils will support your appeal. This kind of unreasonable war should be condemned." Nicholas spoke with agitation, but Sherlock didn't agree. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Nicholas, Eternal Kingdom will never refuse a fight. Of course, I have no intention to involve you and Winterfell. Just watch from the sidelines." "Lord Sherlock," Nicholas said with concern. However, Sherlock lifted his hand and said, "Don't dissuade me. I won't refuse such a good deal. I'll return to prepare for the war." Sherlock left the meeting hall with Eggface, Brainiac, and the gamers, leaving a befuddled Nicholas inside the room. "Good deal?" The news of war between Eternal Kingdom and Morgan spread like wildfire on the discussion forum. There were many posts that had the following titles. "The war with the ogres hasn't ended, and we haven't fought with polio, but we have to abandon the new instance dungeon. A dungeon war is brewing. The clash of 2 dungeons. Victorian pigs, watch how we experience the new content with hate and jealousy. The Victoria City gamers are at fault. I will lodge complaints with the customer service Black Dragon. Please queue up. As a Victoria City gamer, I'm thinking of changing factions." There was a post that was hidden in the deluge of posts. "I am Hoodlum with weapon level 10. Hoodlum lay on the ground in darkness. His breathing was even, and his body remained motionless. The bearded sword trainer stood in the darkness and looked at Hoodlum, who was lying on the ground. The sword trainer had countless doubts in his mind. Why did the severely deformed Hoodlum have such strong willpower? No matter how tough the training was, he could complete it. Even if he suffered multiple fractures, he didn't feel anything. His fractured bones protruded out of his flesh, and he had to be healed by mana more than 10 times. It was as if Hoodlum didn't have any feelings, but that was impossible. During combat, he reacted to various wounds caused by weapons. This was a basic requirement for a warrior. If he was unable to feel wounds, how could he fight? After a hellish training regime, Hoodlum's combat skills improved by leaps and bounds. He had no fear of death, pain, or exhaustion, and he could even smile merrily. The sword trainer felt that he had wasted his life, even feeling fearful of Hoodlum. Within a short period of time, the sword trainer saw results. Hoodlum was breaking his limits, and he could defeat the guards with his hands. If he was given a weapon, the guards would have been dead. Of course, Hoodlum would also suffer serious injury. That wasn't important. He could see the unlimited potential of Hoodlum, who could become famous and be successful. And Hoodlum was his disciple. The bearded sword trainer calmed down. He would like to wake Hoodlum and continue the class, but nobody could force Hoodlum to do anything against his will, not even the sword trainer. He could only wait for him to wake up. It was almost time. Hoodlum slowly sat up exactly when the sword trainer had expected. Gosh, the Eternal Kingdom faction is so interesting. I wish I could join them. When I finish my chain missions, I'll kill Arthur. Hoodlum muttered to himself as he stood up. The sword trainer was used to his strange blabbering. He threw a long sword to Hoodlum, and its blade had been sharpened. Hoodlum, the goal of your practice has changed. You now have only one goal. The sword trainer trembled with unrestrained excitement. Use everything you know to defeat me. The busy Victoria city was almost complete. Houses constructed of wood and stone lined both sides of a road. The gamers were being strictly supervised by the 3 hamsters, so they couldn't deviate from the construction rules and regulations. The city of 5,000 was developed for over a month, and most of the gamers had built their own houses based on their hard work. Victoria City had more available land compared to the land-scarce Eternal Kingdom. Each gamer of Victoria City had a 10 square meter house, which could be expanded in the future. However, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't have such a luxury. This was a benefit for the gamers of Victoria City. At the outer boundary of the city, Edward Scissorhand kept his body as low as possible to hide, watching nervously. Edward Scissorhand was very worried that the forest would be cleared one day. He wasn't an environmentalist, but he was worried that he would have no cover after the trees were cleared. An elf who didn't have green words above his head was scolding a group of logging gamers because they exceeded the permitted limit. He then led the gamers to another logging area. Edward wasn't bothered by this, as his goal was to record a map of Victoria City. Over the past few months, Edward Scissorhand wasn't idling. Where he fell, he would pick himself up. That was his motto. Chapter 373, The Forthcoming Battle with Victoria City. Here. Here. Put more rocks here. Dragonborn stood on a city wall and directed the guild members to move rocks to designated locations. They were building a portion of the city wall that was assigned to their guild, for that night with Sherlock. The previous wooden wall was used temporarily to defend against wild beasts. Before it was completed, the gamers weren't happy with the wooden walls. How could the Grand Victoria City use wood to make its city walls? They had to use rocks. The gamers started proposing this on the forum. The designer gamers came up with a simple construction method for the city walls, and they also planned the location based on the size of the city. This matter had to be discussed with Duchess Lilo. Otherwise, it would cost money to buy the land. Lilo wasn't concerned about the usage of land, she was only concerned about making the gamers powerful and using the crystal ball to spy on Sherlock. As far as the applications to use the land were concerned, Lilo approved all of them. The gamers were passionate in their work even though there were no rewards. It wasn't a problem for the sandbox building gamers. Victoria City only had the Ogre Fortress Instance Dungeon, the Sighing Wilderness, and the Spider's Lair for the gamers to explore. The requirements for the Ogre Fortress were too high. Though Dragonborn was qualified, his reputation level wasn't. Within a short time, none of the gamers of Victoria City would be able to enter the Ogre Fortress. The new instance dungeon was made for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn. Did you see the posts on the discussion forum? Hoodlum's weapon level is at 10. A human quickly ran over to Dragonborn and shouted, attracting the attention of other gamers. Impossible. Isn't Hoodlum currently captured and being kept as a slave? How can a slave train up their weapon level? And his weapon level is higher than Arthur? Is he bluffing? Takia Spirit commented condescendingly. Yes, perhaps he was online every day just to train his combat skills. Didn't he do other things? I don't believe it. Sealhead Ling Chong was skeptical, but the person who read the post shouted, it's real. The forum post has a screenshot of his attributes. Take a look at Hoodlum's post. Let's take a look. Takia Spirit intended to go offline to take a look. It was then that he heard a swoosh sound and saw blood splattering in front of him. An arrow had penetrated his chest. Holy cow! Takia Spirit cursed and sat down slowly on a stack of rocks. Grotesque blood dripped all over the place, and he perished. There were sounds of galloping hooves. Within the forest, Edward Scissorhand wielded a bow as he took aim at Dragonborn, who was on the wall. With a swoosh sound, the arrow penetrated Dragonborn's throat, and he collapsed to the ground. Edward Scissorhand noticed that Dragonborn was their leader. Him going outside the city boundary to construct the city walls was careless. Edward Scissorhand knew that he had to seize the opportunity, so he led his bandits and charged out while they held the upper hand. Edward Scissorhand was right, as there were no reinforcements from Victoria City. The guild for that night with Sherlock only had 100 members, and less than 50 members were building the city walls. As it was at the border area, it was far from Victoria City. The forest didn't have wild beasts, so the gamers wouldn't go over there. Most of the gamers traveled to the Sighing Wilderness or the Spider's Lair via the teleport portal to obtain materials, earn reputation points, complete missions, and increase their weapon levels. Only those gamers who were allocated the mission to construct the city walls and those interested individual gamers would be here. Edward Scissorhand was merciless. With only tens of bandits, he killed everyone except for one prisoner. That human, who had green symbols above his head, laid on the ground while spitting blood. He lifted his hand with great effort, wanting to end his life with a dagger, but he didn't have enough strength. He scolded, "Gosh, why isn't there a self-destruct or suicide setting? Do they want me to die slowly? Hey, to have a quick death, answer our questions. Otherwise, I'll let you suffer for a few days before dying." Edward Scissorhand squatted down, using his large scissors to cut the person's fingers. Edward Scissorhand expected him to moan in pain, but that didn't occur. That person examined his cut fingers and looked at Edward Scissorhand in a daze as he said, "What's up? A strange encounter mission. Be honest. Answer our boss," another bandit shouted loudly. "I understand, I'll cooperate with you. Please capture me and heal me, then sell me to a slave merchant. I'll be a powerful gladiator. Let me go through training. I'll have weapon level 10 like Hoodlum," the dying human gamer continued shouting. "What is this situation? How does he know about Hoodlum? How does he know that we sold Hoodlum to a slave merchant?" Edward Scissorhand looked furiously at him. He was greatly astonished. There must be a mole. A traitorous bandit must have divulged everything to Victoria City. Otherwise, how could Victoria City know? Perhaps Hoodlum used a special method to communicate with them in secret? However, it wasn't possible. I'll tell you everything. We have 5,000 citizens who are mostly at the Sighing Wilderness. The city is now empty. If you walk south for 20 minutes, you'll reach the city. Believe me. At 4 to 5 a.m., I guarantee that there will be the least number of people. Take me with you, please. Let me be a slave. Let me be a slave, slave. The voice of the gamer became weaker until he had no more breath. He didn't die, and he was panting from time to time as he stared at Edward and the bandits with his large eyes. Boss, what he said matches Hoodlum's words. Hoodlum said that there are 5,000 of them and suggested that we attack at 4 to 5 a.m. What shall we do? A bandit walked over and asked. Edward Scissorhand pondered for a while and asked, how many bandits do we have? At our stronghold, there are 2,000 of us gathered from all directions. 2,000 bandits, it's sufficient. We'll prepare tonight and set off at 4 a.m. to attack Victoria City. A dying person has no reason to deceive us. This is a good opportunity. If we're successful, the wealth of Victoria City and the thousands of slaves will be ours. Edward lifted his arms and looked around viciously as he said, I know you're worried after our last attack because we couldn't defeat them. However, we only had 200 bandits. This time, we have 2,000. They won't be our match. So what if they're fearless? We'll use our bows to kill all of them. Boss is correct. Kill all of them. Rob them. Capture them as slaves. The bandits cheered wildly before Edward Scissorhand led them away. The time was ripe. Though they didn't know where the Sighing Wilderness was, they didn't see the group of humans, fairies, and elves moving around. This was the best chance. The bandits gave the dying gamer a quick death before leaving. The bandits didn't know that after the gamer perished, he walked out from the teleport portal naked and sounded the alarm. Then, he collapsed to the ground. He had gone offline to create a post on the discussion forum. The gamers of Victoria City were excited. They thought the game producers had forgotten about them. The gamers captured a few horses in the previous bandit attack. This time, the gamers wanted to have more horses. After all, those were free horses. Edward Scissorhand didn't know that a nightmare awaited them. Lancelot was nervously preparing for war by digging ditches, setting traps, and accumulating combustible items at the center of the city. The wooden planks of doors were stripped to be used as shields against arrows. There were also sand and water jars for fighting fires. The most common mode of attack was incendiary attacks. If Lancelot was Edward Scissorhand, he would fire off a volley of incendiary arrows. When chaos reigned, the riders and troops would charge in. So all the preventive measures had to be taken. Lancelot wasn't worried about whether they would lose. The bandits only had 2,000 members to fight against the 5,000 citizens of Victoria City who were blessed by God Almighty and were fearless. The bandits had no chance of victory. That was what Lancelot believed. Chapter 374, It's a Conspiracy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was quiet and late at night. 2 crimson moons hung in a corner in the night sky. The time was 3 a.m. In the dark woods, Edward Scissorhand and his large group of bandits went over the city walls stealthily. They met a few crazy construction workers who were building the city walls at such unearthly hours. Did they not sleep? To prevent them from sounding the alarm, the bandits ended their lives with arrows from a distance as they approached Victoria City silently. As they fumbled in the dark, the original 20 minutes of walking on the path took double the time. Along the way, they met some scattered humans, fairies, and elves who were looking for things. If Edward wasn't sure that his plan hadn't been leaked out, he would have suspected a mole on his side. All of these humans, fairies, and elves were silenced. When Edward arrived at Victoria City with his bandit army, he witnessed a chaotic scene. There were moving torches and shouting. "Don't stop me! I want to be the first one to surrender. I want to become a slave. I'll follow veteran Hoodlum's footsteps." Nonsense. I'll be the first one to become a slave. Don't be like that. The game is very realistic, so if you surrender and Victoria City and Duchess Lilo are captured, what will we do? Gosh. I'm excited just thinking about it. You defecting trash, are for that night with Sherlock Guild will never yield. For Victoria City. Buck up. I want a white horse. I'll reserve a white horse. Edward gaped at his bandits. Who was the one who betrayed him? Victoria City was well prepared. If he continued, he would be discovered. The stealth attack plan had failed. Though Edward was indignant, he had no choice but to order a retreat. He waved his hand and whispered, "Convey my orders. The rear will now lead. We're retreating." Before his adjutant had the chance to convey his order, he patted Edward's shoulder and pointed at the ground in front as he said softly, "Boss, something isn't right." Edward turned his head and saw several figures in the woods. They were 2 elves, 2 humans, and a short fairy. The 5 looked at them from afar, and one of them walked closer and said, "Sell us to the slave merchant, or we'll sound the alarm. We aren't threatening you, we'll bring the troops from Victoria City." Edward lifted his hand, and the bandits aimed their bows at them. He then swung down his hand, and the 5 of them became like hedgehogs. Edward was emotionless as he let his bandits retreat slowly. Just then, he heard someone shout from behind, "In the woods ahead. We were killed by their arrows. In the woods ahead. Hurry and charge. Quick. Inform the rest on the forum. Call back all of the wandering members at the boundary. Don't let our horses escape. Great Centenarian. Get your horse out and give chase." "What? My horse is extremely valuable. I want to be a slave. Nobody can stop me." Edward gnashed his teeth. Did they not say that there was nobody around at 4 a.m.? Were they not supposed to be at the Sighing Wilderness? How did they know he was coming? Were those people that he killed before the bait to trap him? This was a conspiracy. Even if they lost tens of their members, they wanted Edward to fall into their trap. How terrifying! Edward Scissorhand had thought of all possibilities. They were expecting his attack. The dying man's words were to lure him into attacking at this time. Edward Scissorhand understood why the dying man was full of smiles. This was now apparent. That smile was his conspiracy. Edward didn't know when they were discovered. Seeing the wavering torches, there was no need to remain hidden. He mounted his horse and pulled the reins. Edward tried to lead the way and charge out, but there were too many of them, and they were well prepared. If Edward and his bandits were trapped, then it would be their end. "Quick! We'll attack! We can win! All the slaves and wealth will be ours!" Edward kept his wits and shouted. With Edward's order, the bandits charged towards the torches. However, Edward stayed back and grasped the reins of his horse. If the bandits charged out first and acted as his protection, it would be easier for him to escape. That was Edward's plan. As the bandits charged past him, the entire area was filled with torchlight and more shouting. "Boss! We're surrounded!" "What? How did we get surrounded?" Edward roared. It was the same situation they had been in 2 months ago. They were surrounded once again. How did the enemy plan all of this? Edward felt immense fear. He could give the excuse that they had only 200 bandits the previous time. But now, they had 2,000 bandits. Despite that, the enemy had anticipated his every move. Who was such a genius? Was it Lancelot? Though Lancelot was an excellent knight, Edward didn't believe that Lancelot would be so intelligent. Who was it? Edward chose a direction with the least activity and shouted to his bandits, "Follow me. There are enemies over there. Let's kill them." Edward shouted, only needing a small portion of his bandits to follow him. He led his small contingent and charged out. As Edward charged out, he saw waves of the enemy dashing out. There were only about 100 of them, so Edward was confident he could deal with them. He charged over, and his scissors ended a fairy's life. The fairy's wings and the body were cut in half. A naked human wielding a large shield charged forward and screamed, "Ah!" Edward controlled his horse and charged head-on. With his speed, if the human wasn't a fool, he would give way because the horse would maim him. The naked shield-bearer didn't care about his life. He held on to his shield and collided with Edward. The human was sent flying, while Edward's horse fell to the ground. Edward lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Edward lifted his head. Everything was happening out of his expectations. Edward stood up, and his loyal bandits rallied around him. Before the fallen white horse had a chance to stand up, the bleeding human crawled to it with the intention to caress it. At the last moment, he perished, killed by the impact. "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm all right. Prepare to charge out." "We have to get out of here," Edward said to his bandits, though some of them were already charging out. Behind those 100 enemies were tens of other reinforcements. They were heading towards Edward, and the woods were filled with the movement of torches. Edward unsheathed his sword and screamed as he charged forward. His enemies were right before him. Edward swung his weapon skillfully. With his superb combat skills, he was like a wolf among sheep. Each slash created bloodshed, and nobody was his match. The enemies suffered serious casualties, but they weren't scared and had no intention to flee. It wasn't the first time Edward had encountered such a situation, but he felt shocked and intimidated. Why was their willpower so strong? Edward didn't know. He only knew that he had to get out. He decapitated a human and slashed at a person at his side, but his sword was parried by a shield. Behind the shield was a face that Edward found familiar, the leader that he had killed yesterday. The human called Dragonborn. Wait a moment, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Chapter 375, The Rise of Dragonborn. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Edward Scissorhand was confused, but with his superior combat skills, he managed to suppress his confusion. He raised both his long sword and scissors and screamed at the charging Dragonborn, "Come and meet your death, you death scammer!" Both of their weapons collided. Sparks flew, and the clanking of metal filled the air. Dragonborn knew that he was unable to defeat Edward Scissorhand alone. But it was all right, as the gamers didn't fight bosses alone. "Ah!" Takia Spirit wielded his shield and charged at Edward Scissorhand as he shouted, "I'll curse your mom, and I'll be your dad." Edward was angered by Takia Spirit's words, unable to take the insult. He decided to use the most brutal way to kill this filthy-mouthed man. Takia Spirit's handling of the shield was amateurish, and Edward was able to dodge it easily. While Takia Spirit charged forward, Edward stabbed Takia Spirit's stomach and lifted him up before smashing him to the ground. Before long, Takia Spirit became motionless. As for the other gamers, they were being stopped by the bandits. Though there weren't many gamers, more reinforcements were on their way. Edward knew that he shouldn't stay for long. However, he was pestered by Dragonborn, who charged at him again. Though Dragonborn was skilled, he couldn't be compared to the battle-hardened Edward, who could handle Dragonborn easily. In a few rounds of engagement, Dragonborn's arms were amputated. Edward didn't waste precious time and ended Dragonborn's life decisively. Edward didn't hesitate, leading his bandits and charging out of the siege. However, they were surrounded by a dense layer of torches. "Boss! We're surrounded," the bandits shouted in panic. "What? How did we get surrounded?" Edward felt chills on his scalp. He had just handled a group of Victorians when another came to replace them. This must be a trap. Edward. When Edward tried to force his way into the crowd, he discovered that the leader of the crowd was a knight with superior equipment, Lancelot. Lancelot wasn't the same as the other gamers. Edward took out his bow and aimed it at Lancelot. The other bandits took out their bows and took aim as well. Lancelot cursed at his despicable opponents and raised his round shield, prepared to be injured. Edward didn't expect a human shield to be formed in front of Lancelot. The arrows landed on the human shield. Edward and the bandits were astonished. What was happening? Kill them. For our horses. Protect Lancelot. Gosh. If he dies, we won't have a beginner's trainer. Don't kill my Lancelot. The gamers screamed for blood and charged, so Lancelot wasn't able to stand at the forefront. Brothers! Let's charge and kill them! Edward shouted furiously as he led the bandits in a charge. A brutal battle ensued. Edward was having a wild time cutting both the armored and naked gamers like vegetables. Lancelot would engage him occasionally, but he would be pushed back by the crowd. The warriors of Victoria City were wary of Lancelot fighting in battles, so they used all ways and means to prevent him from being hurt. As the battle progressed, most of the armored gamers became naked gamers with weapons. In the end, they weren't even using weapons. They were like cannon fodder, standing naked and using their fists to pummel their opponents. It was no different from committing suicide. As the battle dragged on, Edward felt his power depleting. His bandit followers became fewer and fewer, and he couldn't even find a single horse. He remembered seeing hundreds of horses in the beginning, but now there wasn't even a dead horse that could be found on the ground. Those perverted and naked humans, fairies, and elves started shouting. Start inflicting damage on the boss. MT, pull aggro. Long distance damage is limited. Reload the arrows. Leaders of the Hoodlum Yoga Association. The scissors and sword were sold, but you're welcome to reserve the other pieces of armor. The auction is starting from 10 gold coins. 50 gold coins for a straight takeaway. Looking for individual gamers to form a group. The boss is dying. Gosh. The equipment of the boss is being allocated according to the participating groups. The group that inflicts the highest amount of damage will obtain the best rewards? How can poor gamers like us survive? I protest. The group that inflicts the highest amount of damage or deals the fatal blow should be rewarded. If the group that inflicts the highest amount of damage gets the loot, how can individual gamers play the game? We aren't entitled to loot. Yes, if individual gamers don't top up their accounts with money, how can you get stronger? Bro, there's no way to top up in this game. What were these fellows shouting? Were they waiting for me to die? Edward had a very bad feeling about this. Edward swung his long sword and cut down a human. Dawn was breaking, but very few of his enemies were charging at him. Most of them were naked, and they held shields, which they knocked on noisily as they insulted him. Edward was numb to their humiliation. He couldn't help but recall his life as a bandit, how he happily kidnapped and killed people with his comrades. He remembered forcing a prisoner's wife and daughters to his room and torturing them for an entire night. Such happy and memorable times. It was a pity. He was going to die. He was a bandit king with dignity. He knew he couldn't escape, and he had no intention to. Before he died, he had to kill a few more. A naked human wielding a short sword appeared before him. Edward's pupils contracted. The naked human was Dragonborn, whom he had killed twice. He was the leader of the humans. Dragonborn charged at Edward. In his days, Edward felt the short sword cutting his body. Edward's life flashed in his mind. He nodded as he finally understood that it was his dream. He had a real nightmare. Edward saw the sky spinning while his body collapsed. The severed neck spurted blood as the body fell to the ground. His ears were buzzing as his eyes were filled with darkness. The gamers cheered in the woods, and there were 10 groups who obtained Edward's loot. Even Edward's underwear was allocated as a reward. Though the gamers were suspicious about the combat value of the underwear, many gamers made a high bid. It was the only pair of underwear from the powerful boss, and they were sure it would fetch a high price in the future. It was a correct analysis according to the history of other games. Dragonborn dealt the fatal blow to Edward, so his team obtained the allocation of loot from the system. Congratulations to Dragonborn's team for defeating the boss, Edward Scissorhand. You are randomly allocated Edward's weapon, the Crimson Sword. Please collect your loot from the Hamster Logistics Officer within 2 days. You have to redeem the sword with 500 reputation points. Gosh! We have to spend reputation points? Takia Spirit shouted indignantly. It's normal, I'm not surprised anymore. It's good that we don't have to pay with coins. Though, 500 reputation points is equivalent to 5 hours of carrying bricks. Sealhead Ling Chong said. Dragonborn's team consisted of only 40 of his guild members, so the allocation of equipment wasn't troublesome. The loot would be auctioned, and the money would be evenly distributed. Though Dragonborn would like to own the Crimson Sword, he wasn't a rich gamer. There were a few rich gamers who joined Dragonborn's guild based on his reputation. One of them was called Softy, who played the role of a female human. She spent more than 50 gold coins and bought the Crimson Sword. Everyone was jealous of her. All 40 participants obtained more than a gold coin, which would allow them to buy a full set of standard equipment, so they had no complaints. After the auction, Dragonborn didn't expect Softy to run to him and say shyly, "Dragonborn, I'm giving the Crimson Sword to you. Can you teach me close combat skills? How's that?" Ah! Chapter 376, Rumors of Dragonborn and Softy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The stronghold of the Pioneer Alliance in Eternal Kingdom. Peasant was placing a large blood-stained piece of armor in a water jar to clean it. It was obtained from Spectre College's troops' training grounds. The previous owner was the final boss, a half-giant skeleton. It was sent to Simba for refurbishing, but he hammered Peasant's face and looked at the endless queue. Simba, who had dark rings around his eyes, shouted, "Clean it properly first. Are you looking to contaminate the large furnace?" Peasant brought back the armor to clean. Recently, many gamers committed suicide in the large furnace, causing changes to its contents. This had affected the forging process adversely. The game system published daily notices. Gamers are prohibited from jumping into the large furnace. Flouters will be fined. Regardless, there were many gamers who wanted to experience the excitement of jumping into the large furnace. Gosh, did you hear about it? There was an unexpected plot in Victoria City yesterday. Thousands of bandits attacked the city, and they sent them several hundred horses. Peasant spoke with envy and jealousy as he washed the armor. That's nothing to be envious of. They had to depend on the bandits to obtain the horses. If we work hard, we can obtain the darting birds, Not Wearing Pants said as he supported his chin and sat by the side. I don't feel like spending money to buy darting birds, nor do I want to work. I mean, I'm not even getting enough sleep. Sylvanas frowned as she complained. I don't think your gnome face needs any beauty sleep. Sylvanas locked her legs around Burning Chesthair's neck, and there was a sickening crack of the bones. That's nothing to be envious about. We are also going to attack other dungeons. Morgan has declared war on us. Before long, we'll be involved in this plot war. Arthur sharpened his black weapon using a whetstone. Recently, there have been many updates to the plot. We haven't challenged the Ogre Fortress or touched Lilo's hand, yet we're fighting a dungeon war, Peasant said as Not Wearing Pants was frantically trying to rescue Burning Chesthair. Not Wearing Pants said, "Isn't that good? The game content is getting more interesting, and I'm having lots of fun. I'm dying. I'm dying." Burning Chesthair slapped Sylvanas' arms, but she didn't relent. Arthur glanced at them and said, "Stop fooling around. If he dies, he'll lose reputation points." "Oh, I know." Sylvanas released Burning Chesthair and sat obediently at one side. "Arthur bro, we have to work hard during the dungeon war. I believe Arthur bro will be the first gamer to ascend the enemy walls." Dragonborn was in the headlines yesterday night. I saw a lot of screenshots of Dragonborn in the forum. His combat skills have improved. The standard of Lancelot seems higher than Moro's. Peasant said indignantly. Who's Moro's? Burning chest hair asked in surprise. He's our beginner's combat trainer who claimed to be a professional gnome gladiator. Not wearing pants said. Is he that Winterfell security guard? Peasant asked. The game settings are **T. Dragonborn will never be as awesome as Arthur. My Arthur bro is the best in the world. Sylvanas said furiously. She was trying to show her anger, but it failed with her gnome appearance. He's really strong. The boss, Edward Scissorhand, had a piece of orange legendary equipment, the Crimson Sword. The attributes are similar to Arthur's sword. Peasant said exaggeratedly. Gosh, really? Which post is that on the forum? Let's take a look. Not wearing pants asked. Peasant said immediately, the popular post rumor, our guild member Softa gifted the legendary Crimson Sword. Just as Peasant finished speaking, Arthur and the other 3 comrades fell to the ground. They had gone offline. A post was shown on the computer screen. Rumor, our guild member Softa gifted the legendary Crimson Sword. The creator of the post was anonymous. The post was short, but it looked as though it was written by an abandoned and angry lady. I am a gamer in Victoria City, and I am sharing a piece of shocking news. This matter starts with a weapon. The picture below is the screenshot of the weapon. Crimson Sword, orange legendary equipment. Damage, 0-200. Weight, 10. Durability, 10. Forger, unknown master. Weapon source, boss, Edward Scissorhand. Required reputation, Victoria City reputation level 5, basic. The sword came from Edward Scissorhand. The hilt was engraved with a magical crimson stone, so it was named the Crimson Sword. The sword was Edward Scissorhand's favorite weapon, and he used it to defeat numerous opponents. According to legend, the souls of those killed by the Crimson Sword couldn't ascend to heaven. Instead, they were trapped within the precious stone. Basically, it's **T. This is a weapon with a damage value of 0-200. What kind of a sword is that? Arthur's black legendary weapon has a damage value of 150 at most, and the white standard weapons only have a damage value of 0-10. It is indeed a legendary weapon. Any weapon that clashes with the Crimson Sword will be damaged, which is a small matter. As for the white standard weapons, they will be directly broken. Such a weapon, if auctioned in Eternal Kingdom, would fetch millions of renminbi due to the demand of the rich gamers. Perhaps, the record for the first beta auction would also be broken. Since Dragonborn struck the fatal blow on Edward Scissorhand, his team was able to hold the auction for the sword. The final bid price was 55 gold coins, and Softy obtained the loot. Don't ask how I know the details. There were 40 members in the team, and any of them could divulge the details. The most important detail is that Softa gifted the Crimson Sword to Dragonborn. Let us calculate the cost. According to the gold coin pricing in Victoria City, it's about 1 million renminbi. Softa must be a rich gamer to afford 1 million renminbi for a legendary weapon. She didn't bat an eyelid when she gifted the sword to Dragonborn. If it's not true love, I won't believe it. According to rumors, Softy is the daughter of the owner of a publicly listed corporation. Her wealth is comparable to the rich gamer Arthur. If such a rich lady is willing to give an expensive weapon to Dragonborn, they must have known each other already. But this possibility is low. Otherwise, they must have some unknown relationship. I'm dying with jealousy. I don't want to work hard anymore. Just give me a rich Lilo, okay? Okay, I will analyze how Softa falls in love with Dragonborn from my daily observations. Sherlock finished reading the post, which depicted how the writer followed Softy. Only a stalker would do such a thing. There are many rich gamers nowadays, Lord Sherlock. When I was wandering on Earth, they didn't have that much money. Before the advent of computer games, they didn't know the meaning of violence. Brew said with nostalgia. Computer games? Violence. Sherlock was taken aback, as he couldn't relate computer games and violence with one another. What relationship did they have? No, I'm referring to the meme of an American president. Lord Sherlock, don't be bothered by it, Brew explained. I'll not be concerned with the matters in Victoria City. How are the preparations of the gamers of Eternal Kingdom? Sherlock asked as he pushed the computer to the side. Don't worry about the war preparations, Lord Sherlock. I made arrangements for them to do defensive construction and produce minor healing potions, bladder bombs, and new weaponry. As for Yoda and hemp rope technology, they are making great progress in their collaboration since you have invested quite a bit of money. Hemp rope technology is very experienced with robots. With the help of Mana, it's not difficult to produce a prototype, Brew said. Isn't Lord Sherlock going to collect intelligence on our opponent? I have already obtained intelligence, Sherlock said without emotion. Oh? When was that? Brew asked in surprise right as a flaming letter sprung out from the dungeon core. Sherlock opened the letter and smiled as he said, now. Chapter 377, Changing Race to Orc. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock opened the letter. Respectable Lord Sherlock. We followed your instructions and checked on Morgan's finances for the last 3 months. The dungeon that he bought is a level 3 dungeon close to Winterfell. He didn't recruit any of the citizens from the purchased dungeon. Instead, he dismissed them. He also prepared 100,000 sets of equipment, 10 magic cannons, and various mana scrolls. We were fortunate enough to obtain some equipment and used a magic recorder to secretly take some pictures. Sherlock took out the pictures that depicted a gnome holding a huge helmet that was 1/3 the height of a gnome. Besides the helmet, there was a huge set of armor, a massive shield, and an outrageous pike. However, they were too small for a giant. After all, a giant was 10 meters tall. Sherlock continued reading the letter. According to my initial speculation, the equipment is for ogres. We are still investigating the details. The letter was without any names. A strange symbol flashed before the letter incinerated by itself, leaving no ash. Lord Sherlock, this is getting serious. The 100,000 sets of equipment are for ogres, and the citizens of the dungeon were dismissed. Considering the close relationship between Andrew and the ogres, Morgan may be in cahoots with them as well. Eternal Kingdom only has 5,000 gamers. To fight against 100,000 ogres is a bit difficult. Brew said worriedly, the only way out is to kidnap Nicholas and take control of Winterfell. Using the Winterfell garrison guard is our only hope. Once the garrison guards are all defeated, our gamers can occupy Winterfell. Remember to take over the dungeon core so that I can level up again. The Merchant Alliance won't know what happened to Winterfell, and to stabilize the northern underworld, they will arrange for a new dungeon core, and we can hijack the dungeon core once again to form a positive loop. Have you drank too much bloody chrysanthemum tea? Sherlock asked with concern. No, Lord Sherlock. I have no idea how to defeat the 100,000 ogres. Sherlock pondered before saying, if their opponents are orcs, then it's possible. Lord Sherlock's intention is. We commenced the 3rd beta testing some time ago. Due to other matters, we delayed the orc profession. Isn't it a good time to roll it out? Sherlock ordered Brew, assign the mission. All non-goblin gamers with weapon level and reputation level 3 can accept a 2nd profession change mission to become an orc. The details are as follows. Mission title, Profession Change, Orc. Mission description, you have proven your worth. Lord Sherlock will allow you to break through by becoming an orc. Mission objective, work hard for 0/24 hours and submit 0/10 units of materials. Mission reward, you will become an orc. All of the Houndhead men and gnomes received this mission. The mission objective was negligible compared to the previous ones. The gamers were only required to work for 24 hours and submit spider legs and spider meat. They could easily obtain the materials from the marshes of the marsh ink spewers, the spider's lair, the sighing wilderness, and even outside the Winterfell gates. The most tedious item was the 24 hours of carrying bricks. However, for the hard-working gamers, it was nothing. It was only a single day. Work for it. 24 hours later. Don't stop me, I can continue working. Not wearing pants was feeling dizzy. Even though he was in a game, he could feel the drowsiness. It was rare for him to work 24 hours carrying bricks. Not wearing pants noticed that he had completed the mission in his mission panel, so he hurried over to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Eggface sat at a table in front of the entrance. There was a long queue of about 100 gamers. Clearly, Not Wearing Pants wasn't the first one to complete his orc mission. Behind him, the queue was lengthening. When it was Not Wearing Pants' turn, Eggface asked without lifting his head, "Name?" "Not Wearing Pants." This name sounds familiar," Eggface muttered to himself before taking out a form. "Copy this. There is a water tub for you to drown. There is also a rope there for you to hang. Lastly, there is a sword for you to cut your throat. I suggest hanging as it's cleaner." Ah! Not Wearing Pants was dumbstruck. What's there to exclaim about? Next. Eggface said as he pushed Not Wearing Pants to the side. While the gamers were queuing up for an orc change, Brew was expressing his doubts to Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock. It's time for us to fortify our dungeon. Why are you making it hard for the gnomes and houndhead men to change professions? Even if they become orcs, they will work hard to carry bricks." "No, I didn't create the tedious mission and the lengthy procedures such as copying the 100 rules of proper behavior of an underworld citizen because I want them to do more work. It's because..." Sherlock rubbed his temple. In front of him was a large cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea. "With that many orc profession switches, my mental energy is diminishing rapidly, making me feel tired and weak. If I can prevent that, I'll do so." "It's tough on you, Lord Sherlock. I sympathize with your predicament." Sherlock asked, "Have you finished the calculation? How many gamers can become orcs?" "Lord Sherlock, there are 3,256 gamers who received the mission. Out of those, 1,000 gamers became houndhead men and gnomes recently. A lot of gamers also ignored this orc mission because the houndhead man has a greater mana affinity, and they prefer the greater mana capacity of a houndhead man to the beefy orc." Sherlock felt disgusted as he said, "Tisk, do the gamers like mana so much? It seems like it. Let's put this aside. Is the large furnace mission ready?" Brew replied, "All of the blacksmiths are at level 2. Those who can do forging have received the blacksmith profession mission. In the following days, they will only receive forging daily missions. To increase their motivation towards forging, I followed your instructions to reduce the prices of the raw materials by half. On top of that, using the large furnace doesn't require a fee. New orc equipment with green excellent quality will be forged by the gamers." Brew said, "For their services, there will be a fixed charge of 50 to 100 bronze coins according to the raw materials used and the quality of equipment. Simba will still be in charge of forging blue superior and better quality equipment. Also, 2 pieces of legendary equipment will be combined into one with compensation to solve the issue of the orc's size difference." Very good. The equipment problem has to be resolved within 3 days. This mission will take precedence over the daily missions, Sherlock ordered. "I understand, Lord Sherlock." A letter came out from the Dungeon Core. Devil Management Committee number 2,589,652 document addressed to Lord Sherlock. "Seems like war is starting." Sherlock smiled as he picked up the document. Yoda woke up early. He didn't sleep well last night because the entire dungeon was busy working through the night. Who knew why they were working so hard? Yoda cleaned himself, put on his clothes, ate his clay breakfast, and opened his door. Lo and behold, why were there so many orcs? Chapter 378, War Preparation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Within one night, almost half of the gamers became orcs. Though the orcs had fresh faces, Yoda felt like he knew them. They said familiar things. Hey, have you finished your daily mission? If not, let's do it together. Require a leader for Spectre College, training grounds. The other 4 members are ready. We were booked before, and there is no refund. Winterfell Cafe is recruiting employees. Aren't you applying? 10 magic stones per month. I'm not going. I have a blacksmithing daily mission with generous rewards. A large number of gamers have become orcs, and they require the reforging of their equipment. I have to make use of the chance to make more money. Gosh, if only I had learned blacksmithing. I'm regretting it now. There are a few tall trees left in the forest. Extremely high difficulty. Looking for mathematics research students. Hurry, only limited places left. Did you know that Sylvanas killed a team member with an arrow yesterday? What? Impossible. Isn't Sylvanas archery the best in the world? Selling gold coins from your trusted brand birth date. Make sure you do business with birth date. The orcs weren't only prevalent in the streets of Eternal Kingdom, the situation was the same elsewhere. There were orcs queuing up outside the blacksmith shop. There were orcs queuing up at the Sacred Light worshipping chapel to become sacred knights. There were also orcs at the teleport portal main hall, living quarters, commercial area, industrial area, and Yoda's mana engineering workshop. Overnight, there were an additional 1,000 orcs. It was a shock to the NPCs. Brainiac also noticed this phenomenon. He wanted to ask, but he was bound by Sherlock's contract, so he couldn't ask unless Sherlock voluntarily informed him. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't do research. He had to determine if these orcs were the same as the previous gnomes, houndhead men, and goblins and whether they could be revived. The most direct method was to conduct a physical examination. The gamers were cooperative with Brainiac's experiments, and they started queuing up outside the Lich's burial hall. The appearance of orcs created a wave of excitement, but the gamers didn't feel strange about it. Everyone proceeded with their chores. For example, Hemp Rope Technology continued with his goal and made final adjustments to the prototype robot. Hemp Rope Technology knew that the prototype robot depended on rune mana formations and the mana core arcane technology for propulsion, and he was extremely interested in researching the arcane technology. To Hemp Rope Technology, all things had rules, and everything could be researched. If he couldn't understand, that was quantum mechanics. Wrong, it was mana. Hemp Rope Technology looked down on mana initially. Compared to science, mana was just a special effect created using mathematics. After all, the entire world was a game. However, he and Yoda went deep into research of the prototype robot, and he came to understand the mechanics of the airship and the basics of mana. That was when Hemp Rope Technology discovered that it wasn't so simple. Mana could create propulsion even though it couldn't be seen. In reality, there was a similar dark matter. After understanding mana, Hemp Rope Technology discovered the governing laws. Even if he explained it for days and nights, he couldn't finish all of the detailed information. Considering the ultra-realistic rules in the game, Hemp Rope Technology was contemplating the possibility of mana being one of the governing laws. Perhaps contemporary scientists hadn't discovered it. That or nobody published their research on it. The game capsule, which allowed 100% simulation of reality, was a mana arcane technology. It was possible that such mana arcane technology had been discovered and that the game producers implemented the technology into the game. This idea appeared many times in Hemp Rope Technology's mind. However, research wasn't done in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, he didn't have a good research entry point. To discover science principles in mana was strange. But hemp rope technology was still tempted. While constructing and understanding the prototype robot, he learned more about mana. He managed to duplicate a mana rune. After infusing it with mana, he was able to create a large amount of energy. However, his body was unable to withstand the strong power and mana energy, so he had to commit suicide and change to a new body. After this experiment, hemp rope technology discovered many new weapons. The new discoveries required voluntary laboratory rats. Besides using himself, he chose a few gamers to conduct experiments on. Arthur was one of the volunteers for hemp rope technology's new weapons. This rune allows an increase in power. Goblins are unable to withstand the power, but it may work for an orc. Hemp rope technology looked at the orc, Arthur, and his arms, which had new rune mana formations drawn on them. Focus your attention on the rune mana formations and infuse them with your mana. Hemp rope technology guided Arthur in feeling and getting used to the mana rune formations. Arthur infused some mana into his right arm, and he felt a power that he hadn't experienced before. His muscles were bulging from the effect of mana, and combined with the orc's muscular body, Arthur looked menacing. Arthur grabbed a rope that was attached to a huge rock. He raised the rope and lifted the rock single-handedly. It was all thanks to the rune mana formations, as Arthur was very sure that he couldn't achieve such a feat using his personal strength. The duration of the burst of power was less than a few seconds. Arthur felt the power dissipating, and he placed the rock down. After that, he was unable to control his shaking arm. This is normal. After exerting such tremendous power, it's a miracle that your muscles weren't destroyed, hemp rope technology said as he looked at Arthur. Chapter 379, Eve of the Dungeon War. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. If the materials for drawing these rune mana formations were changed to mana materials, the effect would be even greater. I suspect the power will be what the orc can bear. After all, the power that you experienced is too much for a goblin or gnome to bear. Hemp rope technology noticed that the rune mana formations were vanishing from Arthur's body. He said, according to my research, different portions of the rune mana formation will affect the duration and effect. I controlled the effect, but I'm still figuring out the duration. I believe that I will have a breakthrough soon. Why don't you copy the rune mana formations on the prototype robot? Arthur moved his numb arm, which felt as though an electric current had passed through it. He could still feel his arm, though. This was the side effect of using the rune mana formation. The propulsion of the prototype robot comes from the mana core after the rune mana formation connects with the mana core via the transmission of mana to control the robot components. Are you able to have a mana core inside of you? Wait, just like Iron Man. If I install a mana core where your heart is, will it work? This will require the Underworld biological expert. If we use a device for scanning objects to scan the rune mana formation, then use the computer for data analysis, hemp rope technology muttered to himself. Arthur interrupted him and said, I'll invest in this research. I would like you to invest. But unfortunately, Shirley has invested in this research, hemp rope technology said with a sense of regret. Shirley? That Shirley? Are you referring to the NPC Shirley? Don't look at me like that, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, go to the Dungeon Lord main hall and ask. I don't understand why the NPC invested in my research. Hemp rope technology felt that it was strange and said, Shirley provided all of the raw materials and signed a research agreement with me. All the fruits of my research belong to him, while I will obtain his full support and a set of legendary equipment. Arthur was speechless. Was that the power of knowledge? Hemp rope technology's new inventions consisted of the almost completed prototype robot, the rune mana formations that were transcribed on organic bodies, and new weapons that made use of mana and steam technology. For example, a magic wand that could fire magic missiles, a bow equipped with an aiming scope, and a simple steam-operated slingshot. These new weapons were still in the transition process from the experimental laboratory to the mass production stage. To sell these new weapons, Hemp Rope Technology bought a prime shop in the commerce area. It wasn't owned by any guilds. Instead, he had sole proprietorship. He had even thought of the name Future Technology Private Limited. Arthur walked out of the Mana Engineering Project Hall, where Not Wearing Pants and Sylvanas were bickering while waiting for him. Both of them walked towards Arthur, and Sylvanas was very happy and shouted in her shrill voice, "Arthur bro! I asked around and found out that you were at the Mana Engineering Project Hall. I waited for you for a long time. Wah, you are a guy disguised as a girl. You're a rich gamer too, so can you stop your endearing behavior?" Not Wearing Pants teased Sylvanas mercilessly. "I don't care what you think, and I'll say whatever I like." Sylvanas stood akimbo and shouted in frustration. Then she became gentle as she said to Arthur, "Arthur bro, we agreed to challenge the 15-member instance dungeon after becoming orcs. Did you forget about it, Arthur bro?" "Yes, we're all waiting for you. Let's make haste," Not Wearing Pants said. Arthur nodded. As he was about to leave with them, a public notice appeared before them. "The dungeon war will commence in 3 days' time. You have been automatically assigned the dungeon war chain missions." It was followed by a new mission. Mission title, Eve of the Dungeon War. Mission description, the evil Andrew was defeated by Eternal Kingdom, but his malevolent brother, Morgan, wants to avenge Andrew's defeat and is leading his army to destroy Eternal Kingdom. The Devil Management Committee has approved of the dungeon war, so the battle is inevitable. The war is about to start. But do not fear, warriors. You may not be the most powerful, but you possess indomitable willpower. You will help Eternal Kingdom tide through this crisis. Mission objective, we have to prepare for war. Polish your weapons and armor, and install bows and arrows at the dungeon walls. The enemy is powerful, and we must depend on our limited advantages to resist their attacks. Arrow production, 0/100. Mission reward, during the dungeon war, all gamers will gain reputation points at a slow rate. Mission penalty, closure of the game. Why is the mission penalty so severe? Not Wearing Pants started complaining, saying, "Have you seen such willful game officials? Get used to it. It has always been like this." Sylvanas waved her hand indifferently. She then said, "What's your mission?" "I'm carrying diamond seam ore." "I'm producing arrows," Not Wearing Pants answered. Arthur said, "I'm training to operate the prototype robot." Ah! A horse carriage carrying a few guards passed by a muddy road. They were looking at a metal cage that held a deformed and ugly human. Above his head were the words Hoodlum, with Hoodlum Yoga Association below his name. The guards didn't know and weren't bothered by the green symbols. The carriage came to a grand castle, and a castle guard opened the gate by pressing a button. The huge castle gate lifted with the deafening sound of steam engines. "Hi, sending a new toy again." The gate guard and the guards on the horse carriage knew each other well, so he lifted his hand and joked with his friends. "I can guarantee that the toy is different this time," a guard on the horse carriage said with a strange expression as he looked at Hoodlum. "Ah? What's different? I'm unable to watch the show today since I'm on shift." "Can you tell me?" the gate guard asked as he followed the horse carriage for a while, but his friend didn't tell him. His friend merely smiled and said, "Give me an Empire gold coin, and I'll tell you." "I'll only charge 50 silver coins," said another. The gate guard waved his hand and stopped following, shouting, "As you wish. Anyway, the prisoner is bound to die, which means you must be trying to fool me. After all, you said it was different last time, and the prisoner was dead within 10 minutes. It's not fun." The gate guard then returned to his post. The guards on the carriage laughed, but they discovered Hoodlum glaring at them and stopped laughing. From Hoodlum's gaze, it was as though the guards were the prisoners, and they were like animals. He was such a terrifying human. The guards felt fearful. "Wait, why didn't you answer the gate guard's question?" "I don't mind your compliments," Hoodlum said as he looked at them. The guards didn't answer Hoodlum's question. It wasn't the first time Hoodlum asked such a brainless and strange question. The carriage stopped outside a building, and the guards disembarked and opened the cage. They then led the heavily cuffed Hoodlum out of the cage and down the carriage. A man with a small black hat came by. He looked nervous as he said, "The Duke of York is very unhappy. You were supposed to bring the man here a month ago." "Apologies, Pastor. Our master gave him some training sessions, and I can guarantee that the training sessions were necessary." "The Duke of York will be pleased," a guard said in trepidation. "I hope it's as you've said. Otherwise, your master won't be able to come to the Duke of York's castle ever again." The pastor opened the huge door behind him, then said, "Follow me, the guests have waited for a long time." The guards looked at each other as they pushed Hoodlum into the building. The entrance hall of the building was huge. There was a spiraling staircase going up, but they took the spiraling staircase that went down. The pastor prayed in front of a statue, then pressed a secret mechanism, which caused the statue to move. A tunnel was revealed underneath the statue. Hoodlum was quickly pushed into the secret tunnel. The journey was long. With passing time, the whispering of people became clearer. Hoodlum was placed in the middle of a round arena, and a spotlight shone on his body. "Ladies and gentlemen." A tall figure stood in front of a high platform and held a microphone-looking object as he shouted loudly, "Welcome to tonight's secret meeting." Chapter 380, Nicholas Document. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Masked men and women were on the viewing platforms surrounding the round arena. They wore luxurious costumes and looked like nobles. The host shouted, "We have enough of the hypocritical kindness. The Grand Priest told us to love each other, study, and respect knowledge, but our hearts tell us otherwise. We don't need all of that. We want violence. Stimulation. You will get that at our secret meeting." The crowd cheered wildly. Hoodlum wanted to ask if there were any rewards after going through a month of hardship, but nobody could understand what he was saying. The metal door in front of Hoodlum lifted gradually, and a 4-meter-tall Tauren wielding a huge axe walked out. He had muscles that inspired fear. He looked powerful. But Hoodlum wasn't fearful. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to watch the performance." The stage of the host dimmed down, while more lights focused on the round arena. Following this, a weapon and a shield were thrown down from the viewing platform. They were for Hoodlum. Hoodlum picked up his weapon and shield and looked at the charging Tauren-like monster, which wasn't the Tauren that appeared on the forum. It was more like an uncivilized evil creature. A huge axe descended upon Hoodlum, and he dodged while he slashed with lightning speed at the monster's kneecap. The monster felt pain and bent its knees. Hoodlum took the chance and leaped up while stepping on the monster's kneecap. The Tauren's axe was lifted up, but Hoodlum had no intention to dodge as he knew there was only a single chance. Hoodlum raised his short sword and stabbed at the monster's throat, while the axe landed behind his skull. Hoodlum rolled on the ground as the Tauren monster covered its throat and gasped for air. The monster struggled and collapsed to the ground, convulsing until it died. Ecstatic cheering erupted in the hall. Hoodlum stood up and enjoyed the gazes of the spectators, then lifted both of his hands and gestured for them to cheer louder. "Incredible! This slave used a single blow to defeat our monster. I'm in awe. The next monster won't be easy to deal with. Let me release." "Wait, what's he doing? Why is he lying on the ground?" Hoodlum fell to the ground and remained motionless. He shut his eyes and looked like he was sleeping. Some guards walked in and gave Hoodlum a few slaps, shouting into his ears. But it was all in vain, there was no reaction. A guard stabbed Hoodlum's palm, but he remained motionless. The guard was about to cause more harm, but his comrade stopped him and pointed to the viewing platform. A masked man lifted his hand to stop them and whispered to his attendant, who nodded. The attendant then approached the host, who said, "This gladiator has used up all of his energy and needs a rest. Let's watch the next gladiator fight." Despite Hoodlum being on the ground, the spectators were still ecstatic. The person on the viewing platform who gave the orders to the guards was the owner of the castle, the Duke of York. Beside him was a fat man, the slave merchant who bought Hoodlum from Edward. He didn't know that his old friend Edward had perished. Though Edward and the Duke of York were enemies, the slave merchant wasn't involved in their dispute. Whether they were nobles or bandits, they required the services of this dark traitor. "Grand Duke, as I said in the letter, this slave isn't normal. His willpower is so strong that the body doesn't belong to him. He's not afraid of pain or death and is very diligent. I only trained him for around a month, but he mastered most of the combat techniques. The strange thing is that he will faint at any time and won't respond to any stimuli. This is the only disadvantage. If we can negotiate with him on the timing, he will bring customers and enormous wealth to the secret meeting. Believe me, he's the most unique gladiator that I have ever seen. You've done well. He's indeed different from the rest. That being said, I'll reward you handsomely. What about those two that you took a fancy to? They can wash clothes and work diligently in the household. Bring them back." The masked Duke of York waved his hand and said. "Thank you, Duke of York." The fat man smiled happily and left with the attendant. As for the Duke of York, he continued watching the gladiator fight in the arena. There were a few guests in Eternal Kingdom. They were 3 hamsters and the cute Miss Lilo, who was wearing a tutu skirt. Who knew why the leader of Victoria City came to Eternal Kingdom as a guest? The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were unable to attack Lilo, and Sherlock even came out to welcome her. Many gamers queued up and waited for the customer service Black Dragon to report for work. They were going to complain about this bug, which they were unhappy about. What was the use of an enemy faction leader if she couldn't be attacked? Sherlock wasn't bothered by the gamers and was hosting Lilo. Eggface was putting away his mouse, keyboard, and earphones since he was starting work soon. "I heard that the Devil Management Committee approved the dungeon war between Morgan and you. All of our previous classmates were discussing this. Doesn't Morgan know that we're attacking the Heavenly Kingdom? Why did he do this?" Lilo asked as she held her cup of green tea and frowned. There will always be strange creatures in this world who think that they are winning. Then they will attack complacently. Sherlock wasn't panicking. It was as though he wasn't involved in the dungeon war. "I don't quite understand you." Lilo frowned. "Don't worry. If I can't win this war, then Eternal Kingdom can forget about attacking the Heavenly Kingdom. Don't you think so?" Lilo nodded. "I noticed strange things in the Mana Engineering Project Hall. What is that tall statue?" Lilo asked as she gestured with her hand. "That isn't a statue, it's a prototype robot." Sherlock pondered and said, "It's a combat mecha created from rune mana and metal. According to the design, a creature can pilot the robot from the cockpit by infusing mana. It will allow a goblin to have the power of a supergiant. Obtaining a small bit of power by creating a large object, isn't this a bit wasteful in terms of materials?" Lilo frowned and asked. "No, I think it's meaningful," said Sherlock. "If we can mass-produce these combat mechas in the future, then creatures without formal training can possess the superpower of a giant. This will improve our combat power by leaps and bounds. I'm not sure how they can be of value against the Angel Army, but since Sherlock thinks so, I'll not probe further." Lilo said, "I don't think you'll want me to ignore the citizens of Victoria City. What mission do we have? Though I don't fancy the humans, fairies, and elves, they are rather diligent. There are missions for them to fulfill. I'll discuss it with you in detail." Sherlock took out a map and pointed to a spot as he said, "According to my intelligence, Morgan has 100,000 ogres. It could be a bluff, but he will have a sizable army. Eternal Kingdom won't be conquered, but to prevent unnecessary casualties and the feeling of losing a large amount of mana, I have a plan. In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord's office. Dungeon Lord, we have received notification from the Devil Management Committee. All activities, especially those outside our territory, have to be stopped since the dungeon war is about to break out. A sludge monster informed Nicholas, who was sitting behind a table. I got it. Nicholas nodded. He wore a grave expression as he examined a document on the table. It was related to Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 381, Victoria City's War Preparation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Nicholas' document came from the Merchant Alliance. The content was simple, saying to keep Winterfell neutral and not to participate in the war between Morgan and Sherlock. Nicholas was prepared. After much consideration, he decided to side with Sherlock, who exhibited shocking potential and incredible influence. Even if someone told him that Lucifer was Sherlock's father, he wouldn't be surprised. But he couldn't go against the Merchant Alliance, especially when it concerned Winterfell. Though he was the Dungeon Lord, he couldn't override the Merchant Alliance's authority. After much consideration, Nicholas decided to use his limited ways to help Sherlock in Eternal Kingdom. He called for his assistant, the sludge monster butler. Sherlock was reading Nicholas' letter in the Dungeon Lord main hall. Nicholas said that he would be helping Sherlock in his personal capacity. He decided to sell all of his property to build a mercenary army and would soon arrive at Eternal Kingdom to help with the defenses. After some simple calculations, it became clear that it wasn't feasible. The war would begin in 3 days, while it would take Nicholas 3 months to sell his property and organize an army. Sherlock wrote a letter that said, "I don't need soldiers or money. Just support me with equipment." Sherlock sent a list of equipment that included bows and arrows and equipment for Houndhead men and orcs. There was a greater demand for orc equipment. As for goblins, Sherlock didn't request any equipment for them since the requirement was low. Very few goblins wanted to spend money on quality equipment, as they preferred to become gnomes or Houndhead men before improving their equipment. A goblin had difficulty dealing with an underground spider, while a well-equipped gnome with the required weapon level could defeat a spider without being injured. A 15-member orc team equipped with a generous amount of minor healing potions was able to consistently conquer the Spectre College, Troops Training Ground Instance Dungeon. The advent of the orc race improved the combat power of the gamers by leaps and bounds. Nicholas didn't reject Sherlock's suggestion, as he had strong reasons. Nicholas made immediate arrangements to send the equipment to Eternal Kingdom by the next day. Sherlock also promised that he would always support Nicholas as the Dungeon Lord, the area manager, the general manager, and the CEO of the Merchant Alliance. He also said that he would help him marry a rich woman and reach the pinnacle of his life. Nicholas sent a letter of gratitude. Meanwhile, Sherlock continued to deal with the affairs of the impending war. The gamers of Victoria City were, as usual, busy working. They completed their daily mission the moment they came online. The daily mission was similar to the one in Eternal Kingdom, which was to cut trees, carry bricks, process the wood, produce equipment, clean areas, and construct houses and walls. Then the gamers would enter the spider's lair to hunt for raw materials. They would also go to the Sighing Wilderness to hunt for more materials and play PvP. The battlefield gameplay in Eternal Kingdom wasn't available to the gamers of Victoria City. Though the Ogre Fortress was officially opened, the reputation levels of the Victorian gamers hadn't reached the requirement, so they were unable to enter. The gameplay options of the Victorian gamers were less than those of the Eternal Kingdom gamers, but they didn't complain. They had many things to do in this game. Victoria City was just developing, so construction and finding materials took up a huge chunk of the gamers' time. For equipment improvement, the gamers had to exchange their game coins and reputation points at the Hamster Logistics Officer's location. The quality of the equipment in Victoria City was comparable to Eternal Kingdom. Victoria City also suffered bandit attacks occasionally, which made it exciting and profitable for the gamers. The fact that they obtained hundreds of horses made the gamers ecstatic, and all traits derived from the horses boomed. The gamers engaged in the resale of horses, the construction of stables, the production and sale of horse feed, the repairing of horseshoes, and even horse massage and health. However, after Lilo returned from Eternal Kingdom, she declared Victoria City to be in a state of war, and the gamers of Victoria City received a new mission. She ordered the gamers to stockpile war materials and transport war machinery. Yes, it was transportation. Victoria City wasn't able to produce things such as bows, crossbows, and ballistas. They were provided by Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom transported these items to the road intersection, and the gamers of Victoria City transported them back to their city. It was a regulated loop. After the bandits were defeated and their leader Edward Scissorhand was killed by Dragonborn, there were no more organized bandits. Occasionally, there were a few scattered bandits who had nowhere else to go. However, they were gradually killed by the gamers once they started foraging in the forests. The gamers of Victoria City had an additional task, which was to learn how to use bows and crossbows from the elf, Untouchable. Unlike Eternal Kingdom, Victoria City had an NPC who could methodically teach one how to use long-distance weapons. Dragonborn wasn't interested in long-distance weaponry, but it was one of the daily missions. Fortunately, the prices of bows and crossbows fell recently, such that every gamer was able to afford them. The falling prices weren't due to market forces. Lilo ordered the prices slashed so that the gamers could increase their long-distance combat power to prepare for the coming battles. As a result, long-distance weaponry was as cheap as vegetables, and the gamers could buy them after doing a few simple missions. The accidental casualty rate of Victorian gamers increased dramatically, as many of the gamers were killed by their own archers. It was a necessary pain of long-distance combat. Previously, Eternal Kingdom went through the same calamity. Dragonborn was curious. Who are we fighting against in this war that we're preparing for? Of course, it's Eternal Kingdom. Takia Spirit adjusted his crossbow and said, "Think about it. Eternal Kingdom is fighting in a dungeon war. According to the background story, we are enemies. How can we miss this chance to backstab Eternal Kingdom? What you've said makes sense. However, the game doesn't have such a far-sighted plot. Though we are enemies with Eternal Kingdom, both factions consist of gamers. If a faction is fighting against evil and the other faction takes advantage, the gamers will cause an uproar. This will only happen if the game producers are silly." Sealhead Ling Chong was dumbfounded. He looked at both of his comrades. Gosh, the game producers have always been silly. Are we really attacking Eternal Kingdom? Chapter 382, Fourth Watch. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn didn't know if they would attack Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock and Lilo didn't say anything, and even the official website didn't have any information. Nobody knew what role they would play in the dungeon war. The only thing they knew was that when Eternal Kingdom started fighting, the gamers of Victoria City wouldn't be idling. When the gamers of Victoria City began to prepare for war, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom took notice. Before Lilo announced the preparation for war, the gamers had already disseminated the information on the discussion forum. Verbal spats occurred on the discussion forum, the keyboard warriors defending their own factions. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom accused the Victorians of being despicable by taking advantage of their predicament. At the same time, the Victorians accused the gamers of Eternal Kingdom of bullying new gamers. This kind of verbal spat was inevitable. While the gamers were bickering, the 3 days of war preparation slipped by. In a grey valley, ogres gathered. Occasionally, some of the ogres would break out into fights and draw their weapons. Fortunately, the ogres at the side would step in and stop the bickering. Countless ogres had assembled here, and they only obeyed one superior devil Morgan. A thin ogre stood on a high vantage point and blew a horn with great effort. The ogres below cheered as a wyvern shrieked above their heads. From the wyvern's view, it looked like a dense mass of crawling ants. Morgan stood on high ground that overlooked the ogre army in the valley, observing the ogres marching out of the valley. Morgan was excited by the ogre army. Who would have thought that he would be able to control these insane and brutal ogres? His silly brother also made use of the ogres, but he only allied with the leader of a single tribe. They were just making use of each other. It was different in his case. These ogres didn't have any tribal leaders, as he was their leader. Tens of thousands of ogres were under his command, controlled using a method depicted in Michelangelo's Lost Book. Using Michelangelo's method, he controlled the ogres. Morgan's goal wasn't just a book. He wanted to rob Michelangelo of all his wealth. Attacking Eternal Kingdom and capturing Sherlock alive was the first step of his ambition. As for consideration of defeat? No. He didn't even think about it. How could he lose with tens of thousands of ogres? Moreover, he had an ace in the hole, a trump card for his last strike. Morgan laughed sinisterly as he imagined defeating Sherlock and robbing him of Michelangelo's relic. He would then spend some time to master the great devil's power and gain the recognition of his dad before defeating his stupid elder brother. He would become the first successor to Eternal Fire. Then, Morgan had filled his mind with a fabulous storyline. The storyline would definitely materialize. On the fourth day after receiving the Devil Management Committee's notification of war, Sherlock was wearing his heroic battle cloak and giving the gamers a battle speech to motivate them to kill valiantly. They would be fearless even if they had to sacrifice their lives. He deployed the gamers to their defensive posts and conducted a last-minute check to ensure there were no deficiencies. They waited for a whole day, but nobody came. At night, a group of a few hundred reporters visited the dungeon, each of them having a reporter pass. Most of them were from the Merchant Alliance's Winterfell branch, while the rest were from other dungeons. They wanted to be battlefield reporters. Everyone was concerned about the dungeon war, which ended 100 years of peace. Sherlock didn't have a good impression of the reporters. They loved to commission advertisements in their newspapers, which reduced the volume of news. Sherlock didn't spend any money on newspapers before. In addition, the reporters liked to write nonsense. If he socialized with them, he would fall into their language traps if he wasn't careful. Sherlock was about to drive them away when he saw the reporters paying magic stones to interview Arthur. Sherlock assigned Eggface an important mission. All reporters, please come over here for registration. Every reporter will pay 10 magic stones for an admission pass into the dungeon. Reporters without a pass will be denied entry. Eggface stood at the dungeon entrance and shouted at the reporters. Besides the admission fees, Sherlock prepared a price list for interviews. Interviewing Simba 5 magic stones. Interviewing Mufasa 5 magic stones. Interviewing Morose 5 magic stones. Every employee was given an interview price tag, including Sherlock himself. Sherlock's interview price was much higher than the rest. It was 40 magic stones. By paying 40 magic stones, a reporter could ask Sherlock any questions, and he would guarantee an answer. The paying reporters queued up to interview Sherlock, and the questions were very focused. For example, why did Sherlock and Morgan fight? When did Lord Sherlock recruit so many gnomes, goblins, and orcs? We checked the employment records at the labor union. Besides Brainiac's records, there were no employee records under Eternal Kingdom. Why is that? Sherlock's answer was simple. I don't know. Apologies. This regards personal privacy. And other similar replies. After interviewing the people of Eternal Kingdom, the reporters had no intention of leaving. They set up tents and cooking utensils to prepare meals. It seemed like the reporters were going to camp there for some time. They wanted to witness the first war after 100 years of peace. Chapter 383, News Conference. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Patrick Starr was a gnome reporter who was highly professional. After graduation, he started working at the Winterfell news agency and began his legendary career. Ever since he started working, he conducted the interviews and wrote most of Winterfell's legendary news. Like the cases of the 7th District's vagabond who urinated and defecated indiscriminately, an elder who secretly studied mathematical books, the farting of the Winterfell dungeon lord during a meeting, and a family having a healthy gnome baby. He wrote all of these popular news articles. He was able to cover all pieces of news except for those that didn't exist. Eternal Kingdom had been a dungeon of interest lately, so it attracted the attention of many news reporters. This was especially so since the dungeon was involved in a dungeon war, something that hadn't occurred for thousands of years. Even then, the previous dungeon war was a joke created by 2 dungeon lords, so there were no casualties. After the advent of the Devil Management Committee, the primordial era of dungeon wars came to an end. Though the appearance of Michelangelo disrupted peace and caused the battle between the underworld and surface world, it was only for a short while, and peace was quickly restored. The Devil Management Committee had agreed to the current dungeon war, so there was no reason for Patrick Star not to cover this important event. It was the 4th day since he took the dedicated Beat Lemon Express line to Eternal Kingdom. He was fortunate to take the earliest trip. The Beat Lemon was filled with 200 to 300 news workers. The first person to receive him at Eternal Kingdom was the Black Dragon Toll Keeper. That was correct, it was a black dragon. Though the young black dragon was only a few years old, the dominant aura of the dragon made Patrick Star's legs tremble. Even advanced creatures such as vampires would feel the same way. Patrick Star was very sure of that. Eternal Kingdom is private property. You'll need an admission pass for a reporter. 10 magic stones. The black dragon repeated those words like a robot to all passing reporters, looking down the whole time. If any reporter approached him to ask questions, the black dragon would lift up his head and raise a brow. Then, he would slap the signboard at the side and make paw, paw, paw sounds before saying, "Ha? Do you have a problem? Isn't it clearly written? 10 magic stones for an admission pass. Additional charges for each interviewee. You'll pay for anyone that you're interviewing. I'm here to collect the magic stones." Seeing the fierce black dragon, even if the reporters would like to uphold freedom of the press, they were greatly intimidated. Patrick Star didn't have any problems. Though 10 magic stones was a bit expensive, considering the prestige and power of Eternal Kingdom, it was natural for the dungeon to keep out poor and incapable news workers. Would Lord Sherlock be greedy for money? No, no, no. It was impossible. Lord Sherlock was able to recruit his citizens easily. Within half a year, he fought with both the Ancient Gods' army and Samael to save Winterfell, incurring tens of thousands of casualties. However, he didn't bat an eyelid or become flustered. Not to mention, the death compensation was at least a few million magic stones. How could Lord Sherlock be poor? Impossible. That was what Patrick Star believed. Patrick Star was well prepared for the interviews. He was interviewing the citizens of Eternal Kingdom, especially the gnome, Arthur, who obtained the Black Rider status. As he was about to pay for the interview, the Black Dragon said, "Gnome? Arthur is an orc now. He has changed professions. Please wait while I call him." "Oh, isn't Arthur a gnome?" "But now he's," Patrick Star asked meekly. Eggface immediately raised his brow and spoke like the gangster in the film Crow's Zero, saying, "Ha? I told you that he's an orc now. Do you have a problem? Get lost." "No, I don't have a problem," Patrick Star answered meekly. He was then taken to a special cave for the interview. The reporters were unable to move freely once they entered Eternal Kingdom and were mostly limited to a cave in the commerce area. While there, someone would bring food and water for them, though the meals cost them money. Before long, a young and strong orc walked in. He had the same black armored knight appearance and wielded the same weapon. That being said, the armor and weapon were a size bigger to suit the change from gnome to orc. "Are you Patrick Star?" Arthur walked in and sat in front of Patrick Star, placing his weapon at the side. "Can I start the mission now?" "Mission?" Patrick Star was taken aback, but he immediately understood that the orc had received a mission for the interview. Though he was unable to interview the gnome called Arthur, this orc looked much stronger than Arthur. "Greetings, I'm a reporter from the Winterfell Press. I would like to interview you. How are you faring in Eternal Kingdom? How does the Dungeon Lord treat you?" Patrick Star asked. Arthur frowned and said, "I'm very happy. I can challenge the instance dungeon with my friends every day. However, the equipment update is rather slow. If the game officials come up with renminbi-priced equipment, I'll definitely buy them." "Ah!" Patrick Star was dumbstruck, but he continued to record the conversation at a fast pace. Arthur said, "Next question." Oh, that. Is there anyone that Lord Sherlock fancies? This is an area of concern for the noble ladies in Winterfell. Does he accept extramarital affairs or homosexuality? Does he accept relationships that will end in a 3-year jail term or a death sentence?" Arthur knitted his brows and said, "Isn't Lilo the kind of woman that will cause Sherlock's death? I'm not sure about extramarital affairs and homosexuality, but he's definitely in an interracial relationship." "Lilo? Is she that famous fallen angel? Didn't she disappear after the battle with Samael?" Patrick Star got the scent of a slanderous tale. "Yes, it's updated. She's the Dungeon Lord of Victoria City, and we're now fighting with Victoria City daily at the Sighing Wilderness." Patrick Star didn't understand what Arthur was saying, but he recorded the content faithfully. As Patrick Star was about to ask the next question, Eggface pulled open the door and said, "Time has run out, so you have to come out. Sherlock's holding a news conference that costs 10 magic stones. Do you want to participate?" "Yes!" Patrick Star shouted immediately. The news conference was held at the plaza in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall. To show Eternal Kingdom's hospitality, Sherlock decorated the plaza. He used the gamers' furniture, such as tables and stools, for decorations, and he also installed a last-minute horizontal banner with the words, "We warmly welcome all news workers who are visiting Eternal Kingdom." Sherlock also arranged 2 rows of combat-ready gamers to welcome the guests, even putting out some underground water as beverages. The beverages included red-hot underground water, steamed underground water, dry-taste underground water, and boiled underground water. Patrick Star was led to the 66th seat, welcomed with wild cheering from the gamers. His seat was a small one reserved for a goblin, but it was better than nothing. Patrick Star sat down and greeted the creatures at his sides. Lord Sherlock exited the Dungeon Lord main hall, and while he walked towards the stage, he chatted with and obtained a speech scroll from Brainiac. Sherlock cleared his throat before saying, "First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all news workers on behalf of Eternal Kingdom's employees and citizens." Everyone applauded loudly. "We are aware that the second successor to Eternal Fire, Morgan, has indicated many times that he will defeat us. He also spread rumors about Eternal Kingdom's threat to the Underworld and started mobilizing his large army. We will make all necessary preparations to protect our interests, including imposing sanctions on all creatures and shops supporting Morgan. Morgan initiated the war, broke the basic rules of a dungeon, and destroyed the Underworld's hard-earned peace. His impudence will be a disgrace in the annals of history, and we would like to protest and condemn his actions." Sherlock spoke fervently on the stage, and tears welled up in Patrick Star's eyes. "There goes my 10 magic stones." Chapter 384, Magic Cannons Firing on the Dungeon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Good and peaceful days were always short. On the 5th day of the dungeon war, as Patrick Star was running out of money to stay in Eternal Kingdom, the Morgan army finally arrived. That was a normal morning, and Patrick Star was having his common clay and underground water. The ground shook violently. At first, Patrick Star thought that it was an earthquake. However, There were shouts everywhere, and he quickly figured out that it wasn't an earthquake. Take a look. It's the ogre army. D*MN, the monsters are finally here. Charge! Charge! The citizens of Eternal Kingdom were very excited, and none of them looked worried or fearful. The reporters packed their belongings in a panic, looking to leave the dungeon before it was attacked. Patrick Star was packing his luggage amidst the chatter of a few reporters. This was a fruitful trip. The legendary gnome, Arthur, is in a relationship with some goblin called Raintia. What? I heard that Arthur and Sylvanas were in love. Who's Sylvanas? What's the big deal? Do you know the black dragon that was sitting at the door collecting money? He only trims his fingernails once every 10 days. What? Once every 10 days? That's big news. Patrick Star slowed down. Why did he become a reporter? He wondered why he wasn't intrigued by the news. His eyes lit up. He wanted to report on this dungeon war. A report based on a first-person perspective. He had made up his mind. He threw his luggage aside and ran outside the cave as though he was chasing after his dream. However, he was restrained on the ground by a few guards outside the door. They were deployed to prevent the reporters from running around. Patrick Star shouted, "I want to see Lord Sherlock. I want to be a frontline reporter. I want to report on the war from a first-person perspective. Give me a chance." An orc rushed over and slapped him on the face as he shouted, "Such impudence! Do you think you can see Shirley anytime you like?" The orc then smiled at his comrades and said, "Gosh, it feels good to slap an NPC and deliver such righteous dialogue. Can I perform such daily missions? I have magic stones, I can give magic stones." Patrick Star shouted immediately. The orc raised his palm, but he didn't slap Patrick Star. The orc's expression changed many times as he helped Patrick Star up. He then said gently to Patrick Star, "Dearest, walk slowly. There's a rock over there. Shirley's in the Dungeon Lord main hall. Let's go and discuss things with him." Patrick Star spent 50 magic stones to obtain the right to stay in Eternal Kingdom as a frontline reporter. Other reporters left Eternal Kingdom after obtaining basic news. As for news on the war, if they were able to interview a deserting soldier, that would suffice. They didn't have to risk their lives. Though Patrick Star stayed behind in Eternal Kingdom, nobody told him what to do or helped him. They were busy with the war. Therefore, he had to depend on himself. Patrick Star took out some magic stones and stopped a 5-member team. He recalled that one of them was Arthur, the gnome dark rider. He said, "I'm a Winterfell press reporter who is doing a report on the dungeon war. Can you protect me? I'll pay you money." Patrick Star only had 10 magic stones, and he felt that it was insufficient to employ the 5 of them, so he quickly said, "I'll only need 2 bodyguards. Just 2 of you will do." "What?" Sylvanas, who was an orc, shouted loudly and gave Patrick Star a fright. He changed his tune and said, "No, 1 bodyguard is enough. Is anyone willing to help me? You asked for 5 of us, and now you're changing to 1 of us. It's difficult for us. Hand over the 10 magic stones, we'll protect you," the orc burning chest hair said. Patrick Star didn't expect to be able to employ 5 bodyguards with 10 magic stones, and they were orcs. They even had quality equipment. Nobody would believe Patrick Star's luck. Patrick Star was afraid they might change their minds, so he immediately paid the 10 magic stones. He couldn't hide if he wanted to make a war report, so he followed Arthur's team to the dungeon walls. Along the way, more orcs, houndhead men, and goblins walked towards Arthur. They were guild members of the Pioneer Alliance. It was safer for them to fight as a group. Patrick Star was surrounded by a group of excited gamers, while not wearing pants explained the mission of protecting Patrick Star. The other gamers were envious. The Pioneer Alliance was in charge of guarding a portion of Dungeon Gate. They walked up the tall dungeon walls and saw a dense black mass of ogres. The ogre army wielded a crimson flame flag, which was the insignia for eternal fire. At the front of the ogre army, there were ogres who carried shields, maces, pikes, and axes. They had different weapons and attire since they came from different tribes. Gathering so many tribes of ogres was a miracle. Patrick Star felt chills when he saw the ogres that numbered in the tens of thousands. "Why don't you make a complaint to the Devil Management Committee? It's strange to have so many ogres," Patrick Star said in a trembling voice to the orcs at the side. "Complain? Are you complaining about customer service?" An orc stared at him with his big eyes, and the orcs at the side started laughing. "Can you be more immersive? He's talking about making a complaint to the Devil Management Committee. Gosh, is that a lead for a strange encounter mission? Eternal Kingdom is surrounded by the ogres and is in great danger. The heroic me will overcome all dangers to find the Devil Management Committee. Then, a great Devil Lord will rescue Eternal Kingdom, while Shirley will die guarding the dungeon. Our Dungeon Lord will then be that powerful Devil Lord." The orc looked at his comrades and said. "What? This plot is cool. Are you a hidden mole of the game plot? What's that? Shirley's going to die? Trying to play the tearing card. If Shirley dies, I'll not play the game. I'm here because of my hubby Shirley. I'll kill Shirley now to provide an empty spot in the game." The gamers outside are yearning for a position. The gamers enthusiastically discussed Sherlock's possible death. Patrick Star had stayed in Eternal Kingdom for a few days, so he understood that Shirley was Lord Sherlock and that they used it as a pet name for their dungeon lord. Gosh! What's that? Isn't that exaggerated? While Patrick Star was trying to obtain newsworthy information, he heard a goblin shouting. Patrick Star looked in the same direction as the goblin. In the middle of the ogre army, 5 10-meter-long cannon barrels were transported by tens of ogres to the dungeon gate. What's that? A siege ram. I don't think they need 5 siege rams for smashing the dungeon walls. Are you being silly? No, don't they look like cannons? Impossible. Are cannons that long and thick? Are they navy guns being used as artillery? I think it's navy guns. I'm so happy. Patrick Star was as pale as a sheet as he shouted, "Magic cannons! 5 magic cannons!" Patrick Star ran down the dungeon walls as he shouted, afraid for his life. The gamers were taken aback by Patrick Star, laughing as they watched him flee. The reaction of the NPC was too realistic. The ogres had deployed the magic cannons within range. A fully armored superior devil stood behind the magic cannons, accumulating blue mana on his body and infusing it into the magic cannons. That was Morgan. Morgan's face was illuminated by the blue glow of mana. When he witnessed more and more mana accumulating in the magic cannons, he became malevolent. Die, Eternal Kingdom! Boom! The blue magic cannons blasted with deafening explosions. Chapter 385, Gundam. Gundam. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The blue shots from the magic cannons flew across the sky like lightning. Eternal Kingdom's gate and dungeon walls were disintegrated in 5 places by the Mana's tsunami. Even some of the gamers and their equipment were vaporized. After firing the volley, Morgan fell backward, but he was caught by the ogres. His body was drained, but he looked content as he raised his hand and shouted, "Attack with full force!" The ogre army charged at Eternal Kingdom. Patrick Star was immobilized on the ground. The dungeon wall behind him wasn't hit, but a portion of the wall a distance away was vaporized. There were no rock fragments, though. The gaping hole had rising and shimmering lights, which were formed from mana. War cries and thumping footsteps of the ogres could be heard in the distance. We're done for. It's the end. Patrick Star thought that they were doomed. The dungeon gate and dungeon walls that could stop the ogres were gone, so the ogres flooded inside and massacred everyone. Patrick Star wondered if he would be spared if he showed his reporter's pass. "Why are you sitting here? If you die, our mission will fail. While Patrick Star was in a state of confusion, Not Wearing Pants ran to his side and helped him up. Wait, let's flee. Eternal Kingdom has fallen. Patrick Star shouted in panic. An ogre charged through the gaping hole in the dungeon wall. The ogre was fully armored and had a few arrows lodged in his body. An arrow from a ballista penetrated his shoulder, and the arrowhead was half the size of his head. The ogre screamed as he charged. Such a scene would normally cause terror in enemy soldiers and demolish their morale, but this was no ordinary battlefield. Countless orcs, goblins, and houndhead men screamed and charged chaotically at the ogre. Patrick Star didn't understand why they were charging enthusiastically. Gosh, I'm not bothering with you. Take care of yourself. That armor looks awesome. Not Wearing Pants stood up and shouted as he rushed towards a huge ogre that was surrounded by gamers. Wait a moment. Patrick Star wanted to stop the orc who was rushing to his doom, but Not Wearing Pants had run far away. Peasant, another orc, stood by the side. Peasant stood beside Patrick Star and looked at him until he became panicky. After some time, Peasant asked, "Do you have it? Do you have a strange encounter mission? Give it to me, I can accept missions." Patrick Star wanted to ask him to flee, but Peasant looked behind Patrick Star and shouted loudly, "Gosh! Awesome! Arthur's awesome!" Patrick Star looked back and was stunned as though his head was hit by a hammer. He opened his mouth widely and said, "Shucks." When the battle started, Eternal Kingdom suffered serious casualties. That was what Morgan observed. After firing a volley of the magic cannons, Morgan felt extremely tired. But it was all worth it. Behind him were tens of thousands of ogres. The only things hindering his victory were the dungeon walls and the dungeon gate. Morgan wasn't happy with the improvements in mana technology, as it diminished the difference between the elite and inferior races. The benefits of a superior devil became fewer. Suddenly, he felt that certain mana technology was quite good. For example, these magic cannons were extremely efficient. Though he was exhausted, Morgan was smiling. He witnessed the ogres charging into Eternal Kingdom, swinging at and killing their foes. After obtaining the method to control the ogres, they became his power to conquer the world. Morgan threw back his head and laughed loudly, right up until he saw a metal monster bigger than a giant appearing out of a gaping hole. What the heck was that? Fill up the gap. Fill up the gap. Dragon Raja won't give an inch. We won't retreat even if we die. We won't retreat even if we die. Dragon Raja Guild's chairman, Tkang Gren, wielded a large hammer and shouted loudly. The guild members around him dwindled. The combat power of the ogres was far superior. As Tkang Gren was thinking of pulling back to the revival point, he heard loud thumping sounds among the chaos behind him. He turned his head back and saw an unpainted Gundam walking towards him. His first thought was that he wanted one, no matter the cost. The ogres had never seen such a monster, but they weren't afraid. Even if they fought against giants, they wouldn't be fearful. Even giants were on their menu. It was just a metal can. An ogre wielded a large mace and shouted to the ogres behind him, "Don't panic. Let me kill this giant. The honor is mine." The gigantic prototype robot had charged unsteadily over to him. The ogre grasped his mace tightly. Even if it was a metal monster, he only had to smash the head to kill it. That was what he believed. Then, a metal fist came down and squashed him, leaving a messy, grotesque pool. In the cramped Gundam cockpit. Adjust the synchronization rate to 50%, Arthur. Focus your attention. Your synchronization rate isn't able to fully utilize the potential of my great killing machine. Hemp rope technology shouted as he used a wrench to make some adjustments. The cockpit was filled with mechanical noises. "I'm trying my best to concentrate." Arthur sat in the pilot's seat. The seat and Arthur's body were marked with various kinds of rune mana formations, and mana engulfed the entire robot. "It's not enough. The synchronization rate is low, so you're wasting mana. And an orc doesn't have much mana to begin with. Let a Houndhead man control the Gundam. Hemp Rope Technology observed the outside situation via an observation hole and shouted, "Left side. There are many ogres on the left side." "What's that? A harpoon?" Rain Tia. Arthur was taken aback. Hemp Rope Technology was talking about a harpoon. Before he recovered, he felt something collide with the Gundam's body. Then there were many collision sounds, and the cockpit shook violently, almost causing Arthur to fall to the ground. "Steady yourself." A few ballistas were pushed out by the ogres, and they fired harpoons at Arthur's Gundam. The hooks of the harpoons grabbed the outer armor plating of the Gundam, and a few ropes ensnared the robot. Tens of ogres tried to pull the gigantic metal monster to the ground. The gamers wanted to help Arthur, but other ogres prevented them from doing so. With that many ogres, the gamers found it difficult to fill up the gaping holes in the dungeon walls. The Gundam wavered and was about to collapse. Arthur quickly moved a step back to steady himself, while Hemp Rope Technology shouted, "Arthur! Use the weapon! Make haste! I got it!" Arthur shouted and raised his arm, causing the Gundam to lift its arm and grab a harpoon that was attached to it. The ballista attached to the harpoon was lifted off the ground, and many ogres fell to the ground. It was a chaotic scene. The gigantic Gundam raised its arm, which was now shimmering with rays from the rune mana formations. Mist also seeped out from the rune mana formations. As the Gundam clenched its metal fist, "Ka-cha, ka-cha" sounds were heard. It was as though energy was being accumulated. The Gundam moved towards the ballistas and gave them a punch. The metal fist landed on the ground and created a huge pit, and the subsequent violent quaking made the ogres unstable. That was only the beginning. With the punch, the ogres who wanted to pull the Gundam down were knocked to the ground. Then, the Gundam pulled out a huge 20-meter saber from its waist. The Gundam slashed with its saber, and all of the ropes were severed. It then held the saber with both hands and charged towards the ogre army. At the same time, a gamer in the crowd shouted, "For Eternal Kingdom!" Chapter 386, Spectre Lich. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sylvanas wielded her short bow and ran along the dungeon walls, two sides of which had been demolished by the magic cannons. The current wall was only 400 to 500 meters long. Behind the wall were 300 gamers armed with crossbows, bolts, and 3 ballistas. "Reload the ballista," a gnome gamer shouted, and another gnome grabbed a large arrow and placed it on the ballista. 2 gnomes readied the ballista while another gamer took aim at the ogres and fired a volley. The large arrow flew out and penetrated 2 ogres before pinning them to the ground. "Continue firing." Sylvanas gave a loud scream and fired an arrow in a smooth maneuver. With her superb archery and the system's assistive aiming, the arrow hit an ogre who was attacking the Gundam. Though the arrow penetrated his buttocks and wasn't fatal, it still hit the target. It wasn't easy to successfully hit a target at such a long distance. Sylvanas' confidence was greatly boosted, and she let loose another arrow. An orc fell with a dull thud. Sylvanas pretended not to see what happened and located her next target. The ogres below started using ladders to conquer this portion of the walls, which was inflicting massive damage to them. Though there was an overwhelming number of ogres, the gamers were on high ground. They only needed to shoot arrows down. Sylvanas killing her comrade was a rare incident. Moreover, there were no comrades outside the dungeon walls, so the gamers could even close their eyes while releasing arrows. Ladders soon filled the dungeon walls. It was only a matter of time before the dungeon walls were conquered. The gigantic Gundam charged through the battlefield with its 20-meter-long saber. Even the tallest ogre was only 4 to 5 meters in height. The 20-meter-long saber was like a grinding machine as it mowed down the ogres. The important factor was that the 5 magic cannons had fired off a volley, leaving Morgan's mana nearly exhausted. It was currently impossible for those high-caliber magic cannons to aim and fire at the Gundam. Magicians. Ogre magicians. Charge up the magic cannons. Morgan shouted at the ogres, and tens of ogre magicians ran over and started charging a single magic cannon. The gamers weren't the only ones who were fighting hard. Many ogre corpses suddenly stood up, and their empty eye sockets emitted faint white light as they wielded their weapons and walked in the opposite direction of the other ogres. Their targets were the magic cannons. An ogre collided with an undead ogre and cursed. He then discovered that the undead ogre was abnormal, having a smashed head and missing an arm. However, the undead ogre walked as though he was all right. The ogre wanted to ask about it, but the undead ogre smashed the ogre's head with a mace. Then, the undead ogre dashed towards the magic cannons. At the same time, countless undead ogres dashed towards the magic cannons, causing the ogres to start to panic. Kill them. They aren't with us. Get lost. They are from our tribes. What are you doing? You are killing our tribe members. Are you tired of living? Give way. Give way. These ogres are undead. Morgan discovered the pandemonium as an undead ogre ran to him. Morgan understood what happened when he saw the undead ogre. It was the work of a lich. The once in a thousand years genius lich. Morgan unsheathed his weapon and decapitated the undead ogre, then shouted to the surrounding ogres, "Look at the eyes. The eyes of these undead ogres will give off light. A lich is controlling them." Morgan grabbed an ogre leader and shouted, "Organize a group and find the specter's eye. It's a floating eyeball. Destroy all of them and find that lich. He can't possibly control the undead from a distance. Find and destroy him." Yes. The ogre leader acknowledged the order and led his ogres to find the lich. Morgan looked at the endless horde of undead ogres and the charging Gundam. It was going to take some time before Eternal Kingdom could be conquered. While Eternal Kingdom was embroiled in the battle with Morgan, the employees of Eternal Kingdom were temporarily resting in Winterfell's old district. Winterfell garrison guards stood guard at the entrance to prevent other creatures from attacking the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. During the dungeon war, all members of Eternal Kingdom were potential targets, though Morgan wasn't concerned about the employees of Eternal Kingdom. Eggface, Evelyn, Mufasa, Simba, Senior Beast, and Morose were gathered at the Adventurers Guild. They followed Sherlock's order and left Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Kingdom was engaged in the dungeon war, and they didn't have much combat power. Beast merely thought that his sacred light wasn't suitable for use in public. Everyone was quiet. Only the voices of the gamers in the Adventurers Guild were heard. The teleport portal was closed, so I can only kill myself to go back. Why kill yourself? They are busy defending the dungeon. The Winterfell missions belong to us now, nobody is competing with us. I don't like fighting in a siege war. The number of attackers is impressive. I heard there are tens of thousands of ogres. It must be an epic view. Gosh, tens of thousands of ogres attacking the dungeon? That exciting. I can't understand why I'm happy when Shirley's going to die. Evelyn was concerned as she looked at the chatting gamers, feeling a sense of uncontrollable worry. Lord Sherlock. Chapter 387, Alley Fights. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The undead ogres were unable to damage the magic cannons. However, Brainiac could do more than controlling the undead ogres. A grey mist engulfed the entire battlefield. Under the effects of mana wind, it drifted to the location of the magic cannons. Mist of mana negation. An ogre shouted when he discovered the phenomenon, "Shift the magic cannons." The enemy is a legendary lich. He's releasing a mana negation spell. A group of ogres was busy moving the magic cannons, making it impossible to use them within a short period of time unless someone was able to neutralize the mist of mana negation. Morgan's mana was exhausted after firing the magic cannons, so he had no way to deal with the grey mist. Though the Gundam was killing the ogres and the gamers were continuously reviving, there was no change in the balance of power. Morgan's ogre army was gaining a superior advantage. After demolishing 5 portions of the dungeon wall, the torrential horde of ogres flooded in. Even though the Gundam guarded one of the holes, the other 4 holes were undefended. Soon, the ogres charged into Eternal Kingdom. Patrick Star ran for his life. There was an orc, peasant, beside him. During their escape, they introduced themselves. It's like this. I'm a young and ambitious orc. Are you from the Winterfell Press? Do you know the Dungeon Lord? He's Lassie. Oh, Nicholas. We call him Lassie, it's a pet name. It's hilarious. Yes, your name sounds like that good friend of SpongeBob SquarePants. Did you know that? Are you able to find a stable job for me in Winterfell? It's hard to earn magic stones. The fleeing orc was chatting non-stop. Patrick Star couldn't understand how he was able to chat nonchalantly at such a critical time. Patrick Star ran while holding a magic recording device, capturing as much as he could on video. When the Gundam appeared, Patrick Star started recording. Patrick Star felt excited when he saw the metal robot. It was as though he had seen his life's goal and ambition. Where are we going? Are we leaving by other exits? Patrick Star followed Peasant to a location filled with buildings and caves. It looked like the living quarters of Eternal Kingdom. Leaving? Where are we going? All of the exits were attacked, so we have no place to retreat. Do you wish for our homes to be destroyed by the ogres? Impossible. I will never endure being cuckolded. Patrick Star couldn't fully understand how the ogres were related to Peasant being cuckolded. But wait, was his wife living in Eternal Kingdom? The ogres wouldn't do such a thing to an orc. You haven't sent your wife away? This is very dangerous. Patrick Star said with concern. Wife? Wah, the NPC's thinking is filthy. I'm referring to my furniture. I'll not let them dirty my furniture. Peasants said. Many more orcs, houndhead men, and goblins ran from the depths of the dungeon. They were revived after being killed. Patrick Star was excited to see the crowd, thinking they were reinforcements. But he panicked when he saw that they were naked. The gamers ran over and started speaking. Gosh, peasant, we're fighting valiantly on the front lines, and you're skiving here. Is this NPC that reporter? The one called Patrick Star. I'm so envious. We're being slaughtered by the ogres like dogs, while you're playing with the NPC and swindling his magic stones. You were enjoying yourselves too. I saw you killing with joy. Patrick Star was puzzled. Were they fighting a dungeon war? Patrick Star knew what they were doing from their behavior. They were here to prepare defenses. They carried huge rocks and transported the ballistas, crossbows, and bolts from the warehouse. They also gathered kerosene and torches. The obstacle rocks were placed at the entrance to the living quarters. After the dungeon gate was damaged, the first location to be attacked was the living quarters. Behind the living quarters were the teleport portal main hall and the dungeon lord main hall. The gamers wanted to fortify the area to prevent the ogres from advancing. This location was very close to the revival point, and the terrain was good for defense. Most importantly, the wealth of the gamers was all located here. A gamer shouted angrily, I understand why the dungeon was designed in such a manner. Our homes were placed at the dungeon entrance to facilitate alley fights. It wasn't the time to complain, as the ogre army had arrived. Sylvanas saw the ogres scale the dungeon walls and tried her best to shoot arrows at them. There were no gamers at the base of the dungeon walls, only the Gundam, which was charging around on the battlefield. An ogre charged at Sylvanas with his huge axe. Sylvanas tore open her clothes and revealed the rows of bladder bombs underneath. She held a burning torch and shouted, I'm earning lots of reputation points. The surviving gamers started shouting. Gosh! Veteran Vanas, you can't do that. My equipment. Sylvanas poked a hole in one of the bladder bombs and shoved a burning torch inside. Boom! The huge explosion killed Sylvanas and the surrounding ogres within a 10-meter radius. Many more ogres were flung from the dungeon walls, and they landed on a few unfortunate comrades. But it was the only explosion. Morgan noticed an explosion on a segment of the dungeon walls. It wasn't the first time those strong-willed warriors of Eternal Kingdom detonated explosives. They had been throwing those disgusting bladder bombs down from the dungeon walls since the start of the war. However, the power of the bladder bombs was limited in the face of tens of thousands of ogres. The dungeon gate was conquered. Morgan believed that most of the elite forces were dealt with at the dungeon walls. Though the ogre army was weakened, it was still within acceptable limits. The ensuing battles would be easier. Morgan was wary of that huge piece of moving metal. He had to get rid of it. With the fall of the dungeon walls, the mist of mana negation disappeared. The Lich had shifted his location. Morgan looked at the charging magic cannons and smirked. There was very little time left for Eternal Kingdom. The power of the great devil that can be used to destroy the world is mine. The dungeon war between Eternal Kingdom and Morgan didn't affect the surface world. The sky was sunny and cloudless above Victoria City. Lilo let the gamers prepare for war, not to go underground but to stay in Victoria City. All warriors, get ready. Listen to my commands. The enemy will come from the teleport portals. Hold the defensive lines and kill them. Lancelot shouted as he rode on his horse and checked the defenses of the gamers. Compared to the casual Sherlock, Lilo was more stringent with the gamers of Victoria City. She ordered Lancelot to be the commanding officer and lead the attack on the invaders. As for the enemy and the time that they would arrive, Lilo said, "I don't know." Lilo knew that the enemy would exit from the teleport portal. Sherlock told her that, and her mission was to neutralize the attacks of the enemy. Lancelot looked at the merry gamers. He intended to motivate them to fight against the enemy and be fearless, but these gamers were protected by the Lord. Even if they died, they could revive. Hence the words of motivation were redundant. Looking at their happy faces, motivation wasn't required. The enemy was most likely coming from the Sighing Wilderness. The teleport portal was connected to the Sighing Wilderness, meaning that the evil creatures of the Underworld must be attacking Victoria City. This was what Lancelot speculated. The teleport portal shimmered with light. Lancelot raised his shield and readied his short sword. He inhaled deeply and saw the first ogre charge out from the teleport portal. The ogre looked befuddled, appearing as though he had come to the wrong place. But he had no chance to return as more ogres poured out. The huge airship flew in the underworld tunnel. Sherlock was on the airship and holding a map. Besides Sherlock, only Yoda was controlling the airship. Before the ogres surrounded Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock had left Eternal Kingdom and boarded the airship. Their target was Morgan's dungeon. All according to plan, Sherlock said as he observed the chaotic scene in Victoria City using a crystal ball. Chapter 388, I Will Show Off. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ah! Screams rang beside his ears. Dragonborn placed his arms tightly behind the shield and pushed it to the front. His other hand wielded a long pike. This was the strong request from Lancelot, who said, "Though you are favored by God, according to the requirement of the Duchess, you have to reduce your casualties. Brace yourselves, and don't let the Duchess down." Though Lancelot said this, it was the mission reward that made the gamers form a defense line with their shields and pikes. When the battle started, the ogres charged out, and the gamers' formation came into effect. At least they didn't collapse like the gamers in Eternal Kingdom. Though the gamers were being mowed down rapidly, losing 2 to 3 front rows, they held their ground. Palm! A huge club smashed down heavily on Dragonborn's shield, and he slid back with his body cowered. The slanted angle of the shield deflected most of the impact of the club. If he braced for full impact, his arm would be broken. 2 long pikes thrust out from the side and stabbed the ogre that attacked Dragonborn. The arm of a human beside Dragonborn was smashed by a club. He had just put down his shield when an ogre plucked him by his head and threw him to the back. An ogre commanding officer stood on the front line and shouted at the ogres, "Don't retreat. The teleport portal is one-sided, you fools. Break the defensive line of the D***mnet humans." The gamers of Victoria City couldn't understand the ogre, but it was obvious that he was the commanding officer. Dragonborn observed the location of the ogre commanding officer. He was very near. Dragonborn. Takia Spirit suddenly shouted, "I have a plan." Dragonborn was distracted, and an ogre smashed down with his hammer. Fortunately, Dragonborn evaded the hammer. Afterward, another gamer took his position on the front line as he fell back. "Don't tell me that you have a good plan to kill that commander." Sealhead Ling Chong moved to join Dragonborn and Takia Spirit after he saw Takia Spirit being forced out from the front line. It was easy to retreat from the front line, as every gamer wanted to be in the front row. "How did you know? Don't say any more. My plan is perfect. I have 2 bladder bombs. We can use one bladder bomb to kill the ogre that is blocking the commander. The explosion will stun the commander, and we can make use of that chance to charge at him. You two will cover me while I charge with my pike. He will hack at me with his axe, and I will dodge elegantly." Takia Spirit dodged, which was a rapid retreat to his left. "Wait, why are you so sure that the ogres will be stunned?" Sealhead Ling Chong asked. Takia Spirit rebuked, "Of course they will be stunned, don't interrupt me. The axe will land close to me, but I'll not be hurt. The commander won't be able to retrieve his axe in time and will lose his balance. I will then charge and attack his waist. He won't die with just that, but then I'll draw out my precious sword." Takia Spirit unsheathed his long sword and said, "I will leap and grab his neck with one hand while stabbing at his throat with my sword." Why do I feel like this is a familiar scene? Sealhead Ling Chong looked troubled. "Don't mention the incident with the ancient god's army. I'll not fail this time." Takia Spirit shouted, "I will make it big this time. The entire forum will talk about my feat. I think it's worth a try." Dragonborn nodded and agreed with Takia Spirit's plan. Sealhead Ling Chong had no reason to disagree. It was time for Takia Spirit to showcase his skills. He took out 2 fused bladder bombs from Eternal Kingdom. "Let's go!" Takia Spirit shouted valiantly as he ignited the fuses and charged into the crowd, saying, "Give way!" He shouted while tossing the bladder bombs towards the front. The 2 bladder bombs flew over the heads of the crowd and landed in the midst of the ogres before detonating. The explosion threw the ogres to the ground, and even those intact ogres at the sides were stunned. "Take action now!" Takia Spirit shouted and charged at the commander as he said, "Cover me, Dragonborn." Sealhead Ling Chong. Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong followed behind Takia Spirit's charge. The shockwave of the explosions created a small time window for Takia Spirit to charge forward with his pike. The ogre commanding officer saw 3 daring and howling humans charging at him. He was furious because the destination of the teleport portal was different from what he expected. He wanted to retreat, but the teleport portal was one-sided. They were sent to an unknown location, and they had no way to return. Their original mission was to teleport to the interior of Eternal Kingdom, where they would start the destruction and disable the dungeon. That was their goal. They weren't here to kill humans, fairies, and elves. The ogre commander was angry because the humans were looking down on him. The puny humans dared to charge at an ogre? He lifted his heavy axe and faced the 3 humans as he shouted to the other ogres, "Give way! I'll eat the 3 of them." The ogres formed a circle to let the commander show off. The ogre commander slashed the heavy axe on the ground, his dominant aura overwhelming the 3 humans. "I'm charging!" Takia Spirit shouted and picked up his pace. He raised his pike and focused. The ogre commander lifted his huge axe and hacked at him. Now! There was a glint in Takia Spirit's eyes, and his feet shifted as he leaped to the left. The axe landed squarely on his shoulder and split him in half. Takia Spirit was immobilized, and he moaned twice before dying. Shwooks! That silly dude. Sealhead Ling Chong cursed, but he discovered that the commander's axe was stuck in Takia Spirit's body. He shouted, "Dragonborn, take action now." Dragonborn knew that it was the opportunity of a lifetime. He unsheathed the crimson sword with trailing crimson afterimages. Leaping sky high, he used his hand to grab the armored scale on the commander's throat. At the same time, his other hand stabbed the crimson sword into the commander's throat. The ogre commander backed up in disbelief. The sword in his throat prevented him from making any sound. His hands that were holding the huge axe relaxed, and he spurted fresh blood while his face became an ominous red. Then, he knelt down on one knee. Dragonborn released his hand and rolled on the ground to make a safe recovery. Immediately after, the ogre commander collapsed to the ground and remained motionless. Dragonborn stepped on the head of the ogre commander and yanked his crimson sword from the ogre's throat. Besides the wild cheering of the gamers, he was met with the furious roars of the charging ogres. The ogres from the ogre fortress occupied the sighing wilderness that was beside the outposts of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. The teleport portal of Victoria City was destroyed, while the teleport portal of Eternal Kingdom was kept intact. The ogres didn't know that the destination of the teleport portal was Victoria City instead of Eternal Kingdom. While the ogres were entering the teleport portal, an invisible airship was in the sky above the ogre fortress. After the flashing of mana cannon shots blew off the top of the ogre fortress. The ogres that were gathered at the teleport portal dispatched a team to return to the ogre fortress. Sherlock extended his wings and descended through the rooftop cavity, his black bat wings flapping rapidly. Grey dust surrounded Sherlock as he used the lift from his wings to land steadily on the ground. It was pitch black, with only a pair of yellow eyes staring at Sherlock. "Greetings, Polio. Didn't I tell you to be obedient? Yet you colluded with Morgan. As your master, I'll have to teach you a lesson," Sherlock said with a smile. Chapter 389, I May Beat You to Death. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the darkness, a tattooed ogre with a pair of yellow eyes walked out. It was Polio. "Welcome, Sherlock." Polio walked out from the dust and stood before Sherlock. Sherlock maintained his posture. He didn't feel short with his 5-meter height when he stood in front of Polio. "You won't even take along your Lord Overseer? I remember the first time we met, you were cordial. This is making me sad." Sherlock sighed and showed an expression of regret. "It seems like you already knew my plan. When did it start?" "Ah, since you started meeting Morgan at Bancasia." Sherlock thought for a while and said, "Morgan found a book left by Michelangelo, one that depicted detailed methods for controlling the ogres. According to the relic of Michelangelo, there is no 100% method for controlling them. Michelangelo brought the seeds of the underworld with him and incited the war between the two worlds, depending on the loyalty of the ogres to fight for him. I figured that you let Morgan find the book intentionally." "That's right, I let him take a look. That superior devil thought he used a lot of effort to find it." Polio smiled and said, "It has only been a few thousand years, and the standard of superior devils has dropped. It's not that bad. I know of a few superior devils who have good standards." Sherlock recalled, but he returned from his thoughts and said, "Let's talk about an important topic. Morgan thought he could use you to control the ogres. The book that he found was supposed to show the method for controlling you. After releasing you from Bancasia, he had you infiltrate here. After the start of the dungeon war, you were supposed to control the ogres and attack the interior of Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps your initial suggestion was for me to control the ogres and have them guard Eternal Kingdom. When you discovered that I was connecting the Sighing Wilderness and Eternal Kingdom with a teleport portal, you decided to take over the portal and send the ogres directly to my dungeon. Is that correct? Did you suggest that?" Polio didn't respond. Looking at Polio's expression, Sherlock thought that he was right. Not a bad plan. I have a few questions." Polio interrupted and said, "Are you going to ask me why I betrayed you? Hehe, do you really think that you're Michelangelo? I was never loyal to you. Michelangelo is dead, and his power belongs to me. No, I'm not going to ask you such trivial questions. I'm willing to give you the power to destroy the world. Unfortunately, the memories and power can't be given to you just like that. Do you know Alexandria?" Sherlock brushed the dust from his shoulder, not expecting Polio to answer. "Alexandria? The son of the Grand Duke? Why would I know such a paltry character? You don't seem to know the inner workings." Sherlock nodded and moved his body. "Prepare yourself, I intend to beat you up. You wasted a lot of my resources and made me very tired. I'm very angry, so I'll not have any mercy. Don't blame me if I beat you to death." "Huh? What nonsense are you saying?" "Ooh." Polio laughed loudly. Before he finished speaking, Sherlock flashed in front of him. Sherlock's fist split the air and carried a trail of afterimages as he punched Polio's face. His talking mouth was distorted by the punch, and his teeth flew out. Palm. With a loud impact, Polio's body flew in the direction of the punch. Just as Polio's leg lifted off the ground, Sherlock performed an opposite turning back kick and hit Polio's back heavily. Boom! Polio's body flew out this time and crashed into a fortress wall, and the wall collapsed, becoming a ruin. Sherlock adjusted his clothing after executing the two moves, then walked towards Polio. Sherlock moved the debris, which revealed the rough palm of an ogre. He grabbed the ogre's wrist and pulled him out. The ruin collapsed with crumbling sounds after the ogre was pulled out. Sherlock looked at the lifeless body, the listless wide-opened eyes, the distorted mouth, and the body that was deformed at a 90-degree angle. The tattooed ogre was dead, with no remaining breath. "Tisk, the characteristic of this devil is troublesome," Sherlock muttered to himself as he examined the tattooed ogre's body. Black mist flowed towards Sherlock from all directions. Within the mist were many yellow pupils. Such strong physical power. Only my previous master had such power. I don't have a physical body. Don't underestimate the power of the 72 devil gods. Polio's voice sounded hollow after leaving the ogre's body. The black mist spun around Sherlock like a tornado, but the mist dissipated as Polio screamed, seeming to be in pain. "How can it be? What is that?" Polio shouted. The black mist fled in all directions, but before Polio's black mist flew too far, he bounced back as though he had hit a glass wall. Sherlock stood his ground, and a shining monorunes formation appeared underneath his feet and extended outwards by about 100 meters. That was the allowed space for the black mist. Sherlock smiled and looked at Polio. "Who do you think provided the monorunes formation used to imprison you in Benghazi?" "It was me." "Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Sherlock put on finger sleeves that were drawn with dense monorunes formations. When two finger sleeves touched, the light rays of the monorunes formations became brighter. They weren't ordinary finger sleeves. Sherlock walked towards the mist and said, "I told you that I wouldn't be merciful. Don't be beaten to death." In the castle of Victoria City, Lilo drank her tea gracefully, and the three hamsters had a towel draped on their arms. They were serving Lilo afternoon tea. The chaotic situation outside was in stark contrast to the peaceful afternoon tea. *MN. "Why are there so many humans?" someone said in the Underworld common language. "Gosh! These monsters are brutal." "Victoria City is being demolished," said a gamer in the Surface World common language. "Hold the line. All hold the line. Don't let the ogres break through," said someone in the Surface World common language. "Destroy the obstacles. Kill those fairies who are using mana. Kill them," an ogre said in the Underworld common language. "Take ya spirit. *MNU. Why are you stealing my kills?" cursed a gamer in the Surface World common language. There were various explosions, as well as the laughter and furious bellows of ogres. Lilo wiped her lips and stood up, walking towards the door. Why is the battle taking so long? Lilo was very unhappy. Chapter 390, Scene Boss. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The ogres screamed wildly as they waved their weapons. They had conquered the living quarters of Victoria City and the teleport portal main hall. Some ogres even tried to invade the castle, but they were driven back by valiant gamers. However, from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the castle was taken. The revival point in front of the castle was occupied by the ogres, so when the gamers revived, they would be cut down by the sea of ogres. A lot of the gamers gave up on revivals, making complaints on the discussion forum, especially in the post-title Dungeon War live discussion post. Most of the replies were from the Victoria City faction. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom could defend themselves with the Underworld terrain, but most of the gamers of Victoria City had given up. Fallen Dawn Star, this is favoritism. Is Victoria City your stepchild? Competition novices, we are fighting very hard, but there are simply too many ogres. Peach Juice, can gamers of Eternal Kingdom save us? Our city is gone. Beginner's Village Head, this is hilarious. Why are you so trashy? Take a look at our Gundam. If the ogres step into our living quarters, consider that we lose the war. Picture. Serving is most important. Why doesn't Victoria City have a Gundam? How much does it cost? We'll crowdfund the project. Dark Armored Cavalry, silly dudes, the Gundam wasn't bought by us, it was produced by one of the gamers in Eternal Kingdom. Make one if you so desire. The post was garnering hundreds of replies every second, which were pessimistic views of the Victoria City faction. That all changed when Lilo came out of the castle, the replies becoming frenzied snapshots of her. Wilderness Furry Kid, Lilo is here. The splendor of Duchess Lilo. Picture. Gluttonous Lao, great. Duchess Lilo is punching each ogre, picture. Demon Breeze, I'm not saying anything. Take a look at the pictures, picture. Temperamental sky-changing clouds, make haste and revive. We have occupied the revival point. As the post described, Lilo came out of the castle wielding a large pike that was completely out of proportion to her body. A thunderstorm of steel against flesh occurred where she went. All of the ogres that were within her attack radius were reduced to minced meat and blood mists. The ogres disappeared rapidly, not because they retreated, but because they were being decimated by Lilo. Lilo walked unobstructed to the revival point. Many naked gamers came out from the revival point and charged at the ogres, their fists clenched. The horn of victory sounded in Victoria City. In the ogre fortress situated in the sighing wilderness. In the dark mana formation, sounds of a fist flailing and Polio's moans filled the air. Occasionally, a powerful impact hit against the barrier of the mana formation and created strong ripples. Polio was beaten for 10 minutes before the mana formation vanished. Sherlock tidied up his hair, which had become messy after the strenuous exercise. He then calmly removed the finger sleeves and put them into his pocket. In front of him was a wavering black figure that looked like a pool of dark liquid. The black figure trembled and looked like he was going to flee. However, he was unable to move. Sherlock knelt in front of Polio and started drawing rune mana formations on his body. With the completion of the rune mana formations, magical white rays engulfed Polio, causing the black figure to shrink rapidly before turning into a physical form, a black kitten. The mana of the rune mana formation quickly vanished from the kitten's body. He isn't dead. Sherlock grabbed the kitten's neck and lifted Polio. I was wrong. Please don't beat me, meow. Polio, who was now a kitten, gave off strange meowing sounds. Even Polio was dumbstruck by his meowing, and he quickly asked, "What's happening? My voice? Meow." Sherlock held the black kitten in his arms and extended his wings as he shrugged his shoulders. "You are a black kitten, now and forever. Isn't your meowing lisp normal? This was created by your master. My master created this. Sherlock flapped his wings and flew through the rooftop cavity and towards the airship. He descended onto the deck of the airship and looked down, observing the ogres that were originally controlled by Polio and who were now coming out of the teleport portal incessantly. All of them looked dazed. The ogres from opposing tribes even glared at each other and started bickering and fighting. More ogres formed groups as they ran around the sighing wilderness, looking for suitable locations to pitch camps for their tribes. Polio lost control of the ogres, so they became like scattered sand. Each tribe would have, at most, a few hundred ogres. Which looked like the current situation. Let's go back, Yoda. Sherlock placed Polio on the deck, and he curled his body nervously. Polio straightened his tail, and his hair was standing on end. He looked like a real kitten. Sherlock said to Polio, "Welcome to Eternal Kingdom. Forget about your identity as one of the 72 devil gods. You are now an honored employee. I have prepared a slavery deed for you. I mean, a labor contract with a lifetime duration. You'll be pleased." Sherlock said, "Your first mission is to attack Morgan and disband the ogres." Yoda controlled the airship and flew towards Eternal Kingdom. The monsters that attacked Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City stopped after the valiant gamers defended themselves for more than 2 hours. The gamers from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City felt that it was the result of their valiant battle. Seeing the ogres fleeing, the gamers pursued relentlessly. However, the gamers were unable to keep up with the speed of the ogres. Some impatient gamers rode their darting birds to give chase and perished with their darting birds. Seeing the pathetic states of those gamers, others decided not to give chase. However, according to Morgan, the war hadn't ended. "Don't run. You are trash. Cowards." Morgan waved his long sword and slashed at the fleeing ogres. His 100 proximity ogre guards fled at the first opportunity. He couldn't understand why they would flee. Did he not follow Michelangelo's method to control the ogres? Why did such a thing happen? Morgan's behavior infuriated the escaping ogres. They were being controlled without their knowledge, and after being freed, they wanted to flee immediately. After all, they were in the territory of a superior devil and an underworld army. There were corpses and signs of explosions everywhere, and a gigantic Gundam was killing ogres in a frenzy. Those crazy fellows were even throwing bladders that caused massive explosions. It was horrifying. When had the ogres encountered such a terrifying battle? They had to escape from their impending deaths. Morgan's willful killing of the ogres antagonized them, especially when they realized that he had enslaved them and made them into cannon fodder. The ogres were thoroughly enraged. At that point, the eyes of some ogres started to emit yellow light. Large groups of ogres charged at Morgan, who had exhausted his mana, and he let out a final, frustrated roar before he was engulfed by the ogre army. The war ended. While there were small pockets of ogre resistance, most of them had fled. The gamers then began salvaging the battlefield, retrieving their own equipment as well. Whether the equipment was damaged or intact, the gamers could exchange it for small amounts of reputation points and game currency. Though they were being exploited, it was better than losing the equipment outright. The gamers were used to the exploitation by the game producers. Arthur was also salvaging the battlefield. He had plentiful mana, but it vanished, and without mana, the Gundam came to a halt. In the sea of corpses, they discovered the blood-stained Morgan, who was panting hard. The gamers were excited. The scene boss had arrived. Chapter 391, Sorry, I was wrong. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Morgan slashed at the screaming and charging goblins that were like pestering flies, and they fell to the ground. Morgan had tried his best to exert his dominance, and even a huge dragon would be wary of him. When he fought with the rebelling ogres, he used the same method to slow them down, even causing some of them to flee in panic. But now, goblins were charging at him like mad dogs. Endless streams of goblins, gnomes, houndhead men, and orcs charged at him. They were like pests. Arthur wielded his black longsword and shield as he moved around to look for Morgan's weakness. After the ogres fled, Arthur discovered Morgan, who killed hundreds of ogres. Then, Morgan was surrounded by the gamers. Arthur and his team had been annihilated once. The boss is difficult to kill. All tanks beware. Let the individual gamers wear him down. Not Wearing Pants shouted to the gathered guild members. Currently, only the members of small guilds and individual gamers were attacking Morgan. The bigger guilds like the Pioneer Alliance didn't attack, knowing they would be killed. The guild members of the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance had assembled, and they started attacking Morgan. After a volley of arrows, they killed all the individual gamers who were attacking Morgan, but Morgan remained completely intact. Some of the 200 to 300 arrows that were fired hit Morgan, but they couldn't get past his defenses. The gamers started bickering. Don't fire arrows. They are our people. You're killing our people. How do we fight if we don't use arrows? It's a confirmed death if we fight at close range. Nonsense. Attack immediately. The boss is dying. He's bleeding profusely. What the heck? Which eye of yours saw the boss bleeding profusely? He's still mowing down gamers. Be reasonable. Damage and health points aren't related. The boss is covered in blood. This is a classic case of being near death. Stop the nonsense and inflict damage on him. So what if we're killed? We'll fire arrows and revive if we're killed. The revival point is close by. Morgan couldn't understand why the gamers were bickering. He was in a craze. He had the upper hand, but now it had deteriorated. His ogre army had collapsed, and Lord Sherlock was still unwilling to fight with him. Instead, these pesky ant-like gamers were irritating him. While Morgan was busy mowing down the gamers, Brainiac slowly walked towards the pathetic and exhausted superior devil. The gamers thought that it was a plot animation, so a small portion of them stopped attacking to watch. But most of the gamers continued attacking, wanting to use the chance to inflict heavy damage. Ledge. Where's your master? Get Sherlock to come out. Even if I lose, I'll lose in his hands. Let these pieces of trash bug off. Morgan shouted, but he couldn't stop the ant-like gamers from attacking his legs. Brainiac observed the situation and said without emotion, Lord Sherlock isn't in the dungeon. He gave me a price list for your case. As Morgan was about to ask about the price list, a gnome stabbed his Eternal Kingdom standard short sword into Morgan's calf. As it was a piece of white standard equipment, the weapon didn't cause any harm. Instead, it broke in half. Morgan was in pain, and he kicked the gnome, who he flew out. As Morgan revealed his weakness, the charging gamers made use of the chance to inflict damage. Brainiac disregarded Morgan, who was mowing down the gamers. He took out a form and said, according to Lord Sherlock's arrangements, if you wish to leave intact, you'll have to pay 10 million magic stones. If you leave with a missing arm, the payment will be lowered to 8 million magic stones. The loss of 2 arms will reduce the payment to 6 million magic stones. Brainiac spoke like a robot, and Morgan responded with an angry roar and a spinning fireball. Brainiac lifted a hand, and grey mana accumulated in front of him. The fireball collided with the mana wall and exploded. The heatwave scorched the nearby gamers, and the hair on their bodies was burnt and emitted the smell of barbecue. I see that you don't wish to pay. According to Sherlock's order, we'll send you to the Hades spirit world. Brainiac put away the form and took out a magic wand that looked like a tree branch. He aimed the magic wand at Morgan as he said to the gamers, attack warriors, I'll cover you. I'll kill you. Morgan charged towards Brainiac, but there were countless gamers between them, and the gamers wouldn't flee like the ogres. Patrick Star held his magic recording device in a daze as he captured the scenes of the post-war Eternal Kingdom. As a war reporter who went through the ordeal, he saw many things that shook him to the core. A weak goblin sacrificed himself to an ogre's club to allow his comrades to inflict damage. The archers on top of the blasted dungeon walls knew that they didn't have a chance to survive, but they continued firing arrows and throwing bladder bombs. When they saw the ogres being killed, they would reveal expressions of joy. Many times, Patrick Star witnessed how the gamers wrapped themselves with bladder bombs and dashed into the ogre crowd. Sometimes, they would even injure their comrades accidentally. How many casualties were there in this war? Patrick Star wasn't sure. He only saw numerous gamers sacrificing themselves to protect their homes. They were fearless, and death was the highest honor for them. What about their corpses? Wait, where were their corpses? Patrick Star was dumbfounded. He only saw ogre corpses and was unable to find any corpses from Eternal Kingdom. He pondered for a while before he started tearing up. Their corpses were being eaten by the ogres. That was the case. Patrick Star's vision was blurred by his welling tears. To protect their homes and fight against the ogres, their corpses were eaten by the ogres. This was the sin committed by Morgan. Patrick Star trembled as he recalled the terrifying face of Morgan. The second successor of Eternal Fire succumbed under the combined assault of Brainiac and the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. He stripped himself of all equipment and threw his weapon aside, then knelt down, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "Sorry, I was wrong. I'll pay 10 million magic stones. Please don't kill me or stab my buttocks, please." Most of Morgan was covered by mosaic since he was naked. The gamers that didn't give up on trying to attack the vulnerable parts of Morgan were being persuaded by Brainiac to leave. The main factor was that other gamers received the mission appeasement and dragged their vengeful comrades away. They said, "Enough, stop stabbing. The boss has entered the invincible plot mode. He has surrendered his weapon and equipment. Stop fighting, he won't die." The gamers were happy to see Morgan's loot, though they had to let Brew appraise the equipment before he decided whether the equipment would be auctioned. What if Sherlock decided to use Morgan's equipment? Equipment with many bugs wouldn't be given to the gamers. Brew explained, "Gamers will complain about a piece of equipment that upsets the balance of power in the game." That was Brew's explanation. Patrick Star shut off his magic recording device. He had captured the outside and interior of Eternal Kingdom. Next, he was going to interview the gamers and Lord Sherlock. No matter what the cost was, he felt it would be worthwhile. Because this time, it was big news. That was what Patrick Star believed. In a dark room, a sludge monster stood at the doorway, while a superior devil sat on a sofa and looked at the document in his hand, sighing. "This is totally unexpected," the superior devil said. "Morgan and Polio were defeated." "Yes, Lord Alexandria." The sludge monster moved his body, and Alexandria nodded and smiled as he said, "No problem. How is that plan progressing?" "Very smooth, Lord Alexandria." "Good, you may leave," Alexandria ordered the sludge monster. The door was closed, and the room fell into darkness again. A fireball appeared, and a letter dropped from the flames. The letter had the words "To Lord Alexandria Judge Onionhead" on it. Chapter 392, version 0.36 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 15 days after the dungeon war in Eternal Kingdom. Palm. A special metal cage was secured and locked. In it was Morgan, who lowered his head dispiritedly. He was captured and pronounced guilty by the Devil Management Committee and was to be sent to Bancasia for his prison sentence. He wasn't sentenced due to the dungeon war with Eternal Kingdom, he was sentenced for infringing on the rights of laborers and creating a dangerous organization. Morgan bought a dungeon and dismissed all of the employees, who then filed a complaint at the Underworld Labor Union. The dangerous organization sentence was because Patrick Star wrote an article on the dungeon war that depicted Morgan's recruitment of the Ogre Army and how he committed heinous crimes during the war. Patrick Star also mentioned the heroic struggles of Eternal Kingdom citizens. There were pictures and videos, and within a few days, they created an uproar. The Devil Management Committee used these as evidence to sentence Morgan. Though there were no explicit rules that prohibited the use of the barbaric ogres, it was a dangerous act that would destabilize the peace of the underworld, so the Devil Management Committee pronounced him guilty. Was Morgan trying to be the second Michelangelo? Because the Devil Management Committee pronounced Morgan guilty, Sherlock kept Morgan's 10 million magic stones and imprisoned him in Eternal Kingdom. The Devil Management Committee then sent an envoy and arranged for a beat lemon with tools for imprisoning a superior devil, taking Morgan away. Sherlock stood at Eternal Kingdom's entrance and waved goodbye to Morgan as he shouted warmly, "Come by next time." Seeing Morgan leaving, one wondered how long he would be imprisoned. Sherlock didn't know and wasn't interested. "Lord Sherlock? Come by next time? I was almost conquered." "Lord Sherlock, if you were late by an hour, the ogres would have invaded the living quarters and the dungeon lord main hall," Brew said with agitation as Sherlock smiled and bade Morgan farewell. "Didn't they fail? Don't be angry, Brew. As an experienced dungeon core, your reaction isn't on par with your wisdom. Even if Morgan came to you and absorbed your energy, you could have given the order for the gamers to detonate themselves with Morgan," Sherlock said casually while he walked towards the dungeon. "Lord Sherlock! I'm not the Yggdrasil of World of Warcraft," Brew protested, but he was ignored. It wasn't possible to repair the damage sustained by Eternal Kingdom within 15 days, but the repairs were underway. Sherlock used his magic stones to buy raw materials, and the gamers used their labor to repair the dungeon. It cost about 1 million magic stones. The gamers gathered at the repair site and watched the plot animation of Morgan being led away. The gamers liked Morgan. During these 10 days, when Morgan was imprisoned in Eternal Kingdom, the gamers would visit him and curse at him with vulgarities. Morgan had become one of the important tourist attractions. On the discussion forum, the gamers of Victoria City requested to visit Morgan by attacking Eternal Kingdom. For this, they had very seriously planned 2 routes. First, they would occupy the Sighing Wilderness and Eternal Kingdom's teleport portal. Using the portal, they would travel to Eternal Kingdom. It wasn't clear whether the gamers of Victoria City could enter the teleport portal, but it was a possibility. 2. They could travel through the Spider's Lair to Eternal Kingdom. They tried both routes but failed miserably. In the first case, before reaching Eternal Kingdom, they failed. They conducted a sneak attack in the middle of the night and successfully occupied the teleport portal of Eternal Kingdom's outpost. However, they couldn't use it. They saw the notice as there is no battle campaign scenario, the teleport portal of the opposing faction cannot be used. The gamers of Victoria City tried to reach Eternal Kingdom via the Spider's Lair. As there were many underground spiders, they formed a strong 2,000-member siege contingent, including members from the Hoodlum Yoga Association and for that night with Sherlock. But they were annihilated in the Spider's Lair. Even the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were unable to defeat the waves of underground spiders created by the 10 Spider Queens. Therefore, it was impossible for the inferior gamers of Victoria City to defeat the spiders. Once Morgan had been led away, there was no reason for the gamers of Victoria City to visit Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock was indifferent to the behavior of both factions. He was only concerned about the gamers working hard and earning profits, mainly because he had to purchase a level 3 dungeon core. According to market prices, a level 1 dungeon core cost 25 million magic stones. That was correct, there was inflation. As for a level 3 dungeon core, it cost 1 billion magic stones. With Sherlock's current magic stones, Sherlock checked the balance of his magic stone card. After calculating the various compensations, rewards, the gamer's salary, and profits from selling materials, as well as deducting the cost of materials, repairs, and factory costs, he only had 30 million magic stones. Sherlock depended on the gamer's income and let Brew do a simple calculation. Brew replied, "Excluding inflation, it will take roughly 500,000 to 1 million years to reach the target of 1 billion magic stones for purchasing a level 3 dungeon core. It was a disappointing answer. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, I have a detailed plan for upgrading the dungeon core. Isn't the dungeon core of Winterfell available? With our combat power, it'll be difficult to conquer Winterfell. However, if we pretend to send the Gundam to Winterfell for an exhibition, start a rebellion, and kidnap Nicholas, we can use him like our puppet to control Winterfell. In terms of creatures and resources, Brew continued to nag, but Sherlock had walked into the Dungeon Lord main hall and started editing new updates on his computer. Eggface was performing his customer service job. He was emotionless. Eggface was quite familiar with his job. He was used to the gamer's strange questions and various harassment tactics. Next to Eggface was a black kitten, Polio. Polio looked at Eggface's screen and asked, "These fellows, are they the fellows outside? Are they called gamers?" Polio talked incessantly. Eggface made a disdainful tisk sound and caressed Polio's neck. Soon, Polio emitted comfortable hoo-lu sounds. All of a sudden, Polio meowed and stretched his body as his hair stood on end. He shouted, "I'm not a kitten." Sherlock wasn't bothered by Eggface and Polio. He started editing his updates. Version 0.36 Update Log. In the current battle campaign scenario, the ogres and Morgan colluded. They attacked Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. With the strong willpower of our warriors, we stopped their attack and destroyed Morgan's evil plan. But the crisis isn't over yet. We updated Dungeon War. The Dungeon War was updated secretly. You have completed the Dungeon War. I am just informing you. We updated an NPC state. Morgan is in Bangkasia. Morgan was sent to Bangkasia. If you have the chance, visit him there. We updated the maps of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. Ogre tribes appeared in the surrounding areas of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. Before they assemble for an attack, destroy them. This is now part of the daily mission. We updated with a new NPC, Kitten Polio. Sherlock's new pet is called Polio. Though he has the same name as the ogre leader called Polio, they are different. Gamers will be able to see this new NPC soon. He is joining Eternal Kingdom and will help Lord Sherlock with his heavy responsibilities. We updated a new bug, unusable Gundam. You cannot use the Gundam now. That is it. We updated a new daily mission. Constructing an outpost at the crossroad. Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom have a common enemy, and there's an urgent need for collaboration. After the leaders of the two factions completed their discussion, it was decided that there would be a peaceful outpost at the crossroad that connects the underworld and surface world. Both factions will create the future together. Chapter 393, Arthur's Monoskills Book. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock's post garnered enthusiastic responses from the gamers. Maximilian Seed, it means we have to carry more bricks. Ehave double ID, wah, there's a kitten. Can we cuddle it? Trails of Cold Rays, when is the official version 1.0? Evil officials are scheming against the Emperor, be reasonable. The neutral city should be called Dalaran or Shatrath. Has Lord Sherlock been doing this? Meow. What has this got to do with dominating the world? Meow. Polio sat gracefully on Sherlock's computer table and licked his paw. He only discovered that something was wrong after a few licks. He wasn't a kitten. He dry coughed 2 times to hide his embarrassment. Dominate the world. Sherlock frowned. He didn't understand Polio's meaning of dominating the world. Did he ever mention that? His dream was to become the greatest dungeon lord. Having such power, as well as undead servants, a promising young black dragon, and most importantly, Lord Sherlock's power of Michelangelo, meow. And meow. Polio turned to look at Eggface behind him and said, that small black dragon has been saying that he is the world-dominating dragon and master of darkness. I thought you must be planning to dominate the world. No, those are purely his wild imaginations, Sherlock said. Polio stood up and turned around gracefully on the table, then faced Sherlock and sat down. He licked his black paws and said, though they're his wild imaginations, if you don't dominate the world with your power, it'll be a great pity. Though I was in prison for thousands of years, I'm still knowledgeable about the outside world. We can start with Winterfell. It's that simple, meow. Polio squinted his yellow pupils and extended one of his paws while showing his fierce face. But Sherlock grabbed his neck, walked to the door, and threw him outside. A gamer dashed over and shouted, "Gosh! How can I cuddle the cat in this mission? I only keep dogs." Polio's hair stood on end, and he growled, "Grr." The Ogre Fortress Instance Dungeon had taken a back seat to the dungeon war, only being reopened after Morgan and his ogre army were defeated. There was no change in the Instance Dungeon. 5 gamers would enter the Ogre Fortress and fight against a lone ogre. Though it was difficult, the elite team of the Pioneer Alliance achieved victory within 10 days. After Arthur and his comrades defeated the ogre, they opened the treasure chest behind it. A green excellent axe called the Ogre's Great Axe, 10 silver coins, a superior shield called the Sighing Shield. Gosh! A mana skills book. Not Wearing Pants took out all of the loot from the treasure chest, exclaiming in astonishment at the mana skills book. Gosh, it's a real mana skills book. Aren't we lucky today? Peasant ran over and looked pitifully at his friends. Please give me the book. I'm a magician. No, I also want to have mana skills as an archer. Let's roll for it. Sylvanas took out 10 dice and tossed them, obtaining a sum of 22. Wah, Sister Vanas, your luck's bad. Peasant smiled and took the dice, then tossed them out and obtained a sum of 10. You're no better. Not Wearing Pants laughed and tossed the dice, which soon indicated 11. That's hilarious. I think it's mine. Burning Chest Hair's dice showed 12. What the heck? Arthur took the dice and tossed them. He obtained 56. Wah! Arthur's luck is very good. Is all of your luck used up? Arthur bro. Give it to me. Please. Give it to me. Arthur bro's awesome. Arthur took the mana skills book and said, I'm selling it for magic stones. Sorry, peasant. All of them were dumbstruck. Peasant managed to reply after some time, saying, it's all right. I'll go back first. We'll gather at Spectre College tonight. I'm leaving. Arthur put away the mana skills book. After, he didn't participate in the allocation of the rest of the loot and left the instance dungeon. The 4 of them looked at each other, and Sylvanas shouted, it's not normal. Arthur left the Ogre Fortress and ran back to Eternal Kingdom's outpost, then returned to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. Along the way, he only greeted familiar faces. Outside the teleport portal main hall, along the road, some gamers were trying to erect lampposts. That was the new infrastructure in the dungeon. One gamer pushed a cart filled with soil and rocks, another gamer carried a pile of cloth and ran over, and yet another gamer sat on the ground and put a bowl in front. Please pity me. I played for 2 months and became bankrupt. Please spare some change. I'm dying of hunger. Eternal Kingdom was looking prosperous, and all passers-by had green symbols above their heads. After all, the few NPCs stayed at specific locations while working and normally wouldn't wander around. Arthur didn't stop, walking towards the flower bed. Arthur wasn't aware that 2 orcs followed him stealthily. They were wearing normal equipment. They were Sylvanas and not wearing pants. Indeed. Arthur bro isn't normal. Sylvanas squinted her eyes. I killed myself to return back and lay an ambush. That was the correct decision. Wah, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. You can tell with your intuition. Not Wearing Pants' expression was like 6666. Why did you follow me back to Eternal Kingdom? You're hindering me. Sylvanas looked in disdain at Not Wearing Pants and said, Don't tell Arthur. I know you're good with him, but don't hinder me. Wah, how can you say that? Is there a private chat in the game? Not Wearing Pants replied immediately, I'm curious why Arthur wanted that mana skills book. I don't think he uses mana skills. That is his belief. And he wanted to sell it for magic stone? My god, can't he tell a proper lie? Arthur walked into the seedbed that was filled with gamers. Quick, follow him. Not Wearing Pants quickly followed Arthur. Sylvanas felt angry as she followed behind Not Wearing Pants. Chapter 394, Winterfell is in danger. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The flower bed was full of gamers who were attending the potion and cultivation class. After the little fairy made an agreement with Sherlock because of Raintia, the flower bed had become the little fairy's classroom. Though Sherlock's flower bed was big enough, after the number of gamers increased to 5,000, it looked a bit small. There were various plants cultivated in the flower bed, and in the middle of the flower bed was a huge tree with a thick trunk that would require 4 orcs to hug its diameter. Everyone knew that the tree was grown by Raintia, though nobody knew why the tree grew so fast and so large. Even the little fairy, who was reluctant to shifted her bed to the tree house that she constructed in the tree. The little fairy was teaching the gamers basic cultivation. Even though Arthur was far away, he could hear the little fairy shouting. Ha! Did I teach you to grow such things? Mana! Use your mana! Fools! Without mana, plants are unable to grow in the underworld. The little fairy was used to being with the gamers and had changed from the initial fear to her current relaxed manner. The only thing that hadn't changed was her saliva spitting habit. K Pui! When a gamer was about to touch her, the little fairy spat at the gamer's head and sent him flying. It wasn't known whether he survived. Such a troublesome gamer was rare. At such proximity, a gamer would die if not maimed after being spat on by the little fairy. Arthur wasn't there for the class. He merely observed the students in the class and then left, going to find his target. His target was Raintia, who was in the flower bed taking care of a sharp-clawed sunflower. After finding her, Arthur walked towards Raintia. Behind Arthur, Not Wearing Pants, and Sylvanas pushed aside the creature-eating flower, which provided cover for them. Sylvanas bit her collar and said viciously, It's indeed Raintia. I knew that Raintia was up to no good. She's competing with me for Arthur bro. Previously, the rumors were rife, and you consoled me, saying that there was nothing between Arthur and Raintia. Ah! I didn't console you. I've been saying that Arthur and Raintia are a perfect match. Not Wearing Pants looked bewildered at Sylvanas, who took out a dagger to cut his throat. Arthur turned his head, and both of them ducked. Arthur looked left and right behind his back. Besides the gamers who were attending the class and the wavering creature eating flower, there was nothing unusual. Some gamers noticed Arthur and came over to greet him since he was the top gamer. Arthur replied politely and then walked beside Raintia. Ah, Raintia, Arthur said without emotion. Raintia, who was humming a tune and taking care of the plants, lifted her head, smiling widely when she saw Arthur. Arthur? What's the matter? Are you buying minor healing potions? Apologies, there are many gamers buying recently. Tell me how many you need, and I'll send them to you after I finish making them. Raintia knelt on the ground and placed her hands on her knees. The picture looked like a male orc standing beside a young female goblin with a sunny disposition. It's frustrating. Why is that goblin so pretty? That wily gamer. Why did she make such a beautiful face? Who is she seducing? Sylvanas bit her collar into pieces with her sharp orc fangs. Ha! Have you played too much Mount and Blade? You can't be a vulnerable girl. A Mount and Blade gamer can't possibly be a vulnerable girl. Sylvanas decided to charge out, but Not Wearing Pants pulled her back and said, Hey, what are you doing? If you charge out now, won't Arthur know that we followed him? He'll end our friendship. Upon hearing Not Wearing Pants' reminder, Sylvanas immediately went into hiding, continuing to chew on her collar. Arthur turned his head back. He felt as though he was being watched. Arthur. Ah, it's nothing. Arthur turned back to look at Raintia, then took out a mana skills book and said, I'll order 100 potions. Don't hurry. Complete the other orders first. This is the reward. Wait, Arthur bro, a mana skills book is very expensive. The price of a minor healing potion isn't as high as before. Instead of exchanging the mana skills book for minor healing potions, isn't it better to learn from the mana skills book? Or sell it for magic stones, Raintia said quickly. Did the price drop? Then I'll exchange this for the equivalent amount of potions. I saw on the discussion forum that there is a mana skill that can simulate sunlight, which will improve the growth rate of the plants. You can learn the mana skill using this book and produce more magic potions. The guilds are developing, and we need a lot of magic potions, so if you increase your productivity, it'll be beneficial for our guilds. Arthur said firmly, I'm investing in you as a guild chairman, so don't feel bad about it. I see. I understand. I'll prepare myself. Raintia accepted Arthur's mana skills book and bowed to show her gratitude. Arthur didn't stay. He turned and left. Not Wearing Pants said to Sylvanas, what did I say? I told you that there's nothing between them. Arthur is here to make an order. Most of our minor healing potions are ordered from Raintia. I feel that it's not that simple. No, I'll ask Dragonborn what happened at the hospital that night. Arthur and Raintia must be together. Then Arthur gave Dragonborn 100 magic stones to change factions. It must be like that. Sylvanas stamped her foot angrily, but Not Wearing Pants said, Wah, don't you know the character of Arthur? He said he didn't make Dragonborn change factions. He didn't lie to us, and he said he didn't want to talk about that night again. If you ask Dragonborn and Arthur learns about it, you won't have a chance. Not Wearing Pants tried to persuade Sylvanas and then went into deep thought. After a moment, he muttered to himself, why do I care about your love life? Forget it, I'm washing my hands of this. I haven't completed many of my daily missions. Do what you like, I'm leaving. Not Wearing Pants left the flower bed, while Sylvanas stood there and pondered hard. On the streets of Winterfell, the underworld inhabitants who were going to work queued up at the Beat Lemon stand as usual. The only thing unusual was that there was a special creature in the queue. He was Lord Sherlock, the Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom, who had saved Winterfell twice and defeated Morgan's ogre army. He was famous throughout the northern underworld. Why was Lord Sherlock using public transport? Should he not have a private Beat Lemon for his transportation needs? Ah, he was friendly with the residents. Though he looked friendly, nobody dared to talk to this superior devil. He was a superior devil. Bruce spoke non-stop in Sherlock's mind, saying, Lord Sherlock. Lord Sherlock. We can't continue like this. You must have the demeanor of a celebrity. Don't we have a lot of Beat Lemons in the dungeon? We have an office in the old district, and we can improvise a Beat Lemon for your private use. We can arrange for a personal Beat Lemon to wait for you at the teleport portal main hall. That will look impressive. Sherlock nodded his head and said, considering the costs, if I let a single Beat Lemon service me, it will be against my thriftiness. After all, a Beat Lemon can send 200 gamers to the factory for work, and a gamer who works for 10 days can earn 1 magic stone. So, 200 gamers will earn 200 magic stones. It's better than letting me use the Beat Lemon. Brew was silent for a while before he said, you are right, Lord Sherlock. A Beat Lemon came over. It wasn't a public Beat Lemon. The Beat Lemon stopped in front of Sherlock. A gnome dismounted from the driver's seat and said politely to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, so you're here. Dungeon Lord Nicholas is looking for you. Please follow me. Sherlock looked at the gnome, bewildered, but he boarded the beet lemon nonetheless. Pa-ta, pa-ta, pa-ta. The beet lemon quickened its pace. What happened? It looks urgent, Sherlock asked as he settled in at the seat behind. Someone is plotting against Winterfell, Lord Sherlock. The gnome wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked very worried. Chapter 395 I Have a Friend. Commercial Crisis. Sherlock sat opposite Nicholas, his hand on his knees as he frowned and repeated what Nicholas had said. Yes, Lord Sherlock. We encountered the first commercial crisis. Nicholas crossed his arms on the table. His brows were tightly knit, and he looked haggard, as though he hadn't slept for many days. He wasn't even interested in the cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea placed before him. That was abnormal. Nobody could possibly dislike bloody chrysanthemum tea, with the exception of Lilo. Sherlock had the impression that the fallen angel preferred green tea. Beast preferred drowsy red tea? No, he wasn't a creature. I didn't believe that taking over Winterfell would be a simple affair, but I didn't expect it to be this complicated. Nicholas took out a document from his drawer, then passed the document to Sherlock. Sherlock found many photographs, one of which depicted a dead creature. He looked grotesque and was covered with mosaic. Following the photographs was a report filled with words. Robbing incident of the Black Volcano Merchant Band. Respectable Winterfell Dungeon Lord Onionhead. We are sorry to inform you that the merchant band under you has been attacked at Black Volcano. Their goods vanished. We found a sole survivor, but he died soon after. There were no other survivors. We suspect that they were poisoned by the gas emitted from the lava. As the Black Volcano is an active one, eruptions are more frequent. We are short of resources. For safety's sake, we hope that Winterfell can send a dedicated investigation team. As you know, the goods are important to Winterfell and the Merchant Alliance. They are very sensitive items. The subsequent contents were about the on-site investigation, the identities of the dead, and their numbers. Sherlock was surprised by their identities and numbers. There were 2,500 merchant band guards? The report says that there are no survivors. That's right. They were annihilated, and no traces of their corpses were discovered, Nicholas said gravely. Besides paying a large sum for death compensation, we have to answer to the labor union, though they are easy to manage since the Merchant Alliance has a standard set of procedures. The only headache is the lost materials. I understand your predicament. But why are you concerned about it? Isn't Dungeon Lord Onionhead the one who sent out the merchant band? Though he's now the region judge, shouldn't he be responsible? Sherlock put down the documents, and Nicholas nodded as he said, under normal circumstances, that's the case, but this isn't part of the Merchant Alliance's internal affairs. This is a commerce activity between the Merchant Alliance and the Northern Dukedom. The item was a dungeon core that was entrusted to us for transport. If the item was lost, Judge Onionhead has to be responsible. But as the Winterfell Dungeon Lord, I can't wash my hands of it. If I do, my enemies will use this reason to remove me. Oh, it sounds tricky. Wait, I remember that the Black Volcano is the Northern Underworld's most famous tourist attraction. Isn't the trade route safe? Sherlock sipped his bloody chrysanthemum tea and leaned back in the chair. His eyes were observing the picture in front of him. Yes, from Winterfell to the Northern Dukedom, the safest route is via the Black Volcano. Though it's a safer detour, the shipment was still attacked. Nicholas looked as though he was in pain as he said, there were 2,500 of them. Yet, less than 10 of them were discovered. They were dying and perished soon after. As for the remaining guards, their corpses weren't found. It's so frustrating. The death compensation is. I understand. What does Dungeon Lord Nicholas want of me? I understand that you require resources for the search and rescue of the missing goods. As you know, Eternal Kingdom has just gone through a major war, and the citizens are exhausted and tired of fighting. They prefer peace. If given a choice, they won't kill an ant. As for their armor and weapons, they would like to smelt them into liquid metal. However, reality doesn't allow that. Though the underworld looks peaceful, it's not so. Sherlock looked depressed, and Nicholas said sadly, "Lord Sherlock, your citizens have gone through hardships. I won't ask too much of you." The successor to the Northern Dukedom, the son of the Duke, Lord Alexandria, came to visit Winterfell and expressed his respect for you in front of Judge Onionhead. If you represent Winterfell and request Alexandria to persuade his father not to complain against us to the Devil Management Committee, then we'll have more time to investigate what happened and locate the item. It will be most helpful. You won't work in vain either, I'll ask the higher management. Wait. Sherlock interrupted Nicholas. He pondered for a while and asked, "Don't you intend to let Winterfell investigate this matter?" "Of course not." After the entire merchant band vanished, the tourists also disappeared, and the wild beasts became easily agitated. The Devil Management Committee has sealed off the Black Volcano. Normal creatures are unable to enter because the area is dangerous. Nicholas said, "We contacted various mercenary groups that provide protection, escorting, and investigation. We intend to hire a mercenary group to handle the investigation." "Mercenary group? What's the remuneration? If you don't mind." Sherlock raised his hand and said, Dungeon Lord Nicholas, don't be mistaken, I'm not thinking of earning remuneration. Because of our close relationship, I have to know about it." "Lord Sherlock, I'm very touched." Nicholas was full of tears. He said quickly, "As this matter is special and urgent, even if we're making losses, we intend to pay 10 million magic stones as remuneration." "I'll take it." "I'll accept for my friend." Sherlock explained, "I have a friend called Polio. The name is the same as the escaped prisoner from Bancasia. Don't be mistaken, it's only a name. He has a mercenary group with an excellent track record and good investigation capability. Believe me, if you give him this task, it will be solved quickly. We'll find out why the dungeon core was destroyed." "AI? Destroyed? Lord Sherlock, we don't know if the dungeon core was destroyed. It's hard to destroy a dungeon core." Nicholas was shocked and quickly explained, but Sherlock spread out his hands and said, I know. We'll prepare for the worst." The enemy was prepared and had a specific goal, the dungeon core. It's most likely an enemy of the Northern Dukedom, Winterfell, or the Merchant Alliance. The situation being what it is, they can't possibly retain the dungeon core to celebrate their new year. Most likely, they'll destroy it. That's possible. They can use it to upgrade another dungeon core. We only need to obtain their dungeon core and cover our losses. If it was committed by another dungeon, such a crime will not go unpunished. Of course, I'm only speculating. Nicholas was relieved. It was good if the enemy didn't destroy the dungeon core. As the matter was grave, if the selected mercenary group wasn't qualified, then... Yes, in regards to the capability of Polio and his mercenary group, I can vouch for them with Eternal Kingdom and my personal guarantee. Don't worry. Sherlock said and patted his chest when he noticed that Nicholas was hesitating. Nicholas said, I understand. I'll impose on you, Lord Sherlock. Please let your friend and his mercenary group come to Winterfell for the mission briefing. Our intelligence unit will provide them with assistance. No problem. I'll bring them over within the next few days, Sherlock said happily. Chapter 396, The Sins of Online Games. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A large erupting volcano with thick black mist was drawn on a poster. In the middle of the poster were two laughing orcs. The bottom of the poster had the words, Experience the active black volcano. The last experience of your life, written on it. There was a line of fine print below that. Are you feeling hopeless? Do you feel that life is hard? Are you feeling anxious about your current situation? Come to this famous tourist attraction. The active black volcano has the answers that you want. Below the fine print was some very fine print. Death rate is as high as 90%. Our agency isn't responsible for any deaths. Isn't the black volcano the safest tour route? Brainiac pondered over the poster and asked Sherlock. As it's in the active stage, it will spurt out lava. The more frightening aspect is the poisonous gas that's emitted. Any normal race that gets near the gas will die. The active stage just started recently. When the Winterfell merchant band traveled via the black volcano, it was in a dormant stage, so it wasn't that dangerous. Sherlock sat in a chair in the Dungeon Lord main hall. In front of him were Brainiac, Eggface, Evelyn, Yoda, and Polio, who was in the kitten form. This is the information on the black volcano. I spent a lot of money to gather information. Take a look. In the coming future, we'll survey the area. It's important to know more about the location. Sherlock passed the posters to everyone. Besides Eggface and Evelyn, who were studying the poster seriously, Brainiac and Yoda were befuddled. Polio said, "Meow. What a joke, meow. How can such a poster cost a lot of money? Anyone can get them from the tour agency entrance." Polio was going to use his claws to shred the poster and throw it to the ground, but after seeing Sherlock, he nodded and said firmly, "I see. There's a death rate of 90%, meow. That's very dangerous, meow. Are there fewer tourists during the active stage of the volcano? This makes it more convenient for us to deploy and investigate, meow, meow. Yes, Yoda will fly the airship near the black volcano. I have signed up for a free tour at the Winterfell tour agency, so a tour guide will follow the airship to the black volcano tourist spot. Polio will be the mercenary captain. Remember to disguise yourself as a knight mercenary captain and create a mercenary's resume and name. Brainiac will be the highly paid consultant of the mercenary group. Tomorrow, we'll pay a visit to Lassie. I thought it over for a long time and gritted my teeth before I loaned you out to the mercenary group." Sherlock said, "Eggface, once the airship arrives at the location, you'll visit the black volcano. You'll be the logistics officer at the black volcano. You're responsible for exchange the equipment and goods of the citizens and supervising the construction of the outpost. Evelyn, you'll produce the promotional posters and place them at the Adventurers Guild. The citizens have to spend game currency to participate in this special black volcano mission. After completion of the mission, they can obtain Adventurers reputation points and upgrade their Adventurers medals. I'm sure you are familiar with these gimmicks. We don't have to motivate them, and I'm not worried about that. It's all about rituals, poetic feelings, and a sense of purpose. Within 3 days, the promotional materials have to be completed. If you can't cope, you may use the adventurers' missions to obtain the help of the citizens. They are actually quite talented in publicity matters. Can I use the computer? No. If I don't bring along my computer, won't I be unable to perform my customer service duty? No, your intention is to play computer games. We can stop the customer service for a period of time. I'll announce your sick leave. I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Azeroth faction, the Field Marshal of Red Alert, the Civilization Tutor of Age of Empires, Friend of Peace Society, King of Assassins. No. Sherlock interrupted Eggface's wild imagination, and the meeting ended. Brainiac was the only one who stayed in the office. Brainiac was going to discuss something with Sherlock. Lord Sherlock, I feel that it's better not to get involved in this matter. Brainiac stood in front of Sherlock, looking very solemn. Are you worried about the dangers? Sherlock asked. No, I read in the newspaper that the missing merchant band was sending goods to the northern dukedom. Lord Alexandria seems to be plotting against Lord Sherlock. During the Winterfell invasion of the Ancient Gods' army, Alexandria suggested putting Eternal Fire and Eternal Kingdom together at the front line, Brainiac said respectfully. Sherlock nodded and said, "You're right, Brainiac." But Sherlock stood up and walked to the window. He looked gently at the rowdy gamers and said, "Sometimes, even if it's difficult and dangerous, we may have reasons not to back off. Though I'm unable to tell you the details, you'll understand why I'm doing this one day. This is youth, Brainiac. There are many things that you have to learn. Leave now, and do your work. Tomorrow, we'll visit Dungeon Lord Lassie." "I understand, Lord Sherlock." Brainiac bowed to Sherlock and left the Dungeon Lord main hall, then stood at the Dungeon Lord main hall entrance and stared out in a daze. Youth. A new challenge was awaiting Eternal Kingdom. To the gamers, it was another content update. However, the gamers had more important things on their minds than content updates. For online games, the actual gameplay wasn't the first priority, social interaction was. In social interactions, besides positive elements such as youth, aspirations, friendship, and love, there were darker elements such as slanderous rumors. In Eternal Kingdom, strange rumors were rife. Raintia is a green TB*TCH who acts innocent but is swindling Arthur's equipment. Life connoisseur gamer? Never involved in a fight? Someone who set up a fake image has to take a rest. Dragonborn was forced to change factions by Raintia. Raintia is trying to break up the Pioneer Alliance. Everyone knows that Arthur and Sylvanas are on good terms, but she is intruding as a third party. Shameless. Raintia is already married in real life. She isn't a vulnerable girl. She is a married mom. Why is she called Raintia? Calling her Green Tea would be better. If the Pioneer Alliance has a gamer like Raintia, it will break up sooner or later. Chase Raintia out. We don't want to see the Pioneer Alliance break up. The posts were attacking Raintia. Whenever posts mentioned Arthur, they were either compliments or putting him as a victim. For the past 2 days, the discussion forum was heating up. Many gamers were eager to watch the conflict that was about to unfold. The guild members of the Pioneer Alliance weren't bothered. They would file a complaint and wait for the administrator to remove the rumor posts and ban the slanderers. However, since the discussion forum was open to the internet, banned members were allowed to register new accounts. They continued to spread rumors and heat up the discussion forum. The number of rumor mongers was large, and they would create controversial posts and replies in other posts, all of them attacking Raintia. They made Raintia look like an evil and plotting green TB*TCH. Many gamers retaliated since they were familiar with Raintia, but many more gamers didn't know Raintia and were just enjoying the show. Slowly, they mistook the rumors as truth and started spreading false information. Humans were born with an evil nature. This evil would show itself with mass propagation and peer pressure. Examples of evil deeds were plentiful. Raintia tried to defend herself, but she couldn't take it anymore and created a post. "I only want to be a peaceful gamer. I don't wish to be embroiled in any conflict." She spoke of how she was just a dormant member of the Pioneer Alliance. Arthur and Raintia were just normal friends, and they had never formed a team before. In fact, they rarely spoke to each other. Raintia didn't have the intention to be a third party, nor did she know why Dragonborn switched factions. She even felt sad about it, never having the intention to hurt Dragonborn and force him to switch over to Victoria City. Though Raintia's post was detailed, the replies were sarcastic. Some of them were rebuking her, while some gamers twisted the facts and scolded her. Most of the gamers just watched the show eagerly. There were some who spoke up for Raintia, and they started conflicts in the posts. Before long, a notice appeared before all Pioneer Alliance members. Raintia has left the Pioneer Alliance. Arthur went to look for Raintia, but she avoided him. When she saw Arthur coming, she immediately went offline. A large crack soon appeared in the Pioneer Alliance. The subsequent events were totally unexpected. Chapter 397, Online Violence. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sister Vaness, I don't mean any harm, but did you instigate those rumor mongers? Peasant asked in a soft voice. He was sitting next to Sylvanas in the high-level meeting of the Pioneer Alliance. What? Sylvanas slammed her hand on the table and stood up. She grabbed Peasant's collar and asked angrily, if I wanted to deal with Raintia, would I resort to using the despicable method of employing rumor mongers? I'd fight with her one-on-one. After killing her hundreds of times, I'm sure she'd quit. But the dungeon is a safety zone, a member of the management committee rebuked. What? You're accusing me of hiring those rumor mongers? Are you unhappy with me? Tell me directly. Don't slander me with such filthy thoughts. Sylvanas shouted loudly. She was on the verge of violence, no longer able to control herself. Enough. Keep quiet. Before the conflict escalated, Arthur slammed the table, and everyone kept quiet. Cough, cough. Not wearing pants sat beside Arthur, and he dry coughed twice. Then, he said, we explained things clearly in the chat group. Though Sylvanas is hot-tempered and unhappy with the rumors involving Raintia and Arthur, she will thrash it out directly instead of resorting to underhand methods. I don't believe Sylvanas would resort to hiring rumor mongers. Not wearing pants said, the rumor mongers were attacking both Raintia and the guild, especially Sylvanas. They made it look like Sylvanas hired the rumor mongers. I don't think Sylvanas would be so foolish as to do such a thing. Arthur and I would never be friends with Sylvanas if she did that. Pants. The usually fierce Sylvanas was moved. Of course, Sylvanas isn't the instigator, but she's also responsible. Sylvanas courted Arthur openly and created a love triangle with the rumors of Arthur and Raintia. No, with Dragonborn, there's a four-sided love triangle. That's why our enemy was able to have the rumor mongers attack us. Sylvanas looked vicious and said, what nonsense is that? What has that got to do with me? Though she looked fierce, she didn't have any conviction in her tone. Arthur interrupted everyone and said, I've investigated this matter and found the rumor-mongering company. I've arranged for negotiations. Wait a moment, did you say negotiations? Arthur bro, are you using money to stop them? Don't yield to them. This rumor-mongering company is shameless. They'll accept your money and set up another gig to do the same thing again. It's a waste of money, Sylvanas explained to Arthur. Wait, why is Sister Vaness so familiar with the company? A member of the management committee was wary. Burning chest hair stood up before Sylvanas reacted and said, Hey, Sylvanas' pocket money is worth tens of thousands of yuan. Do you think she won't know the workings of such a rumor-mongering company? There are many rich people who engage the services of rumor-mongers. What do you mean by that? You have been stirring trouble. Have you been bribed? No, I'm just mentioning it casually. Someone beside burning chest hair pulled him and said, Don't say a word. Sit down if you don't understand. This matter has been plotted with sinister intentions. However, the instigator won't go scot-free for long. I found details about the company and will investigate the real instigator. Sylvanas' worry is redundant. I'll not give these pieces of trash a cent just to silence them. I haven't yielded to anyone, and I won't do it this time. These companies like to stay in the dark and are afraid of revelations. Whoever's responsible, I'll deal the person a fatal blow. Arthur gritted his teeth in rage. Good. Arthur bro, I support you. If you need to fight a lawsuit, my dad's legal department can help you. Sylvanas clasped her fists and supported Arthur. You gave me a fright. Haha. I was afraid the instigator might be you. Arthur bro would definitely kill Sister Vaness, Peasant said. I said that I wouldn't do such a thing. I would never resort to such unscrupulous ways. Arthur bro likes me based on my own capability. Sylvanas said confidently. No, Arthur said without emotion as he looked at Sylvanas. She had moved to Arthur and grabbed his arm as she said, Aya, Arthur bro looks handsome when he's shy. Wait, gay guy Sylvanas, do you have a distorted sense of shyness? Oh, ah. Before burning chest hair finished his words, Sylvanas had placed a stranglehold on his throat as she said, "Ha? What did you say just now? Repeat that again. Who is a gay guy? Tell me." "Stop. Sister Vanas, you're strangling chest hair bro. He can't speak." Peasant and a few other members rushed forward to stop Sylvanas. Though it wasn't possible for anyone to be strangled to death, it was better to be safe than sorry. Not Wearing Pants looked worried and said to Arthur, "I'm guessing that the instigators of this matter are those people of the other large guilds. I don't know which guilds, but Raintia's side is hard to handle." Arthur sighed and nodded as he said, "I know. I'll try my best to console her." Both Arthur and Not Wearing Pants were uneasy. They were very clear that once a vase was broken, even after repair, it wouldn't be flawless. After this premeditated online violence, Raintia had resigned from the guild, and she might quit the game. Once a person's reputation had been damaged, it was hard for the person to survive. In reality, the person could change to a new environment for a new beginning. In the game, however, it was quitting. Changing to a new game was an easier option. Things didn't look good unless there was a miracle, or unless Raintia liked Arthur. Both possibilities were almost non-existent. It was almost a fact that Raintia would quit the game. Things could be sorted out, but the damage inflicted during the process was permanent and irreparable. Quitting the game. Sherlock was browsing the discussion forum. Since yesterday, there were many inciting posts and personal attacks. Many members mentioned at themselves. Sherlock had to deal with them, as every post would result in a large-scale conflict. Though Sherlock was a superior devil, he was order-oriented. He thought it would be good if the gamers became mindless machines. If they couldn't do that, at least they shouldn't start any conflict. If they had the time for bickering and degrading the gaming experience of other people, why did they not use the time to carry more bricks or work more in the factory? Because of these troublemakers, Sherlock delayed bringing Brainiac and Polio to meet Nicholas. Sherlock was listening intently to Bruce's report. According to his report, a gamer might quit the game within these 2 days. The gamer was Raintia. Chapter 398, Saving the Little Fairy, Part 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's worse than I thought. After listening to Bruce's report, Sherlock pondered for a while before saying, "I have to conduct a counseling session. Educating kids isn't easy nowadays." Sherlock stood up and walked outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. He couldn't allow Raintia to quit the game. Sherlock wouldn't allow any gamer to quit the game because of online violence. They were his precious babies and personal property. The gamers worked hard to develop the dungeon and work in the factory. They used various ways to pay magic stones. This kind of precious citizens couldn't be found anywhere. Moreover, Raintia was a promising potion apprentice. The little fairy was willing to teach the gamers because of Raintia. So, if Raintia were to quit the game, the little fairy would think that Sherlock reneged on his contract and discontinue her classes. Raintia was important to Eternal Kingdom, and Sherlock couldn't afford to lose her. "Lord Sherlock, I understand your intention and the importance of Raintia, but we're unable to interfere. You're an NPC and unable to affect Raintia. Though some gamers will be touched by an NPC story and change their minds, that is rare. If social interaction breaks down in the game, counseling isn't able to solve the problem." Brew noticed that Sherlock was about to act and said, "I suggest we consider how to make the little fairy continue working for us. Without Raintia, appropriate torture and violence may be necessary. But this method destroys all loyalty, Brew. If I can capitalize on her weakness and make her work for me willingly, it'll be better. As a New Age dungeon lord, if I'm unable to motivate my employees, then I can't be the greatest dungeon lord," Sherlock said with a smile. He wasn't worried at all. Moreover, manipulation of the heart is the specialty of a superior devil. Since Lord Sherlock says so, let's try it. Help me do something, Brew. At your service, Lord Sherlock. The little fairy sat in her treehouse, which overlooked the gamers who intended to attend her class. But the little fairy was in no mood to teach them. Because Raintia wasn't her usual self. The story started with a few arrogant gamers. They approached Raintia at the flower bed and spoke sarcastically to her, accusing her of having a relationship with an orc called Arthur and being a third party. They accused her of breaking the unity of the Pioneer Alliance. The little fairy didn't say a word, only spitting saliva at them until they fell to the ground. She didn't show mercy, leaving their heads penetrated. The little fairy thought that after killing the filthy-mouthed gamers, Raintia would be happy, but she wasn't. Raintia's time in the game dwindled, and she stopped planting herbs. After harvesting the current herbs, she made minor healing potions and handed them to another gamer. Finally, she started packing her belongings. This is my blanket. I don't know if the weather will turn cold. Keep it. If the weather system changes to winter, you will have a blanket to keep warm. Raintia placed her blanket in front of the little fairy. Compared to other unhygienic gamers, Raintia was particular about cleanliness. She used the underground water to wash it and dried it with fire. She would also boil water to bathe. As she turned off the pain setting, she was scalded a few times in the boiling water. As for the other gamers, it was rare to see them wash their faces at the black jar of water that was placed by the guild entrance. It was related to their lifespan. Since the gamers were prone to dying, even if they were filthy, they didn't mind. When they revived, they would be clean, so there was no need for bathing. Raintia was different. She hadn't perished before. Even when the ogres invaded Eternal Kingdom, Raintia hid in the little fairy's treehouse. As the fighting was too brutal, she went offline. After the battle, she got online and found that she was still alive. After being alive for that long, she had to be concerned about her hygiene. Wait a moment, if you give me your blanket, what about you? Do you have a new blanket? Are you going to Winterfell to buy a new one? The little fairy accepted Raintia's blanket and sat down in the treehouse. She gestured to herself as she pondered where to place the blanket. Raintia took out a few bags of tea and said, "No, I don't need a blanket. I asked someone to bring some small bags of bloody chrysanthemum tea from Winterfell. It's expensive, so I only managed to get some. Don't finish it too fast. I don't drink bloody chrysanthemum tea." The little fairy declined Raintia's offer. Then she noticed the dispirited Raintia and was taken aback. "What's the matter? Are you leaving this place?" "I think so." Raintia nodded and hugged the bewildered little fairy. Due to the little fairy's wings, Raintia didn't hug her too tightly. She hugged her for a short while and started tearing up as she said, "Thank you. I was happy during this period of time. I have to bid you farewell." The little fairy was confused, and she asked, befuddled, "What happened? Is your contract ending with that great devil? Are you going home?" "No, I'm leaving this world." Raintia wiped her tears and said, "Due to some rumors, I won't be happy here. Though I'm sorry to leave you, I have to go." "Thank you, little fairy. I don't know your name, so I called you little fairy. Do you have a name?" "Victoria City has a race called fairy." "Victoria City? Ah. Is that the human city that waged war with Eternal Kingdom? Do they have fairies? Did they imprison the fairies? Did they torture them?" The little fairy was agitated when she heard about it. Though little fairies and fairies were two distinct races, they lived in the forest and had little wings. They had the same lineage, with the fairies being more secular. "No, we didn't torture them." Raintia wanted to say that the faction war was brutal, but she didn't say it. She felt that the little fairy wouldn't be happy. "Ah, that's good. Yes, my name is..." The little fairy braced her chest proudly. Before she spoke, Sherlock's voice was heard coming from outside the treehouse. "Little fairy. Please wait for a moment." The little fairy looked unhappy and a little angry. After soothing her emotions, she peered warily out of the treehouse. She looked at Sherlock, who was under the treehouse, and asked, "What's up, you devil? What evil plan do you have?" "Nothing much, it's just a greeting." Sherlock stood below the treehouse, surrounded by curious and quiet gamers. The gamers were restrained by Sherlock, and they entered the plot animation mode. Sherlock was smiling cordially. He looked at the little fairy above and said, "Your execution time is approaching." "What?" the little fairy shouted in shock. Raintia was also dumbstruck, but she was unable to speak since she was also in the plot animation mode. A new plot had surfaced, and it was out of everyone's expectations. Sherlock appeared at the flower bed and said to the little fairy, "Your execution time is approaching." He captured the little fairy, who attempted to escape, grabbing her wings like he did when capturing Eggface. The little fairy wouldn't yield so easily. She spat her saliva like a machine gun. Though it was effective against the gamers, it was useless against Sherlock. All the saliva was deflected and made harmless by his mana shield. Sherlock captured their life skill instructor, the little fairy, right in front of the gamers. Sherlock wouldn't kill the little fairy easily. The gamers received a series of missions. Saving the Little Fairy, Part 1. Raintia was included in the missions. Chapter 399, Saving the Little Fairy, Part 2, Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Saving the Little Fairy, Part 1. Mission Description: Previously a slave of Lord Sherlock, the little fairy has changed her attitude and pledged allegiance to Lord Sherlock. She is currently teaching potion concoction. After the advent of Victoria City, the little fairy is changing her stance. Lord Sherlock doesn't trust the little fairy and intends to execute her. But she is important to Eternal Kingdom. To save the little fairy, you have to do something. Mission Objectives: Daily Missions, 0/5,000, Full Service. Carrying Bricks, 0/5,000, Full Service. Submission of Magic Stones, 0/5,000, Full Service. Working in the Factory, 0/10,000, Full Service. Assisting the Little Fairy, 0/1, Personal. Mission Reward: the Little Fairy's favorable impression, 1000 reputation points, and a free potion concoction class. Mission Failure Penalty: the mission is to be completed within 3 days. Otherwise, she will be executed in public by Sherlock. Your potion concoction careers will be terminated. This is cheating. What kind of mission is this? The game producers are so unscrupulous. If you can't think of a good plot or activity, open up new instance dungeons. Or let monsters attack the dungeon. Why are you using the NPC to blackmail us? Is your brain damaged? Wah, I'm giving up. I've played online games for 10 years. I haven't played Tencent games or Angry Birds, but I survived the Todo Network games and the game protagonist flying all over the place in the sky. However, this underhanded mission makes me give up. Die Shirley. Return the little fairy to us. If Shirley kills the little fairy, I'll kill myself today. I'll carry out the promise to kill myself daily. All of you are so unhappy. Will you please quit? My friends want to join the game, so please quit. The day Sherlock captured the little fairy, the gamers were full of unhappiness. The game and the discussion forum were filled with complaints, and the gamers scolded the game producers for losing their minds. How dare they capture their life skill instructor and make the amiable Shirley into an evil character? The gamers had cultivated close ties with the little fairy, so Shirley must be an idiot to kill her. The gamers will definitely attack Shirley for revenge. It was unclear whether Shirley could be attacked. But one thing was clear, to the Pioneer Alliance Guild, it was good news. Due to the controversy of the new plot, the Raintia attacking posts created by the rumor mongers were being pushed down the discussion forum. The screen was full of posts like "Lousy game producers," "Return us our little fairy," "Down with Shirley," "Save the little fairy," "Whoever scolds my hubby Sherlock, I will fight with them," "Brainiac isn't aware of the little fairy's predicament, please don't ask Simba about the little fairy." "The infuriated Simba has destroyed 2 pieces of my equipment. I can't take a third blow." In the stronghold of the Pioneer Alliance, Arthur and his team were having a meeting. "The game producers are giving us a boost." When the new plot was introduced, the attention shifted. "The money paid to the rumor mongers has gone down the drain," Peasant said as he lay in a rocking chair, clasping the back of his head while crossing his legs. This rocking chair was salvaged from Winterfell when Peasant was still a Houndhead man. The size was perfect for a gnome or Houndhead man. However, Peasant was currently an orc. An orc was larger than a gnome by a scale, so the rocking chair seemed a bit small. But it could still be used. "The plot mission wants us to increase the pace of our development and the frequency of our trips to the road intersection. It will only last for 3 days. After that, the rumor mongers are free to do what they want." Burning Chest Hair sighed as he sat on a small stool and scratched his bald head. "The 3 days is a good resting period. Raintia intended to quit the game today, but when the mission was introduced, I saw Raintia taking the public beat Lemon to the road intersection to carry bricks." Not Wearing Pants said, "I wanted to talk to her, but I was stopped by the gay guy Vanas. You're not a girl, so you don't know how they think. Though I'm against Raintia, she will think that the rumor mongers attacked her and damaged our reputation. She will feel guilty and quit the game. Girls are always afraid of implicating others. If you talk to her, you'll make her feel worse," Sylvanas said solemnly as she sat cross-legged on Arthur's bed. "Wah, since you've said so, I'm sure you're a guy. Because you don't mind implicating us," Not Wearing Pants said firmly as he pointed at Sylvanas. "What the heck?" Sylvanas extended her hand to pull out her weapon, but she discovered that she had no weapon. Everyone removed their equipment when entering the guild. The room wasn't cleaned and was full of blood stench. It was better not to bring equipment into the secret room. 3 days is more than enough time. As Sylvanas was about to stand up and wrestle Not Wearing Pants to the ground, Arthur said, "Yesterday night, I arranged for people to negotiate with the rumor monger companies. The investigation was conducted. Though there's not sufficient evidence to confirm it, this rumor mongering was instigated by the Chang'an City Guild." Chang'an City? Isn't that the guild with the chairman named Mystery Man that has 500 members? Gosh, I thought it was Dragon Raja who instigated the troubles, Not Wearing Pants said in surprise. "Why did you think that it was Dragon Raja?" Burning Chest Hair asked, puzzled. "Because Dragon Raja has been high profile. The guild was filling the discussion forum with posts concerning the recruitment of elite members, impromptu stalls, and auction bids. There were even members standing outside the instance dungeon advertising for Dragon Raja. The guild claims to be in the top 10 online guilds in the country," Not Wearing Pants explained casually. "Impossible. Dragon Raja's chairman, Tgang Gren, knows me. His dad and my dad are business partners. He has been playing Legend of Mir since he was young. His most unscrupulous methods were blocking the revival point while scolding people and feigning a city siege to keep people awake throughout the night," said Burning Chest Hair. After Burning Chest Hair finished speaking, Peasant shouted in astonishment, "Gosh! Chest Hair bro, how come you never mentioned it? I had a meal with the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance's chairman, stir-fried vegetable rice. Should I be telling everyone? It's normal to have a meal. We all know each other in this small circle. Do you think our world is huge?" Arthur raised his hand to interrupt their idle chat. "I'm going to the Chang'an City Guild to talk to their chairman. If the guild is willing to shoulder the responsibility, apologize to Raintia, and restore our reputation, I won't deal with them. Otherwise, I'll make sure their guild is destroyed," Arthur said viciously. Peasant sighed and said, Arthur bro, you're steady. Do you want to get some men to harass them in real life? Arthur bro, see if you can find their location, I'll go and confront them. Though I'm smaller in size, my combat skills are invincible. Nobody in school can defeat me. Playing the game has made you number one in the school. Not wearing pants teased Sylvanas. Let's be logical, Arthur. Even if Chang'an City is willing to apologize, the situation is already awkward. I feel that Raintia will still leave. Do you have any way to make Raintia stay? Burning Chest Hair looked worried. He noticed that Arthur was keeping quiet and sighed. I thought by having such a powerful potion maker in our guild, we would have cheaper potions. But now, it's all for naught. The 300 minor healing potions won't last us more than a few days. Don't worry about the potions. It's easily solved with money. If Raintia quits for good, our guild will have one less pretty gal. That's a great loss. Not wearing pants pat Burning Chest Hair on the shoulder. I'm still around. I'm a pretty gal. Sylvanas shouted loudly. However, Not Wearing Pants rebuked, impossible. If you're a pretty gal, I'm your big-breasted sister. What? Repeat that again. Forget it, Sylvanas. Don't hold it against Not Wearing Pants. Fight him. Fight him. The room became rowdy. Though Raintia was being attacked by rumor-mongers and they were infuriated, they weren't that depressed. Raintia wasn't a core member of their group and was only a friend. They would just help as much as possible. However, they wished for a good resolution. Arthur turned his head and looked out the window. He noticed Lord Sherlock standing on the street. He felt that Lord Sherlock was also observing him. When he recovered from his thoughts, Lord Sherlock had continued walking with a long trail of curious gamers.